Yeah, everything on the ground, don't we?
It's all online.
They're not putting around the table.
There's a reasonably significant.
Okay, good morning everybody. Well, it's 10 o'clock, so we'll finish off today. Welcome along to a very important meeting on the 24th of July. Just kick off with the standard health. No, sorry, I'll kick off with the karakia. Mā te whakarongo, mā te kōrero, mā te nākau, mā te wairua, mā te manaki mai, mā te manaki atu, ka puawai te maramatanga, tihei Māori. Through listening, through talking, from the heart, from the spirit, through giving and receiving respect, understanding will bloom. This is the essence of life. Thank you. I'll just take this moment as well to acknowledge the passing of a former staff member, Leighton here, so Hartley's father as well. So, yeah, very sad moment. So just got to acknowledge that. Right, standard housekeeping bits and bobs. The toilets are outside to the right. Everyone knows where they are. If we need to evacuate, please go down the stairs to Space Street. Don't use the lift. Our phones are on silent mode, and these proceedings are being recorded for live video, both live streaming and downloading. So by remaining in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed for viewing by the public. We have a bit of a light table on the right-hand side today. A couple of apologies from Councillor Chamberlain, Spraggan and Duffy, and we've got Councillor Wilson who might need to leave early today. I'm also noting that Councillors Chamberlain and Duffy are on approved leave of absence. Are there any further apologies? Someone in a position to move those? Councillor Fraser, Councillor Menzies, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. That is carried. Do we have any further leave of absence coming out? No. Do we have any conflicts of interest on the agenda today? And I don't believe we've got any items. And we have no minutes to and we have no public participation. So today we are getting towards the final piece of our LTP. I was reflecting on it the other day and likened it to baking a cake. It's a cake that we have to bake every 3 years, and we've got a list of ingredients that go into that cake, and we thought that some key ingredients weren't going to be in the cake with the free waters, so we had to refine our recipe, and we're getting ready to bake the cake, mixing it all up, and we were told, oh no, you've got to put those key ingredients back in. So we put those key ingredients back in, refined the recipe again, extended the time. We've told the people that are going to be eating the cake that it's going to be a little bit late. But we've got to the point over the last 18 months of mixing all those ingredients together to try and come up with a cake that's going to taste well for all of our ratepayers, noting that not everyone's going to like the taste of the cake when it comes out, but it's there's a couple of analogies that I come up with. I thought that was quite an interesting one in terms of you're trying to follow a recipe and trying to get a cake that's going to rise and be right, and you're constantly getting the ingredients changed on you, and even getting told that we need to share some of the ingredients with neighbours that might not share the same as with different flavoured cakes. But it's a reflection, and when I think back to we've started from in this very lengthy process, and where we've got to, including staff being up till 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday night getting this agenda out because of a worldwide computer outage, it almost seems like everything was against us trying to put this cake into the oven. But we're getting to the point today where we're going to refine that recipe and get ready to put that cake into the oven and hopefully come up with something that's going to be palatable to a large audience of our ratepayers. So, yeah, I just want to acknowledge everyone that's been involved in this process to date, and including our public. I was really pleased with how that submission process went. We had a lot of people feed into us, over 300, really good quality submissions, good speakers last week out in Wallistown. Yeah, I think I've just been reflecting on how positively a very difficult process has actually gone, and looking forward to actually So we've got just a couple of items on our agenda today. The first one being the policy on development of financial contribution deliberations, kind of tied in with the LTP. We thought we'd put this one off first. And this is on page 7 of the agenda, and I'll welcome Chris and the Bertie.
Thank you and good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Today we are asking Council to consider consultation feedback for the draft policy on development and financial contributions, the issues and options identified, and then choose how Council would like to proceed. Council received 166 written submissions on the draft policy, which proposed that financial contributions continue to be collected, development contributions remain in remission, and remissions be considered for contributions on development of Māori land. Considering feedback received, financial contributions are proposed to continue to apply. The remission for development of Māori land is proposed to remain, but clarified so that consideration includes partial remissions, and the preferred option to keep development contributions in remission remains. Mindful that feedback supported developers being charged development contributions, and likewise the current economic climate, staff have provided a revised suite of options for development contributions. These include keeping development contributions in remission and revisit as spatial and development planning progresses, keeping development contributions in remission followed by a review of the calculation methodology, or reinstating development contributions now, mindful this may require further consultation. If reinstated, the potential $4 million in development contributions which may be collected over the 10-year LTP period is not an insignificant amount. So, as part of deliberations on this policy, Council may choose to table this report whilst it deliberates on the broader LTP issues and options before returning to make its decision on this policy. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's an interesting kind of conundrum, isn't it, in terms of, like you say, that 4 million is not insignificant, but there's also potential consequences to doing it that may negate that 4 million. But do we have any questions from the board or the team? Councillor Keith?
How we actually spend the development contributions is quite well defined by the Resource Management Act, is that right?
Through Your Worship, its financial contributions are defined through the Resource Management Act. The development contributions are separately under the Local Government Act.
So they are, but they are
it's quite prescribed, correct? Yes.
Right.
Because one of the interesting factors in terms of Southland, and when you compare it to other councils, is the value of the development compared to the value of the development contribution, and in terms of whether it actually puts off that growth and that development. If it's a $200,000 development and a $20,000 development contribution, as opposed to a $2 million development and a $20,000, that quantum can have an impact. But yeah, are there any other questions? Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Worship. I think it would be helpful to be informed by the spatial review that's going to occur and for it to be brought back to the table. That it's completed. Not that I have in my head when we're looking at a completion date for around that work or a suitable time to bring that back.
Through Your Worship, it's give or take a couple of years for the spatial planning to be complete, but I think we can start some work as we go along and as we've started to get the information through. And also, the development contributions policy in its substance was actually developed before 2015, so it's a good 10 years old now, and I think you might want to look at what settings are in there anyway in terms of its grant. And marry that up with all of the development spatial planning work, what the requirements are in terms of provision of infrastructure, etc. So it'll be quite good to join those two up and bring it back for a full consideration.
it's a matter that's been on and off our table for some time. So, given that, we need to pay attention to it, but we need to do it well.
Councillor Ruttencourt.
Rob, thanks so much for your report. I've just got a question around the remission proposal for Maryland and the draft policy. Maryland, definition of Maryland, what is commercial and what is private Maryland? Do we have any commercial Maryland, like a money-making, like for any farming operations, any businesses occurring that get a rate remission? You know, any commercial entities that are basically running as a business on Maryland?
Your Worship, I can't speak myself to the rating of Māori land, as in this is treated separately and applies to the development of Māori land, I don't know. And if you have any comments on it, no. So it's certainly something we could come back with some further information around that that's relevant to this. But I think in essence, the imposition of development or financial contributions for the development of Māori land is that the land is currently not being utilised. So, and the policy as proposed doesn't make any distinction of how that land is to be utilised, whether that's for, it has some conceptual but doesn't get into the commercial side. So there's no specific restriction in that sense of commercial development.
Your Worship, and this is where I think we've heard the sentiment coming from the community that if the development is part of a commercial venture, they would like to see it. That's what I've seen in many of the submissions there, and I guess that's where we need to possibly get more information and see how this is coming through.
Your Worship, those are the kind of substantive changes that I was saying we probably do need to do as an overarching piece. Where Māori land in other policies, where it is, like Chris is saying, it usually isn't separated into what development of the land is happening. The idea is that, generally speaking, broadly principles-based, Māori land usually has a lot of ownership. So it's not one or two people. So it's different from that perspective and therefore harder to develop. And if we can somehow incentivize development of that land, then that's the general principle behind why these things are put into place. Whether or not that's the case for us, whether we want to do it here, that's your consideration when we look at the policy in detail.
One of the questions, and this has sort of come up in the past from the previous time when we were collecting this, so that $4 million of potential usage of it, that would be handled district-wide. So if we collected money in a part of the district, that could go to another part of the district because that's overarching. Is that a correct assumption of it, or is it localised to the area that it's collected?
It is, through your Worship, it is localised to the area it's collected based on the catchment that applies. So catchments are split for community infrastructure and stormwater are based on ward. For freshwater or drinking water and wastewater, it's based on the relevant scheme area that applies. So
even if
development,
funded, it'll still come out of that area.
It's through your Worship. It is, because it's the developer paying it. And to that question earlier, it is very specific on where you want to utilize it, and even in that, it will have to be only to the growth portion of the development. So no, it cannot be used elsewhere. It will have to be used for growth projects in those particular areas.
Any further questions?
Through your Worship. Thank you guys for the report. Have we actually had any conversations with potential developers in conjunction with some of the data that we as a council and through Great South have collated, to be able to get an indication of saying, well, here's developer one, and we're saying this is the projected area of growth, therefore we feel that developer contributions are appropriate, versus a developer over here do we say, no, we don't think that developer contributions are appropriate because we haven't identified areas of growth? Do we have any sort of dialogue around actually dealing with people who are looking at doing any form of development in the area?
Through your worship, in a general sense, no, we haven't. I think, obviously, in terms of where we're identifying growth, that is something I think that would formalise out of the spatial planning process as we identify those growth areas in more detail. Notwithstanding the interactions we've had from developers as a result of the consultation process and other processes related to I guess, development. So, for instance, we have the code of practice, the draft code of practice, which was prepared last year for subdivision land use development. So there was feedback that related to that through that process as well. So, but not a direct conversation, no.
Do you think that that's something that we should explore in the future to be able to sort of distill a lot of this down so that we can actually make more robust decisions around whether DCs are appropriate or not?
So, Your Worship, a little bit of I'll give a slightly roundabout answer to that. So we're reading in the report, as Chris has pointed out, we needed to do some more work in terms of honing down on where development is going to happen, where do we see the future of the district, where do communities want it, that sort of stuff. And therefore, the settings of the policy were not tested. So what you're pointing towards is, and the other conversations are pointing to testing those settings and whether or not they're appropriate as they're set, whether those catchments are right, whether we want to do, and that'll come from underlying data and conversations with others. You're absolutely right. So yes, we will in the future. So that discussion earlier about, yes, we need to bring this back on the table with more information around it and, like you say, intel gathering from around interested parties. Policies can be slightly blunt in their application. We can't make them very specific to every circumstance, but yes, we will need to look at key stakeholder groups to see, what information we're getting through. So I would, taking a rough guess, you'd want to do something before your next long-term plan. We'll be completing spatial planning in about 2 years' time. So anywhere in between that, you can expect to see this coming through for a further discussion.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, team. I just wanted some clarity. We're just talking about particular funding that was definitely localised. Was that, for clarification, was that the developer or the financial funds that was being discussed?
My question was around
just the conversation just a couple of minutes ago of what was definitely localised to be spent.
My question was around development contributions.
Okay, because the example, like my awareness of the development contributions over this triennium was a rather contentious point from the Adlasa Community Board, seeing their development funds previously collected before it was in remission spent on reserve land down in the Catlins area. So that suggests that the development contributions were being spent on a wider community, being the whole district, not localised to the catchment. So that would be good to get some better clarity on that, because that's contradicting what was just discussed. Sorry, Kat, get out of my way. The discussion about the Māori land and commercial, I would like to know more about this too, but an example I can think of, all the councillors, we went to Stewart Island, Rakiora, and met with a Māori land trust and heard about an example of quite a large tourism enterprise in partnership with Māori land doing some cool stuff in the area. But that could be used essentially to look at that kind of case and whether that is the type of use of land suitable for the rates remission, or whether that's the type of thing that the community might be referring to as far as commercial enterprise. So that could be maybe looked at in this conversation. And the question I have was, in regards to, there was a comment made, I think, Chris, just on if the remission was, well, if the policy was to be brought out of remission, that may require further consultation. Can I just get clarity on what that would mean? Because haven't we just gone through the consultation process, and through the deliberation would be setting the direction whether to change that policy or not? I'm just a bit confused of why that would require further consultation again.
Through your worship, the need to consult again is based on whether the option to take that part of the policy out of remission was reasonably on the table as an option during consultation. And it wasn't an explicit option. So although we asked questions around people's views on imposing DCs as part of our submission forms to gather feedback, there is some risk if we chose not to consult and switch it on. So that's, we have...
Well, my only comment on that would be that in further consultation pieces, we need to make sure that if the consultation comes back with the option of go against what options are being suggested, that we can actually pursue those options without requiring further consultation. Otherwise, our consultation pieces are almost going out predetermined. But that's all. Thanks.
Through you, Chair, just a couple of clarifications. I think there are two things we are talking about here. This is development contributions and financial contributions. Both have slightly different applications. Financial contributions can be used across. Development contributions cannot be. Reserves, that term tells me that it's a financial contribution we're talking about and not development contribution, because typically that's where financial contributions go. So just as clarification on that. You don't have to go back on consultation. I don't think that was being suggested. Just that we need to be sure that our underlying data is robust enough if we are going to start applying, taking them out of remissions, which I think we've discussed that. I don't, you know what I mean? It was developed a long time ago. I was going to say it's an old policy, but you know what I mean. So yeah, I think we need to be careful about the aspect that we are going to switch something on the underlying basis of which is more than 10 years old, and we know the context of the world over that period has changed substantially.
Just another point of clarification. Is it the financial or the development contributions that have a 10-year expiry on the usage?
Through your worship, they both do.
They both do. Okay.
Financial contributions have a 10-year expiry under the district plan, whereas development contributions have a 10-year expiry. I think it's prescribed under legislation.
And they both, if not used in 10 years, get refunded to the developer?
That's correct.
Cool. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I think the Bertie's point is a valid one, and it comes back to what Councillor Menzies said at the start in terms of we're doing a whole other process as well. This has come up a few times and it's been flagged a few times, but I think we need to have a look at the policy itself before actually turning it on, because the world has changed quite a lot in the last 10 or 11 years, specifically Southland has too, so I think it might be worth actually... Councillor Blackburn.
Your Worship. So, if I'm to understand this, we have got a nod from the community, but what we want to do is have a look at the whole policy, see if anything else has to be changed, and then have another round. But this particular piece doesn't need to be consulted upon again, because we do have a nod from the community here. Because you don't want to change just this bit and then go around tweaking everything else that's not been looked at for a decade. Is that what you're saying? Because if I was an ordinary ratepayer, I would think, oh, we've given a nod, the council has a steer from us as such.
So, Your Worship, I am going to leave it to your considerations whether you think you have the nod from the community around this. The report talks about the fact that there was conflicting, actually, answers or percentages in the two questions that were asked. So in terms of whether or not we should charge the developers, the majority did say yes. In terms of whether or not the remissions should still be applied, the majority said yes. So that's contradictory. So I would have thought that if this is about whether we keep the remission in place, then your community in response to that is saying, yes, keep your remissions in place. So that's the nod you have got to keep the remissions in place.
Mine was a general example. So basically, if we get a nod, because people obviously think when they are submitting on something that, right, if we do something, there'll be a change happening if, the view is shared widely enough.
Sorry, there you go.
No, you.
So I think the kind of contradictory nods almost
Negate.
dictates to us that we need to review the policy, leave it and review it and cover that piece off, which means we're actually delivering what we've been asked for. But Councillor Menzies, you have...
I was just going to add that this is a complex area, and just the discussion around this table reflects the complexity, and how do we expect our ratepayers to understand that and read a document, and that requires some more work. And the complexity is added to by the fact that the development contributions are legislated under the Local Government Act, which is unlikely to change in the near future, and the other under the RMA, which is likely to change in the future. So there's whether we continue to treat them together is probably another question, or whether we look at them separately. Given that arrangement, it may reduce the challenge in understanding what they mean if we treat them entirely separately.
And through you, that would be that's a very fair point, because there was a time in the not too distant past when financial contributions were meant to actually finish, they were going to be taken away from legislation. So I think it would be wise, seeing as they come from two different sources, to look at that as well, when we are doing the complete overhaul.
I'll come to you in a second, Councillor Wilson. I've just got Cameron wanting to...
Oh, look, I was just going to add, thank you, that development contributions are most likely going to go with the Three Waters handing over the assets, and so we actually expected that to disappear. Certainly for waters infrastructure, we expected that to disappear from the Local Government Act. It's obviously back. I wouldn't hold great confidence that there won't be more change in upcoming legislative changes, because the government is very clear about trying to promote housing and other areas of interest, and they will be coming to the same conclusion that everyone else comes to relatively quickly about, well, who's going to pay for the infrastructure. So I sense that there may be some more change, which it would be unfortunate if we just made a decision that then suddenly changes again. It's not. I wouldn't say it's entirely clear that the current framework. The comments around the importance of the spatial framework that we are now undertaking is important to the rest of this conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thanks. I was just wondering if there's any knowledge of all the other councils in the country, how many are not collecting development contributions as part of their district plan, or have that policy in remission. Is there any information on what other councils are doing in this space?
Through you, Michelle, I couldn't tell you specifically. I know development contributions are certainly favoured by those areas which are highly urban and with high levels of growth, such as Central Otago.
Lakes is probably a good thing.
Well, yeah, I don't have, I can't even give you a percentage, but I can tell you the example of where there is large amounts of growth happening, particularly over the last 4 years, and they've only just introduced in the last year the development contributions policy. It was there, but only for roading, and everything else was introduced last year, and the roading policy was extended as well. So I think there are a few there are a few in that space.
Queenstown's probably a good example to look at in terms of all the new houses again, that puts a whole lot of pressure on the infrastructure, and should the existing ratepayers be paying for that, or should the new growth coming in, they need new roads, new wastewater, all that kind of stuff. So that different councils have different kind of attributes as to where they currently sit. And we, inside our council, we've got towns that are growing, towns that aren't. We've got a mixture inside as well. So it's, yeah, as usual, we're quite unique. Okay, well, I'm getting the feeling that we don't need to leave it on the table. We've had quite good discussion. It feels like we can almost have a decision. Did you want to say something? Councillor Byer, sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, well, just before anything happens, I'm wondering if we could just get a bit more clarity around E in light of public consultation. I think that needs to be a bit clearer. What's the definition?
In E1, applications for
yes,
up to 100%.
Yeah, because I mean the feedback from the community was there was some concern that it wasn't fair to be putting the Maori land in remission, but discussion today, perhaps it could be there could be a differentiation between commercial development and other development.
So I guess my question,
or maybe it's all commercial, I'm not sure how you would define it.
my question as well is that it's underlined in there up to 100%. So where does that discretion actually lie?
Through your worship, the discretion, as the policy hasn't been applied for in excess of 9 years, operationally, I couldn't tell you where the discretion currently sits, but it would be on the basis of the delegations.
As a case.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder that the lack of understanding of what development contributions and financial contributions are, how they're calculated and who they apply to, created a commentary around Maori land that was unnecessary because they thought somebody was getting something that they were, somebody was, being unfairly treated. So like the way where it came up in the consultation document, there wasn't a lot of background information, in my opinion, to actually really, like, I presume, I don't know how many people would have gone to the in-depth document to see what all it meant, but I feel that this is an interesting recommendation because I thought we were getting more, they were staying, development contributions were staying in remission. So it's an interesting up to, I mean, I don't have a problem with saying that up to 100% of development contributions, but then we're not collecting them anyway. So I presume that's self-explanatory maybe, but for the financial contributions, I thought that Maori land was, the rating for Maori land was around it not being, it wasn't developed land that actually came into, that it had to be basically underdeveloped or unutilised for a commercial entity to qualify. So the whole thing to me is a little bit confusing to everybody about what it actually means.
Through your worship, the up to 100% in that section is deliberately separate from the general remission under the policy, so that if that policy were taken out of remission, then that would still stand on its own. So if there was a desire that proportion be changed, that could be changed at the same time, as though we didn't have to come back and readjust this if the general remission was removed.
But then didn't we say that if we were going to take it out of remission, we'd have to reconsult?
Through your worship, I don't think you don't necessarily have to reconsult, except that your underlying settings, are not quite there. If you want to go down the take it out of remission path, we can talk about that a bit more in terms of And you're right in pointing out that that adjustment, whether or not we make it, who will actually do this does not hold, because if you go down the path of we will keep this policy in remission, you don't actually have to tweak anything. The reason you would tweak it is if you wanted to take it out and you wanted to make an adjustment, and then we do need to think about who's actually going to approve the up to, and what does up to mean? Does it mean zero also? All of those do come into play if you want to take the policy out of remission, which your entire thrust of your consultation was we will keep it in remission.
So do we need E1 then if we are keeping it in remission?
You don't have to. If you're clear that you're going to want to re-look at this policy, you don't really have to. You can do it to allow yourself some leeway. And we can adjust that through delegations as to the fact that who approves and to what extent. But it's not would that be, is there a reason why we particularly need that outside of that leeway?
It doesn't need to be there.
No.
No.
So if you are going to keep it in remission, it doesn't matter what you are changing in your settings, right? Because you're basically saying you're going to keep it in remission. So you're okay not to.
Councillor Fraser?
So just going back to a comment you made just a moment ago, you said it's been in remission, so it hasn't been an issue, but financial contributions haven't. So we've got both of those here. So how has financial contributions been handled over the last 10 years on Maori land, or has there even been any development that would have triggered?
In practical terms, in operational terms, how have we applied financial contributions? I can't give you a running history of what's happened. I think in the previous report we provided a bit of a summary at a general level of what had been collected for financial contributions. In a practical sense, my understanding is that from the roading side of things, we actually tend not to apply that anyway, in practical sense. From a reserves perspective, I don't know that any distinction is made between Māori or non-Māori land, although I cannot speak for the team that applies that and the criteria they consider beyond the policy.
Just following up from that, I think that just puts that into the same basket as the other issues. That there's some definitions, some how and why that we need to actually explore and work out alongside of the development contribution work. That could be something that we signal, yeah, we need that work to be done before we can actually take. I think there is a differentiation between, and there's a differentiation between rates at the moment and development and financial. They're a different thing as well. So we just need to get that clarity around what, and maybe around commercial, non-commercial, and how that could apply. Because at the moment, up to 100, it's really open, and we don't know the how and the rules around it. So I think that's where some work needs to be done as well.
Councillor Boyce?
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, Councillor Fraser's asked my question about the policy being in remission, yet council receiving contributions for the building. So, yeah, I agree. We need a bit more clarity around this before.
Councillor Menzies, did you
My question was the same, because we talk about each of these options being about development contributions and remission, and this phrase refers to financial contributions, which I understood were being paid. So although the policy in relation to Māori land appears to be applied differently, I'm just a little bit confused. So
through Your Worship, the intent of the proposed remission for Māori land is to essentially cover the statutory obligation to support development under this policy. So as the policy applies to both development and financial contributions, that's those statements that relate to Māori land are intended to cover both. Although the treatment of development contributions generally and financial contributions generally under the policy are treated differently, with one being in general remission and the other one being active and applied. Yes. So I think that the essence of that wording is to support that requirement around development of Māori land generally.
You've got up to the 100% there.
So I guess the hanging question is, do we need E in there at all? Do we want to keep it?
You need to get E up to full there.
Yeah.
So through you, Your Worship, E, the only wording that's been added under the proposal is up to 100%. So the existing wording as previously proposed was consider applications for remission of development contributions and financial contributions. There was no. So that essentially provided clarity that there was breadth of scope for the level of remission to be provided as opposed to potentially 100% remission alone.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Your Worship. Is that what we've just been talking about covered under the remissions and postponements of development contributions? Or effectively we talk about council considering applications for and may grant a remission of any development contribution or financial contribution for Māori land to the extent the resource consent relates to the occupation, development and utilisation of that land for the benefits of its owners, their whānau and their hapu. So does that not cover that anyway?
Were you reading that from the
policy?
Under the remissions and postponements of development contributions.
In the draft, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm just not clear.
So that wording is in the policy, in the proposed policy. Yes, it is. So, and that's essentially aligned to the wording that comes out of the legislative requirement.
So
that matches with E1.
it does. So what is the moot point between that and E1? Is there a moot point that we're trying to?
No, I don't think they're aligned. I think
They are aligned.
I'm happy to move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Given the explanations.
So it's A through to F. Yep, thank you. And do we have someone? Councillor Bynes? Were you thinking or?
No, I just wanted to ask for more clarification around that. In light of the submissions, was there the ability to initiate Māori land commercial development versus non-commercial?
No, through your worship, not at the moment, no. Not as your policy currently sits.
I think that would come under the re-looking at the policy, which is that next piece of work that I think needs to be done and
Got to go.
so Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Rutton.
Well, yeah, I was actually going to move that we do table this one at least until further into the LTP alignment. I think because of the confusion of these policies, even the contradictory consultation that we got back, it shows it's a hard one to understand. And I think we need to understand what is a developer and look at cases of, to look at maybe this Māori and commercial conversation, to look at what if there's urban, rural boundary areas that individual landowners just want to subdivide and develop into additional housing, or whether we're talking about large land use changes and large subdivisions. I think we need to get some test cases, look at the case of what growth would a subdivision or development create. What does that developer, whether it be a small mum and pop development or a large corporate development, contribute to the district and ensure that ratepayers aren't necessarily going to have to foot the bill for the ramifications of those growth or added activities into the future, because otherwise we have no idea whether this policy is going to be right or not. If it's intended to incentivize development, then we need to make sure it does that, but we can't incentivize development and then pick up the bill later on. And I just don't feel that at this stage of the game, with even us as councillors looking at this policy, having workshops on things, going through the consultation, but still not really understanding how it actually works in practice, and then having a contradictory consultation data come back just kind of proves that we need a bit less of a policy written, try to understand that and actually look at some test cases and understand how this works in practice and whether those outcomes are fair and equitable, which are our values.
Is that not leaving the status quo in the meantime and reviewing the policy, though? Does that not achieve what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, well, if we were to adopt this, I'd want a motion that we at least set a timeline on when it gets reviewed. I was suggesting table it until more aligned with the LTP piece, but I think as long as we're re-looking at this in line with our community board spatial planning work going forward and making sure that this doesn't get left until well down the future, it needs to be done and aligned with that.
Yeah, we can add a G in there to say that we would like this policy to be reviewed prior to the next LTP going out, so that we actually do this piece before. As a G.
And I think it needs to be consulted separately to the LTP, because it gets lost. It's a policy consultation, not a long-term plan consultation. This is a piece of policy that affects the district. So I'd like to see it re-looked at sooner than a normal kind of policy renewal, and consulted and communicated as its own piece so it can be fully understood, and just make sure that we get this thing right.
Yeah, so we could put in there that we have it reviewed prior to the next LTP, so that it's in place before we go through that, so it's not getting caught up in that.
Yeah.
Councillor Ruttencourt? Oh, sorry, did you have something else, Ben?
I just had one other question, and it might not be an answer now, but just thinking about that catchment spending, is there the opportunity that, particularly with community boards going into the future doing that spatial planning work and town futures project, is there the opportunities for community boards to set their own positions on these? So, for example, a town that might actually have foreseen growth and want to collect those development contributions because they know there'll be projects to spend it on, allow them to have their own localised policy, whereas another area may wish to keep it in remission because that suits their area. Does this need to be a district-wide policy? Is something that I'm really considering if we were to get this overall policy right. I think it needs to be broken down at a more local level, and if there's the ability to do so under the legislation.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's part of that looking forward to get it right for our communities and the direction that we're kind of going in.
Thanks for that. If we can add that G, that would be.
Yep.
I'm happy with that.
Cool. Thanks, Matt.
Been covered by Matt, but mine was around a timeline.
So then it moved by Councillor Menzies. Is someone happy to second? Oh, are you happy with G being added into your moving?
Yes, I'm happy with that because it reflects my earlier question about the timeline around the spatial planning and to incorporate that and what comes back. And I understood you to say that in 2 years. So to have it stated is just allows us to remember that conversation at a later point.
So the G that Fiona has written down is request that the policy is reviewed prior to the next LTP. And do we want to put in there through its own consultation process? Do we want to go to that level of detail, or is it covered in that? Probably covered in that anyway, isn't it?
Your Worship, if you just say prior LTP to the next LTP, yeah, you might be going out with two policies is all I'm thinking.
Yeah, cool, yeah. So is there someone in a position to second? Councillor Keast? Really good discussion that we've had on that. I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
That's carried. Thank you, Chris, for all your work on that. Thanks for doing it. Okay. The final item of the day, which I imagine will to take us till the end of the day, is 7.2, our long-term plan 2024 to 2034 deliberations report. Interesting, just reflecting on that policy was written in 2014, so that LTP would have been coming up to today's when that last policy was done. So it feels like it's miles in the future, but it's probably not. Welcome, Robin, and welcome, Anne. This is on page 55 of your agenda for anyone that's.
Morning, Your Worship and councillors. We're here today to deliberate on the issues presented during the consultation process of the long-term plan. While we are getting close to finalising our long-term plan for 2034, today's meeting and the subsequent discussions here today will need to get us to some final decisions and directions from council to finalise that long-term plan. As well as receiving the written submissions, we heard from oral submitters last week in Wallistown, and staff have prepared issues and options papers and a summary of the general feedback to assist council with their decision making today. I will take the report and the attachments as being read, and we'll talk through our process of presenting today. The resolutions starting on page 56 of your agenda are staff suggestions while working through the issues and options papers related to the consultation. These resolutions need to be what council agree or direct. Therefore, we may be making some changes to the resolutions as we work through those papers today. We will have Anthony Byatt joining us this afternoon at 1 p.m. In order to work within that time frame, we will proceed with the Te Anau Airport, Monopori and glass recycling papers this morning. These will be followed by the rating differential paper timed for 1 p.m. However, if we're running ahead of time, we might shift some of the other reports into the morning as well. As noted in the cover report, point 5, council is being asked today to consider the feedback and submissions received on the RTP and to consider the issues and options in summary papers. Each paper has resolutions, and those resolutions are in the cover report. Also noted on in the cover report on point 21, before deciding on matters raised in this report, council may request or consider comment or advice from staff or any other persons in respect to the proposal or any views on the proposal, and that's part of the special consultation process. Before staff present the issues and options papers today, Anne and Mayor Scott, I believe, are going to talk to us and present some work on the affordability piece and the continued advocacy for Southland with the central government. So I'll hand over to you both.
Just for Matt and Sarah, Fiona is in the process of, if she hasn't already, putting it on the hub for you. There's just a slideshow.
And Andrew's going to zoom the live stream camera into the big picture.
Just give him a couple of seconds. Sorry, I sound a bit like Kermit the Frog today. I'll get my banjo out at the end and I'll sing you the Rainbow Connection.
And I'll sound like Miss Piggy if that helps.
Actually, you probably would. With your long legs, you probably do better, and I'd probably be Miss Piggy. So yeah, excuse me for my hoarseness. So just in terms of the discussion that we're having today, Robin set out very clearly what we're going to be undertaking, but the Mayor and I just did a wee bit of a sit back and a bit of a think and thought it was probably a good opportunity if we just started with a bit of an overpiece, just to set the scene. So what we wanted to do was to set the scene around the LTP as it currently stands, setting the scene of the district and how we're placed and what we have within that, setting the scene of the financial position in terms of before we had water back in and where we are now, and what that's meaning to debt levels and all of those sort of rating and that. And then just going on to, so where to from here? And so that's where the Mayor's going to come in and just talk about some of the work that's council you've already got in place and what you're planning to do from here. And then it's a case of what else. So just setting the scene of the Southland region itself, it's really important that we remember that we contribute 8.27 million of the GDP. So that's 80,148 of GDP per person. So that's the third highest region after Wellington, Auckland. That's what information that we've got out of Great Southland's come from Stats New Zealand. So that's a significant contribution when you think of the size of us and you think of
where we're at. Now, that's all of Southland, okay, in a total. So in terms of contributions, we're 11.7% of the pastoral exports. And of course, on top of that, we've got forestry and we've got manufacturing. Once again, that's a significant contribution that we make. And we do that from 12% of New Zealand's landmass, of which 58% of it is public conservation land. So we have all the national parks that's on there. So that's pretty impressive.
And only 2% of the population.
And in terms of that, you know, there's our population for that, recognising that the stats before that, of course, was at the Southland region level rather than Southland District Council. So in terms of Southland District Council ourselves, you know, it's just setting that scene about actually we are extensive, you know. We've got this population of 32,600. We're only projecting, or there's only a projection to have a small increase. We've only got 20,621 rating properties, but we've got 21 water supplies. We've got 6,900 connections in those. We've got 18 wastewater schemes. We've got nearly 5,000 kilometres of road, of which it's the largest downsealed network and it's the second largest overall network. And then you just have to look at the numbers underneath, like below that, and you start to realise that we definitely are, you know, punching above our weight in terms of what we deliver and what we provide overall. So what does it mean? If you take those stats before, you get that overall that we're very widely dispersed, but we just don't get those economies of scale. And that is a big contributor to what's happening with us. We have a very small rating base, but we have $2 billion worth of assets that we have to look after and maintain. We've generally done a good job. I mean, I'll be you know, you can challenge me on that, but generally we've done a pretty good job on our assets to date. I mean, we do have some bridges and things like that, but we've done pretty well at maintaining our assets at a good level. But many of them now are getting towards the end of their life, and that's happening in that roading and that bridging sector particularly. I think it's important that we recognise we haven't had that debt levels that we're now looking to incur on our assets moving forward. So it is a time in this LTP just to observe that. And it's, the Mayor and I were talking about it the other day, excuse me, and we sort of did the analogy of it's like looking over the side of the cliff at present and looking down and going, oh, is there an ambulance down there, or, you know, what's going to happen? Are we going to step back, just take a pause for a minute, or what's going to occur? So overall, we're going to have a debt, or we do have a debt affordability problem for our small population, and that's been demonstrated in this long-term plan. So just now looking at the financial numbers that's associated with all of this, and I think it's important, this is something that we sort of talked about in brief before Christmas when we thought that Three Waters was leaving us, and this was what we were looking at that point in time in terms of our capital costs and debt before Waters. So if I can do the mouse, that there is the debt we were going to be drawing down on an annual basis, okay? Because we had 2 years worth of Three Waters coming in, then it was leaving us, and then we were going to be having the rest of it. So that's what we were looking like. So it wasn't a lot of debt.
Sorry, Anne, do you mean every year we'd be drawing down that amount of debt,
Yes.
or is that the total debt?
No, that's the amount that we're drawing down. So this part here, we always know we'll draw down on the black because of our levels of service, okay? So that's an improvement to what you're doing previously. But technically, if we fund depreciation, we should have the money in the bank to cover that. But remember, of course, that because we're not fully funding depreciation, that's why we're having to actually grab some loans in some of these years more than what we would have. We also have to remember that for a number of our assets, we're still not recovering depreciation. So like our playgrounds and some of our halls and things like that. And we were always going to look at that, right? So that's what it was basically in December. Post-December, we've had a change in government, and we suddenly had to put in our Three Waters costs into it. Suddenly then, what happened was, this is our debt that we needed to take out. This one here on an annual basis. The biggest percentage of this is due to this here. All of these in black, suddenly our levels of service were going through the roof. And that's not a reflection of our water and our wastewater assets needing renewals. That's the fact that we've got to the end of our resource consents, and under the new resource consents, the methods for us to treat our water needs us to invest further in that infrastructure. Okay, so this is all the treatment infrastructure costs that we're going to have here. And that's driving that debt. So we're having to take out debt for that. Plus, if you still remember the slide before, we still weren't fully funding our depreciation. Now, of course, we've set our three waters at 65%, so we're still looking for 35%. In those cases, we were reducing it 5% each year. Excuse me. Just moving on now to the rates impact. So this was what our rates position looked like when we did the draft numbers pre-Christmas. So we were still up here at a high rate for those couple of years. We had three waters still there, but then we were dropping way back down because, of course, three waters was leaving us, and then we would be coming back up, and we were having a fairly consistent rate increase of somewhere between, I'd say about 2.5% to 3% in each of the remaining years. Now, yep.
Just a comment that ratepayers would be receiving an additional bill, though, for the management of three waters.
Absolutely.
And that's important to remember that. So while it looked low, our rates would be lower, overall the ratepayer may well have been paying the same amount, if not more.
Absolutely, but I think what it does is it puts in context the increased costs are, generally due to the fact that we've had to put these three waters back in again and the associated costs with those. But you're absolutely right, the bills don't go away. They're added on top just potentially through a different entity, of which we don't have the control.
I think in terms of that too, and that sentiment out there that we hear a lot at the community is our rates should be in line with CPI. And when you look at this picture here, without three waters, our rates are in line with CPI. And it just highlights the fact that where the majority of our costs are actually lying in those increases is in that three waters piece. And it highlights that that kind of core services that we're doing are actually kind of on that kind of trajectory.
Now, the only other comment I would put to this, though, is that that's an assumption in terms of roading levels of service, that they were going to be the same across the board. Is what our preferred option is that we went out on the consultation document. So there wasn't anything else that if we wanted to get back up to the higher levels, but that would have been, had to have been put in both plans anyway. So they are apples and apples. This one here now shows you what we went out to consultation with. Okay, so it still shows you that blip in that first year, but it shows the real steep rise in our rates that we need to collect. So over this 10 years, we're doubling our rates needed. So that's a combination of the loan repayments, the interest, the depreciation that we've got on those assets, as well as the inflationary factors. Okay, in terms of rate percentage increase, that's the blue line that we want to propose with. That red line is what we put our limit at, our KPI limit. Now, I just wanted to chuck this slide up, and this was in the financial strategy slide that Nicole did, and I think it's a really good one because it does show us that, we went out and we did a 13.66% rate increase, which is in this year here. When you look at it, though, that a lot of that rate increase is due to the fact that we've had to catch up, because if we fund depreciation and our value of our assets has increased so much, then we needed to suddenly increase the amount of rates we needed to collect to fund that depreciation. Right? So 9% of the rate increase is due to just catching up on the value of those assets, which has happened since COVID.
And that's a $400 million increase, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the biggest reason for that increase, because we hadn't done it in those 2 years. We just left it at what it was in the original LTP. All right. So our real rate increase due to that other stuff, our inflationary side is that balance. Then in the future years, we've got the The depreciation costs is these because we're moving towards fully funding, because Three Waters is still going up by 5% a year, right? So overall rates, it's taking about 2% of the increase. Now, it's also important though to remember that that's what's in the 10 years. And we saw that our debt was going to be going up. But it's also important just to look at that financial position of where we're at with our roading or our transport asset renewal cycle. Now, right now, we're down in this 10 years period here. Now, we fully fund our roading program on an annual basis. All right. We fully fund it. We've always fully funded it unless we've had a one-off project for a new level of service, a new seal or something like that. And the reason is because it's so consistent every year. This bubble, and for those councillors who have been a few years, usually it's over butting against this side. They've done a bit more work in it, but usually what we'll do is we'll tend to smooth that out. What is worrying the roading team, and it's worrying, I guess, council too, is the fact that pavement rehabs, you can only put up to 7 pavement rehabs in place. And as Hartley, if he was here, would be telling you, they're basically at the end of that. So once you're past that, you're actually having to dig out and go back to putting the structure back in place, which absolutely increases the cost.
730,000 per kilometre.
Yeah, so it's just something to really be mindful of, that in terms of that affordability, our debt levels and everything, that this stuff is coming. It's been there a long time. I've been here 20 years and I've always seen a bubble, but I definitely believe that it will be starting to hit us a lot more.
If I'm asked, how much is the pavement rehab there? What amount are we looking at?
Oh, it's just a part of. It's just part of. It's just that total. It's just roading renewals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 7, when you say 7,
sorry?
So that's a number I've heard for the first time. So you can do 7 rehabs?
7.
So through you, Your Worship, you can do approximately 7 reseals before you have to rehabilitate the road. So the rehabilitation is where we take out a big chunk of the road, dig down and remove all those seals because they get unstable. That graph reflects reseal and rehabilitation costs across the network.
Okay.
Bridges and footpaths.
Yeah, bridges and footpaths. So you can see in there, you can see the dark blue is showing the rehabilitation profile of number of kilometres expected. But that takes into account.
Do we by chance qualify or have a look at how frequently we are having to do? Because I know in the consultation there's a lot of feedback about the thing that things are having to be resealed pretty quickly, like something is done and it's undone within 2 months.
Yeah, that's a different point. So, Fran, did you want to comment on that one when they come back? Because they have to harden the road.
So would that be counted as an?
So just in terms of that, we have in our contracts, we have a commitment that the contractor, if there's any failures within a period of time, that they need to come back and repair them, and that's at no cost. So occasionally you might see if there is an issue that's gone on with a reseal, the contractor will come in and have to redo that work. So
it's not the majority of that.
No,
this is the stuff where they have to go and put another seal on top. So first of all, they put a seal on. Is Susan going to tell?
I'm sorry, I might have missed the question.
Yeah.
So I guess further to Councillor Beaupre's question about some of those comments, I can't comment on every one of the submitters' comments that you talked about. But some of them where they were talking about reseals and people needing to go back out to work, and they'd mentioned specific places, at least some of those are not Southland District Council roads. They might be in our district, but some of them were actually state highways. One road in particular that was mentioned actually belongs to ICC.
Okay.
But as I say, I can't guarantee that's all of them, but there were certainly some of them.
Yes, but they also do multiple coats on their seal.
Yes, they do.
So, and that often looks like they've come back to reseal it, but they haven't. That's part of curing the road.
Okay.
So you put the initial one on, you leave it for a year, 2 years, and you come back and you put the final seal coat on top, and people think you're redoing it, and you're not. You're actually just hardening it, curing it, and then putting another one on.
That's definitely their top coat.
Thank you.
Their top coat process.
Fran, a question, you were talking about the warranty with their contractors. What, is it different for every tender or process, or is it a standard 1 year, 2 year, 3 year warranty on our work?
No, it depends on what the asset is that we're dealing with. So
they do
whether it's a road or whether it's a bridge or whether it's a playground, you know, all those things have different levels of requirement in terms of warranty.
Yeah. So, so this is Three Waters renewal, and as you can see from that, on the whole, there's big blips, but there's nothing too major in there because a lot of our water and our wastewater systems are have been new ones. But of course, we have got ones coming up for Ojai, got one, God, I can't remember the other ones, but anyway, so those blips are in there, but we're doing all right in terms of the renewal of those assets. The only issue that we have is we're still only funding 65% this year, and then it'll be 5% each year, which is one of the decisions that you went out and as part of the consultation document. So, where to from here? I'm going to go to my drink now.
Thanks, Anne. And just to sort of recap or support a lot of what Anne's been saying, and a few slides back where she listed all those services that we actually do, and we hear the word a lot, and I heard it a lot during this consultation piece, is our core services. And the core services in that list, a few slides back, was quite a lot. So it includes jetties and bridges, jetties and wharves, libraries. It's a whole lot of stuff for, like Anne said, a few ratepayers. And that cliff analogy, and it's come up a lot too. We kind of feel like we're standing on the edge of the cliff, and once you start going into that levels of depth that we're projecting, it's a slippery slope and an exponential slope down that's very hard to climb back up. So it's painted a good story, and I've referred to this LTP. Year one in this LTP is going to be locked in that 13.6%, depending on where we land after deliberations. But that's kind of informing our next year. But year 10 isn't locked in. It's a story of this position in time where we are now. If we're carrying on the trajectory that we've got in front of us, I'd see myself failing as a mayor if we were $300 million in debt at year 10 of this LTP. So I think we've got an opportunity at this point to use this as a story for where Southland potentially doesn't want to head towards the end of this LTP, and that's going to involve quite a bit of work, I think, essentially in that advocacy piece, and doing quite a bit of work or continuing to do quite a bit of work of what we've done so far. So there's a few kind of avenues and levers that we can pull, and when you look at this, the core part of this LTP, as it normally is with us, is our roading. We heard on day one of those deliberations quite a lot from the forestry sector, really good quality submissions with good data in there. And I've said this to a lot of councillors about utilising that, well, all of those sectors, and had those stats at the start there on how much Southland contributes to New Zealand, and New Zealand actually needs Southland, and it's those sectors that have actually are contributing to our national export market, the GDP on a nationwide whole, it's a good statement. But it's our roads and our bridges and our infrastructure that gets those sectors to that point. So we've got some really good data from the forestry sector, we've got some really good data from Federated Farmers, from Great South, and I see the next stage for us in that is working with those stakeholders and those ratepayers and our community to actually go up to Wellington with that story of, you need us to, I mean, the government's got a goal now of doubling their exports. So to achieve that goal, they need Southland to carry on performing the way that we're performing. And if we can perform better, if our roads are better and we're not having to pay twice for them. So there's a really good story there in terms of what Southland actually does. And the road user fuel excise piece, it's not fair for us, and it's not us saying that it's not fair and we need better. It's actually not fair in the fact that we are getting ripped off, for want of a better expression, in terms of what we're delivering and what we're getting back. So there's a piece there of advocacy, not just with us as a council, but with us going there with our ratepayers as one collective unit to show that. I see you got your hand up, Matt. Did you want to? Sorry?
Sorry, I took it down. I just had a question because of the slideshow referred to 18 wastewater treatment plants, but I was always under the understanding that we had 19.
There were two in Milford, which are not now classed as on the list, so that's why it's down at 18.
Okay, thanks for that.
And just putting that into perspective, and I think I've used it in front of everyone here, but just to kind of reify the fact that we've got the same number of wastewater plants as Auckland, and they've got a population of 1.6 million, and we've got a population of 30,000, and only 8,000 of our population contributes to the wastewater, and that's an important thing to reflect on as well in terms of where those rates expenses come in. We've got a very small portion of our population paying for, when you look at the impact that Three Waters renewals and expenditure has on only 8,000 people that are paying for it, because our rural sector that aren't connected aren't paying. And also, conversely, with the roading side of things, we've got a high proportion of the roading being paid for by the rural sector and not so much by the residential sector. And we've got that kind of split down the middle, so it makes quite an interesting dynamic in terms of how the rates are split. But yeah, Margie, you had a question?
I had a comment actually, Robin. Looking forward to that meeting in Wellington with your stakeholders. And I looked back on a lot of the comments made through the submission process from our farming community around the levels of service, and some very key players said they don't want to see a reduction in the level of service on our roading. And I noted Abel Kramer's comment, spread the cost of Three Waters over a longer period, and I know that it's all around that resource consent and the conversations that we're having, and redirect some of that finance to roading. I'm concerned about reducing the levels of service on our road network, because when you talk about what we're producing down here,
I don't want to get too far into the deliberation piece now, but part of that story, and we've heard loud and clear from our ratepayers again, they don't want to see us scaling back on our roading. And that forms part of the story of the government. We're saying our ratepayers need our roading to be at this level. And to get it at that level, it's going to cost this, and we can't go into having debt capacity isn't a good thing. And let's use all that debt capacity to fund our roading. Like, central government looked at that from time to time as, oh well, they've got heaps of debt capacity, they can just borrow. But you can't just borrow when you've only got 8,000 ratepayers funding that piece of the equation. Sorry, Don, did you?
Oh, thanks, Rob. Well, the message I heard from a large farmer group was that, yes, the roads need to be really good condition, but you need to prioritise, because you can't keep charging us these rates. So that's different to what you've just said around maintaining the existing roading network. That's not the message I heard.
We're kind of getting into the deliberation piece, and we can discuss that when we get into that roading piece. But I mean, there were various forms of feedback, but there was an overwhelming kind of sense going. We had the recommended option in there, and which was option 1, and we had quite a number going in at option 2, which is maintain the existing level of service. But yeah, we'll save that discussion for the deliberation piece. The next slide there is it's a stark reminder of kind of what our share of what we're bringing in for our road user and excise taxes. So, and that's over a 10-year period. So when you look at there, what we're bringing into the country. So this is the road user charges collected and the fuel tax that's paid for the fuel we get at the pump, and the shortfall coming back to Southland in terms of the bar rate that we get back. So out of 980 million, 551 came back. There's a $429 million deficit in there, which is quite significant.
Just to keep on that statistic, does that include?
That's regional.
Does that include what they?
Yep, so that's all of Southland's roads. And when we look at the next slide, it's very hard to read, but where the orange one So this is local rating share of the roading per rateable property. So the two above us are Auckland and the Chatham Islands. So two kind of outliers in terms of the national picture. So we're topping the charts in the wrong direction there. And this is to do with that FAR rate. And that highlights that point that I made before about how unfair this actually is for Southlanders who are effectively paying twice for their roads. So they're paying in their taxes, in their fuel taxes, and our ratepayers are also paying in the rates for that same. And when you look at the split of all the FAR rates up and down the country, I don't know if we've got that table in there, Anne, that we're looking at yesterday. No, it was missing. So sorry, there's a huge percentage of the country that are paying a lot more, getting a lot more in FAR rate, up in that sort of up to 75%. I'll forward you a table that we've got with a breakdown of North Island, South Island, and it aggregates the different percentages that each of the councils are getting. And we've worked out that we need to be getting about 71%. And the Great South kind of calculations that they've done, it said even up to 75% FAR rate. And there's other councils in the country that, when you can try and compare apples with apples, are getting a hang of a lot more than us. Councillor Boat-Pride?
Thank you, Rob. Is there any greater detail available? I mean, we know these numbers where we fall on why we are at the stage where we are, why others get 70, who we sort of think in the same boat?
Yeah, so there's an algorithm that they use to calculate the FAR, and it's based on a number of factors, including capital values, deprivation index, the number of centre-line kilometres. My view on that is we're getting punished because of the capital value side of things. So they're basically saying that we've got high capital value on our rural property, so we can then afford to kind of do it, as opposed, because the centre-line kilometres would be significant because we're really high. So it's those other two factors that I think are pulling us down. But the other piece of the puzzle is they've got that algorithm and that model, and then they've lifted the likes of Auckland up, so they've played with the model. But you've only got one pool of funding, so if you pull a lever in there, they're not bringing more money in.
Paying for it. We're subsidising.
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying we're subsidising Auckland on, which is interesting when you look at that that one that we've got there, that so Auckland does have a high share, which is I think why they pulled that lever, because Auckland were still paying quite a lot. And you look at the size of their roading projects that they're doing, when they're doing big tunnels under those sorts of things. So they've tried to bring that equity to Auckland without putting more money in. The only way they could do it was to...
But they're getting the nice to haves, whereas we don't have just the ones we essentially need.
Yeah. So that's the kind of avenue that we need to... And Waka Kotahi are kind of stuck as well because they're not getting more funding. So they're basically saying, well, if you go up to 70%, who are we going to take it from? And it becomes that competitive nature as well. So part of this needs to actually have... And when I have that meeting with the government, I'd like to have the Waka Kotahi hierarchy in there as well, so we can support their argument to get more funding into their pool. So we're not robbing from other councils who are in similar positions as well. So I think there's a wider kind of context to all of this in terms of the nationwide picture as well. We've heard a lot about affordability in our funding, and a lot of discussion around we can't afford $300 million worth of debt in year 10, but also the affordability even of our rates now. And we've got that rates rebate scheme out there that it's a government solution, I guess, or some people might say it's not a solution, but it's increased 5% from 24 to 25 at a maximum of 790. When I look at that and those increases are basically based on CPI, not on actual rates, which is what this is actually supposed to be helping people with, is their rates. And we know that rates don't go up in line with CPI because our inflation is different. And I think there's a piece here to advocate to government about the fact that these need to actually reflect what they're trying to solve. So if our rates are going up 13% and the rebate's only going up 5%, it's not actually helping those that can't afford them. And that's putting the pressure on us to become that social welfare type mechanism, which we're not really. It's kind of, I see that as more of an unfunded mandate on us to address something that central government should be addressing. And I know that as a sector, there's quite a lot of pushback going around that as well, and also lifting that minimum income threshold, because the minimum wage and everything's gone up quite substantially. I think it's about 30,300 or something at the moment, which is well below the minimum wage. So yeah, I think there's some work there that we can do as a sector to help support our ratepayers on those low incomes, to get that support. This graph here, if you look at the blue, that's central government taxation going back from 1895 right through to 2015. The orange is local government's share. So this is in comparison to as a percentage of GDP. So when you look at that, you can see right from the 1890s, we've consistently been at around about, with the exception of the Great Depression and World War I in there, 2% of GDP consistently. So that shows that local government continues, in relation to GDP, continues to stay on that same kind of line. Central government takes a hang of a lot more of that mix. So that gap in there highlights the funding issue that we have with local government and why we're having these hard conversations with our ratepayers about having to do propose a 13.6 rates increase. 92% of the, when you say tax and rates, tax in one, goes to government. We get 8% to do all of those services that Anne listed earlier on. We've got to do a hang of a lot with a little, and we've only got very limited funding mechanisms to actually fund that, with it primarily being rates. The other biggest part is that FAR rate that we get back from the government, which we've already identified isn't enough. So that whole system of funding local government is inherently broken, and I think everyone knows that, but it's what we can do. And these kind of pictures highlight it quite clearly. And I mean, I quite like all the graphs that Anne's put in those previous ones as well. Picture paints 1,000 words, and when you look at that graph, it makes it very clear where the majority of that funding is going and how we're kind of stuck with what we've got. So one of the examples that has been put out there is to get GST back on rates to, so not back to the ratepayers, but back to us, which I guess is inherently going back to the ratepayers. But for us, if that was initiated now, we'd get an extra $10.7 million. So if we looked at every 1% of rates, it's probably what now, 700,000? So there's 12, 13%. So that it's significant. Well, I guess it'll almost be 15% if you look at it on what GST is.
Having those conversations now.
Yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that we need to do. And also, at one of the community sessions that I went to, at the end of it, the community actually said we need to get in behind our council and support as well. And this is the kind of thing I think we need to, rather than just trying to do it on our own, take our communities on us with the journey, because it's very easy to, and I said this to Federated Farmers as well, we understand that the roading is a very expensive part of you doing your business, but we've still got to deliver those roads, and it costs what it costs. And yes, we can be as efficient as, and we need to continue to work on all of that kind of stuff, the productivity, the efficiency, all of that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that cost is there, and we need to work together to make sure that that cost is actually fairly reflected on what you do. So it's, yeah, taking everyone on the journey with us, I think, is going to be the key, and as a sector as well, sort of pushing that. So if we go to the next slide, which I've kind of already been talking about, and I might even, do you want to have a
Yeah, look, I wouldn't mind just, thank you. And thank you, Anne and all the team. So I guess I'm reflecting on the fact that this LTP is a point in time. That if I was to pick up the analogy of the cake, it's well mixed, but actually you don't get to choose the ingredients. The team have done their best, you've done your best, but actually it's not going to be very tasty. That's the hard fact. We do continue to challenge ourselves how we go about things. Actually, we are in the ears of the contractors all the time. One thing that came through in the submissions, which I was very heartened by, was a recognition that the efforts that we are making to work more with our communities are starting to pay off. And there was a strong desire expressed both in the written and verbal submissions for us to continue to do more with the communities. And it's a desire of mine that we enable more work that we pay for, that rates pay for, to be done by the community, so that money stays there. And that's around, you know, how we procure and how we enable. That's actually quite a step up for us in terms of the intensity in which we're working out in the community. So I guess I'm just trying to reflect that, you know, in the work that you did in asset management and activity plans that all led into this, you know, those small changes in there are actually reflecting in us trying to work more and more with the community. It's incredibly easy in the hunt for efficiency to put all the work into one contract, and then we only need one administrator. In theory, it sounds really good, and we know the catastrophic effect that that's had on the communities over successive years. So actually we have, if you like, a competitive tension going on here about how do you as a council look after Southland? Because actually I believe that when Southland has realised just how much has been taken out of this province by the changes in Wellington, I think people will be shocked. Because yes, you are responsible essentially for core infrastructure, but you will see successively that the health dollar is going, the MSD dollar is going, all those facilities and capabilities that actually our people rely on aren't going to be there anymore. And that money's not coming back in a proportional way, and yet here you are stuck with having to do an LTP. The auditors are queued up outside ready to go because, of course, the Auditor General has another crack at this as soon as we clear it through the next day. Just there was a passing reference before to maybe shifting the Three Waters money into roading. So just again, actually you don't have a lot of options here, unfortunately. We don't have a lot of options because the water services delivery plans, which are being mandated, also require that we report to government on the state of the current water assets, Three Waters assets, and also sets out the strategy for how council will deliver financially sustainable water services and meet the regulatory standards. And unfortunately for us at the moment, those regulatory standards have not changed. The regulator is still there. The regulator has real teeth. So actually, I'd like to just reflect again on what Anne said earlier. Actually, successive councils in Southland District have been very good custodians of the asset, and they've taken nice practical decisions. But sometimes we get to the end of life, and we don't have any choice but to go into that renewal cycle. And as every year that I can think of, submitters do come and say, actually, we don't think you should spend money on something that's not necessary, and the temptation to in effect default on the depreciation obligation and keep the rates down by deferring that, you can only do it for so long. And we're at that stage where actually, you know, we don't particularly like the number. You know, because we started at a high number before we even got to the draft LTP to go out and talk about, that we'd significantly reduced it. And I'm also proud of everybody because actually we went out and had a conversation about a meaningful number that's mostly directed towards good, solid work that Southland has been doing. So we know that it's going to be reasonably challenging forward. We definitely know the community's hurting, but we've also got an LTP that the law requires us to do, even if actually we don't actually genuinely believe that the numbers that are forecast for year 10 is what's actually going to happen. Yep, sorry.
And the challenge that we've got, if you go back to that slide that Anne had with the 9% depreciation in there, we don't have icing on our cake. Our cake's very basic. So we could go out this year and say, right, well, we'll do a 4% rates increase and just get rid of that depreciation aspect. And that'll all get us lots of votes next year. We'll all look really good. But what does that do to those future years after that by taking that out? And that highlights to me, and I've had a few conversations with people over the last couple of months around this as well, is that's not icing on the cake, that dark blue spike. That's actually making sure that we've got the right ingredients in that cake, that it's actually going to last more than 10 seconds, and we're not going to make our future people that eat the cake sick. My allergy's going a bit strange now, but yeah, I think when you look at those pictures, you get a real true, those graphs, you get a real true kind of reflection on the reality that we're in, where we are focusing on the basics, and the basics for us are that core infrastructure, and also, to me, the basics are not setting up our future generations to fail. I want to see a council sitting here in 20, 30, 40 years' time thanking us for the custodianship that we did, rather than pointing the finger at us and saying, you guys dropped the ball there and you focused too much on going through at a really low rates increase, but now look what we're faced with, and we are having to do a whole lot of debt, and you've set us up to fail. So I think we've got a real fine line to balance between where we land today in terms of setting up the future Southland to succeed. Councillor Wise?
Thanks, Your Worship. It's been good setup that you've done, and I do agree that all this advocacy with central government needs to go ahead, but we had a pretty clear message from this LTP process that the community felt that we needed to reduce our spending. And I know we're relying on this Three Waters and the roading as having this effect on our budgets, but that's not the only spending that the council does. That only forms about half of the spending that the council does. At no point are we looking at the other half and looking at ways to reduce that. You say you don't want to be the mayor with $300 million worth of debt. You're going to have to look at that other half of spending, otherwise you will be.
And the CE touched on that point of that we're working on as being as efficient as possible all the way through. Because of a line in the sand right now, I think as an organisation we continually need to have a look at what we're spending, how we're spending it, how efficient we are. It's a continual drive to do as much as possible with as little as possible, and part of that comes down to utilising local contractors in our communities, because that, in a sense, could be and should be cheaper. But it's those sorts of things, like we continually need to be looking at that change. I've got Councillor Greenie with your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, my question is, based on this presentation, what sort of sense do you have around where your discussions with government might land, particularly given that they've thrown out the future for local government work?
I think if you look at the trip that Fran, Cameron and myself made up to Wellington probably 2-3 months ago now, that was a trip that I was pleasantly surprised with the appetite to listen. And I think if we continue that advocacy piece in terms of that kind of stuff before this legislation gets made, rather than trying to fight it at the 11th hour when in select committees, which based on previous experience doesn't really achieve anything. It's front-footing it with the data and the stats and that kind of picture, rather than going, oh, we can't afford this, poor us, but actually saying this is like that sort of quantified data piece. And I mean, I know from that discussion that we had with both DIA and Te Mata Arawai, when you show the Winton example of, and you say, put yourself in our shoes, how do you fund $60 million worth of wastewater plant for a population of 2,000 people? And yeah, it's that kind of, it's the way that we have those discussions, and I think back to our own consultation piece with the forestry sector on that first day. Those were really good submissions that were really easy to follow, really good to listen to. It makes you want to help that sector with the quality of the submissions, and if we can behave in the same way rather than just sort of whinging and moaning, but actually being constructive and providing solutions, I think that's the If there's no further discussion, it might be a good time to have a break for a cuppa, and then we can get into the full part of the day. So we'll adjourn for 10 or 15 minutes. What do we now? We'll come back at 5 to 12.
I'm hungry like a wolf.
Welcome back, everyone. So we'll now begin the deliberation phase of today, and the first topic we're going to discuss is the one that we didn't actually put a preferred option out there. We wanted to hear from our community, and we've certainly heard from our community. So I'll hand over to Anna, Fran, and Cindy.
Thank you. Oops. Oh, I think I've just gone. Okay, this could be interesting. I'll give it a whirl. Sorry about that. False start. So, as we all know, the Te Anau Manapuri, or Te Anau Airport Manapuri, it has rental and fee income, which has not been sufficient to deal with the operating expenses of the airport. There has been a shortfall in the previously ranging between 217,000 to 320,000, which the Fiordland ratepayers have funded. The LTP over the next LTP, we're looking at range between 260,000 to 395,000 that would need to be funded. And the discussion is about what that funding, how that funding will continue. Will it be the status quo, how it has previously been, which is the Fiordland ratepayers pay, or will it be some other portion split with the general ratepayers? What you'll note is previous to this consultation, the consultation has returned a 50-50 split, that it could go either way, be some funded by ratepayers or the Fiordland ratepayers. So this is, I guess, is a principle of funding a strategic asset across the district. That's probably a question that we're actually talking about today is the key here. It's probably not so much the dollars. The dollar impact is hugely significant for some of the options, and I'll go through that and talk to that. So just in terms of recap, there's 5 options that we consulted on. Option 1 was no change to the funding. Option 2 was a 30% with the general ratepayer, and obviously 70% for the Fiordland ratepayer still paying. Option 3, 50% general ratepayer funded, 50% for the Fiordland ratepayers, 100% ratepayer funded just across the district, or option 5 was any other alternative, so anything between 1 and the 99, I guess, landing, they could give us an option. So some of the feedback, and I want to go through the options one by one. So option 1, this is what this is, you know, in general terms, what the submitters were essentially saying. So option 1 being the no change to the funding, so Fiordland ratepayers would pay for the shortfall. So a user pays system should be implemented, being the most common theme, and that the airport should be generating greater revenue from its current activities. The airport does not provide benefit to wider district ratepayers. These are the comments from the submitters, remember, that chose this particular option. Council should wait for the outcome of the Great South Review. Those were generally the themes of what were coming through from those that submitted on option 1. Option 2 submitters, this is where 30% would be funded by the general rates. So 30% maximum justifiable in an economic climate. Submitters believe this to be a fair option at this stage with all what's going on and the key issues impacts. The second bullet point is just going into the airport Southland District strategic asset. The entire region gets benefit from the airport, therefore all Southland District ratepayers should contribute towards its operational costs. So, but they're seeing it as a smaller proportion because at that 30% rather than a 50-50 split. The next one goes into the 50-50 split. And this one, sort of similar to what option 2 submitters are saying, but some also felt that the majority of benefit was in Fiordland, so it shouldn't be more than the 50-50 split in their mind. There were also some general comments on the need for improved management of the airport and its future viability. I think that theme sort of came through most of the submissions. Submitters for option 4, they were generally the airport saying that the airport is Southland District strategic asset and the entire region gets benefit from the airport, therefore all Southland District ratepayers should contribute towards its operational costs. The airport is essential for emergency management. The region shares the benefit, so should share the burden of the costs or the additional costs that need to be funded. And option 5 submitters, we had sort of had this one where it could be a variety between anything between, they might say 20% or, 40% or something. That's not actually how this one played out, interestingly, because it was they could give any alternative. What lots of them stated in here were you could just sell the airport. And some submitters felt that the airport was a drain on finances and had never been a viable operation for returning a profit for council. There was probably a fair portion that had put that one forward, and unfortunately, in terms of decision making today, that would actually have to be a complete topic for an LTP topic or an annual plan topic to consult formally on that if we were to look at that option. Just selling the airport, so it's probably not on the table for today, but we could obviously go away from here and do some more work in there if that was the desire post the deliberations. But they wouldn't be relevant for this LTP at this point in time. Make the airport a commercial operation with funding from commercial users and utilising the airports to host more of the car club visits or other big events that might occur in the Fiordland or Southland area. User pay option obviously was put on the table. Why should they fund the airport through rates when they are unlikely to use it? And considering alternative options for funding or change the management structure. They were general themes that were coming through from that submitters in number 5, option 5. So what I've done here is just to outline the total number of submitters on this topic. So we had 166 submitters, and you can see the spread of the percentages and numbers. So very much at first glance, you can see that options that was preferred would appear to be option 1. I want to just go down and have a look at that because council didn't have a preferred option. It was very clear that we didn't have a preferred option. We just wanted to hear from our community on which one would be the one that they looked at. And at first glance, option 1 does look like the main option. I did just want to put on the table the fact that if you add up those that did think that some portion should be funded by general ratepayers, so therefore combining options 2, 3 and 4, and I didn't feel 5 is more comments rather than providing an option as such, then that comes to a total of 60. So 66 versus 60 does seem like quite a comparable, and it's almost back to that same thing of a 50-50 split between submitters, what we've previously had in previous LTP or consultation on this topic previously. So I guess there's no real surprise that we didn't have the council didn't have a preference going out there, but in the past it's been a 50-50 split. This would illustrate something similar. I did want to just quickly point out the dollars. I haven't got a slide for that one, but essentially on a $500,000 property outside of Fiordland, it would be $3.88, or approximately under $4 on the rates bill. If you went with the 30% option, which is option 2, and that would be a reduction on a $500,000 property, remembering, that would be a reduction of about approximately $29 or just under $29 for the Fiordland community ratepayer. So that would take Fiordland down from 109 down to 80 if that was a $500,000 property. So $29 reduction approximately. So I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, every dollar counts, and it is important. I think what I've put here, I'm not prepared to give you a recommendation of which one to go with, but I do think that you wouldn't go with it would appear from the submissions that you wouldn't be going with the higher 100%. However, that's still an option. I haven't put it on the table. I've put on the table what has sort of come out from the submissions, and you're welcome to choose any of the options that are there and available. So just to make that clear, status 1, option 1 or option 2, 30% would be from the submission perspective what would be appropriate to look at. So, over for questions or...
Thanks, Fran. And I think we keep mentioning timing of things, and if we could control everything to perfection, we would have had that review, that Great South review, coming out prior to this process. So it's a bit unfortunate that the timing of that is going to come out after this, because that could, and as a few people have pointed out, it could actually change people's viewpoints on what the future might be. So it's and just my initial thoughts as well. I mean, we're not talking about a huge amount of money here in terms of a ratepayer having to pay an extra less than $4 a year. So it becomes a principle, and it's going to be political judgment, I think, between the two. I guess hence that reluctance for us to put a preferred option and for staff to put a preferred option. And today we're hopefully going to come up with an outcome. But yeah, I'll open up the floor for questions.
Thanks for the report. I guess one of the biggest dangers is that nothing actually happens with option 1, the status quo. I'm concerned that I've got. It was interesting seeing in your figures, I think it was option 2, the similarities between option 2 and option 4, was it? In terms of proportionality, one was considerably more in terms of a percentage of funding, 30%, but the sentiment was still there. So to me, that sort of says that the community at large feel that they do want some change, and that it will come at a cost. But in terms of what Mayor Scott was talking about, the proportional cost versus the cost of doing nothing is considerable as well. So from a personal perspective, I know that you're finding it hard to make a decision over it, and we're finding it hard to make a decision over it as well. I just hope that maybe we work it. Would it be possible to have option 2 in conjunction with Great South's report? Would it be possible to look at that as an option or not?
I think from a financing perspective, it would be pretty hard to juggle that. I mean, we need to land on something. I think. Yeah.
So through you, Your Worship,
whatever decision, this has got a direct correlation to the rates that have been struck at the end of August. So essentially we need to
Get it done now.
We need to know.
In terms of that though, because we've got flexibility at the moment under the current policy to go up to 30% without even this going through. So to Tom's point, is there an ability to kind of do a subjective kind of, I guess we need to decide on that.
So through your worship, the revenue and financing policy gives you that gateway of what percentage, whether you're in your high, low or medium band, which is what you're referring to. When it comes to striking the rates, we actually have to be able to say it's coming out of the airport mandatory rate at whatever off Fiordland alone, or actually of the rating amount that we need to collect. We're going to be collecting 30% of that through the general rate funding through the mechanisms that we talked about. So we have to be quite specific about that as we flow through the process, and certainly for our long-term plan document, we include our sample properties and all of that, so these calculations will flow directly into those sample properties as well.
So in terms of that kind of, if we were to do it subject to that review and say go at for instance 30% now, we could review that at the next annual plan and take that back to zero again, but we couldn't take it to 50 without going out for consultation. Is that?
Question. Can't remember. Unfortunately, I can't remember where we landed with revenue and financing policy. That's the document that will make that call about whether you'd have to go back.
Mr. Chair, you'll be going through an annual plan process at that time. So you'd go out and as part of that annual plan process, propose what you would want to do, because you've already got your revenue and financing policy with the limits, and you'll just be saying, within that limit, this is what we want to do.
So I've got Councillor Byers next, but I just wanted to double check. Were you talking about exactly what we're talking about at the moment, Donald? Because I think Christine's got something she wants to say relevant to that. So do you mind
carry on?
Christine going first?
My question was about that as well, because I feel very uncomfortable with making a decision today without the report from Great South that outlines, well, we don't know what will outline, but we'll have more information so you get a fully informed decision. So that was my question about whether we can put it on hold, and then next year we could look at the same question again, and that it still allows you to strike the rate, or does the long-term plan, because it's for 10 years, means we have to make the decision today?
So your annual plan process will enable you to change those percentages in line with your revenue and financing policy?
Yes.
Yeah. The only thing that's not on the table except in a long-term plan is where people have talked about selling it. We have to, as the strategic asset, must go through the long-term plan and special consultation process. Anything else you could, unless we're breaching the revenue and financing policy, we can run backward, we can go change it in an annual plan through that process, and that would potentially make sense for you when we're coming back with the annual plan, when you have that greater piece of information to then go, this is what we think.
Well, we can say, well, it seems, it will be $1 per rate bill. The decision impacts over the years, and we don't know what impact the interventions are going to create as well. And for some, that is just an amount that will be difficult to actually pay their rates bill. So it is challenging.
So Councillor Byers, Councillor Ruttenclaw and Councillor Graney.
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, it doesn't matter how there's a number of ways you could look at those figures, but it would seem to me that option 1 and 5, 2/3 of the submitters don't want to see the airport funded across the district. And I think the reason is that they really recognise that it's a drain on the Te Anau Manampori ratepayers. So something needs to be done, not passing it on to the rest of the ratepayers. That was pretty clear, I think, in the submission.
One of my observations in terms of the sort of consultation period, talking to people and on that open day out at the airport, that Great South Review actually plays quite a big role in terms of people's understanding of what's going to happen. And I saw quite a few people change their viewpoint from we shouldn't fund this at all, or we should sell it, all those kinds of statements, to okay, well there's actually something, and there's a piece of work being done, and it's identifying some changes. So I'm a bit more comfortable now to potentially look at it, because it's not what it has been in the past, and that review is going to have a different outcome for the airport. So again, it's a timing thing for where we're at now, and it's hard for people to get that understanding. I think we do need to take that into account a little bit. Councillor Ruttenclaw?
Thanks, Rob. I agree around the Great South Review. I'd really like to see that. I'm looking at, say, look at option 2, if a 30% general rate was funded around the district, I'd really like to see some tight reviews around the coming back to us. I know Great South, we haven't got the report. We have a small idea of what some of the plans are. And I spoke to Councillor Graney last week, and is there an end point for the airport if this does not work? Because you can't continually invest in a business that's not performing.
Well, it's hard to predetermine the outcome of the review, and I think that's the first step in kind of identifying what those stages are. And I guess like anything, you'd continually review what you're doing, and if it's not working, you'd make changes or potentially look at. I mean, I think options need to stay on the table for the future if something doesn't work. But I guess it's the same question you could ask of any of our assets in terms of what we do with them and that continual monitoring, rather than just sort of putting it to the side and forgetting about it, which I think is one of the keys. Councillor Graney?
Thank you, Worship. I think, you know, I actually think that there is very much a 50-50 split here. And I do think that given the work that was done in terms of the open days and the work that Diane Holmes did, just in terms of visiting all the various community boards as part of that consultation process, actually did build understanding, and I think that's actually why we've landed with, if you look at the comments from submitters, we've landed with 3 community boards who have actually supported option 2, or different, you know, certainly not gone out in favour of option 1, but supported either option 2, 3, or 4. So I think we need to take consideration of the weighting around those. In terms of the Great South report, you know, I also agree, you know, there is a timing issue here. However, there's also that element of it that, you know, if we sit back and say, oh, well, we'll just wait till the Great South report comes, it's almost like the district saying, oh, well, we'll wait and see what Great South says, and if it looks good, we're in. If it doesn't look good, we're out. And I believe that there is a decision to be made here. I think Great South are doing some great work in this space, and they've actually provided a lot of clarity around the airport and what its potential is moving forward. And I think there has been one report that's come to council already, just as an interim report. So I do think we need to look at that. I think the other point around closure, we gave Great South a very strong mandate to look at going hard and going strong in terms of the development of the airport. I don't disagree that we, you know, if things didn't pan out, then we'd need to look at another option. However, what I think we need to bear in mind is that having invested the money into Great South to get the airport on track, is that we wouldn't be looking at going back to the previous status where we just had council and Quash as custodians of the airport.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Vaporai?
Thank you, Rob. I'll disagree with the graph that Fran showed here, and I'll sort of reiterate what Councillor Byers and Councillor Ruttenclaw said. With 40% preferring status quo and 24% preferring option 5, which is, you know, something else, for me that's 2/3 not agreeing with any of this funding mechanism. Councillor Graney mentioned that 3 community boards went, you know, they are preferring, which option is that one? Option 2. And I can read out the remarks of my community board, the Wallace one, which says, we prefer option 2, 30%, with ongoing review as to the profitability of the airport. This is the most we feel we can justify in this economic climate. Now, the split of the community boards is also a third going in preference of this, and that pretty much reflects the communities also, with 65% going for either option 1 or 5 and the rest there. But the key sentiment there is, I think that's what we need to look at. It is, where does this end? How long will we continue to fund this? And if they do not want the cost socialized in this economic climate, though I think that principle remains at any given time, that which community stands to gain the most. And that's where we as a council need to make this decision, that what are we going with in the current economic climate. And on principle also, we can have a report which can talk of potential, but how long will we continue funding the airport as a council if that potential doesn't really translate into real action? Because whatever we decide, there needs to be an end point to this, after which we say we devolve this, strategic or not, we cannot afford this.
I guess that's part of that annual plan process that we've got to actually annually review this. If not, I mean, I don't know if we can do it in between annual plans to do a significant change like that. But I mean, at the very least, we've got an annual process to be able to take it right back to 0 or right up to 33% in the current framework. I've got that right. Councillor Menzies?
Sorry, just a question more than anything, that the report that's been completed by Great South could come out with recommendations that require the investing of more money in order to make progress overall. And that's likely to, if that's the case, have an impact on the draw-on rates as well. So while we're discussing again sort of a dollar a bill now, we don't know what's ahead because we haven't got that report. And appreciate Councillor Graney's comments in relation to that. But it does make for a difficult decision because while I've certainly had ratepayers, kind of, indicating 30% sounds okay, I've had others that say, well, the benefits that are described are not really what I think are correct. I don't want to prevaricate, but yes, if there was some way that we could consider the full report, it would be useful. But again, the ratepayers in Southland will have similar concerns, because if the recommendations are to invest more, does that come from the difference come from the Southland ratepayers, or are we making a decision that will invest from other funds that we might have somewhere else?
Just before I jump over to you, Councillor Wilson, I've just got a follow-up question from Councillor Menzies one, in terms of if this was funded by the Auckland Community Board as a whole, and that report came out with a suggestion of an investment of X dollars, could Council agree to invest X dollars in that airport with it structured in that way? Curly question, I know, but just...
So you would be, I guess, if it was asking for X dollars to go in, presumably it would be not an overnight cost. It would take some time for that to go through.
I was thinking like a loan funding, like a significant capital kind of...
Yeah, so currently, and as part of this process, the Southland Community Board paid off the loans that had been existing. So there certainly has been loan funding, and we would continue to go loan funding for that kind of capital investment. The question would then become whether you would consider at that stage to indicate for a revision at an annual plan about where the rates were coming from, where they're going to be rated fully over the Southland as it has been historically, or bringing in that district portion. And the reason I say that's possible is because, of course, we don't draw down loans until the end of a financial year, and so then it's the ratepayers getting, even if we do work in 24-25 for some reason, if it goes through that process, the rating impact of those loan repayments won't be until 25-26, which would be a new annual plan cycle.
So to keep it clean, you'd need to have that distinct kind of separation, wouldn't you? Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Rob and team. Just going back to the earlier discussion around the kind of if we were to land on option 2, and then readdress in the annual plan process after the Great South report has come through. I feel like as a timeline that gives the most fail-safe, addressing the consultation we've just done, but also allowing for a better look at what the future might have to re-ask that question through the annual plan process. I guess if option 5 and something like to divest the asset was to go ahead, then based on it being Fiordland board funded up until this point, then you'd think that any gains from a sale would also be retained purely by that community board area. So it raises the question, which is kind of what this whole thing's about, is this a district asset or is this just a localised asset? And how it's funded going forward, how it's managed going forward, is really dependent on kind of where we go with this, not just now, but in the next 24 months, including that annual plan process post the Great South review. I think, just to put 2 cents in of my own, I think from a process that we've seen in a single triennium, from a topic that was discussed back at election time in the Fiordland area, to a review that's been kicked off, a really engaged process with the community boards, engaging with other community boards, a solid consultation with the community. There's lots of options, so that adding option 5 in there does, you might support option 5, but in the meantime also support option 2 to get to what a divestment might look like. So I think what was discussed earlier, I support, and I think it's fair and representative of what the submissions were, even though you could interpret the data other ways. But if we look at the fact that some people that would support option 5, they'd also want to see whatever benefits could come out of option 5 would be spread district-wide. Otherwise, status quo, then it's obviously purely localised, in my view.
Thanks, Matt. I'm just thinking in terms of, getting close to lunchtime too, but in terms of how we actually address this process. I've just been talking to Fiona as well. We can do this in 2 ways. We can decide each option now and then just sort of ratify it at the end with all of the with all the recommendations, or we can finish this discussion and then just go through it all at the end. So do we have kind of a preferred approach from the table as to whether we want to address each one at the time and actually come up with an option now, or leave it, Catherine?
Address each one
Separately.
Yeah. We get on midnight otherwise, I think.
Nicole?
Yeah, just through you, just to clarify, I think probably the recommendations on the screen, we're just missing one key piece. So the revenue and financing policy that went out that Council endorsed in June actually had all of the options, and that policy does require a directive. So I'd be looking for us to confirm a second recommendation on there, which is to confirm whichever option that you got, that is reflected also in the revenue and financing policy. And what that does is it uses the low band. So if you pick either of those options, they will both be covered under the low band, okay, of general rate funding. So so I would just need a second and it would be covered in both of those. What you're doing here is deciding how much money in the actual LTP you're going to allocate, which is a separate issue. So yeah, we just look for a second recommendation.
They won't change the banding in their policy in terms of being able to, in an annual plan process, change it, even if we did option 1 now. Status quo means that we've still got the ability to do up to 33%, is it?
Yeah, so because the policy works in bands, so it's anything from 0 to 33%, 33 to 66, and 66 and over. And I just need to know that you're happy with low, even if you set it as a 0 amount, or if you set it at 30% for the LTP.
Menzies?
So that probably answers the question to an extent. So we're looking at either option 1 or 2, but when the report comes back into us with the recommendations, at that time we can look at the detail about how they might be applied or agreed with. So that's a whole separate process.
So it looks like we haven't got any further questions. What I might do is just go around the table for everyone's preferences to make sure that we get a kind of they need an opportunity, and Councillor Keith hasn't said much on this one yet, so I'm looking at in that direction to go first.
Thank you. I can see that. Well, my concern about this is what sort of a precedence does it set to other strategic assets when communities coming to us saying this is strategic, we want you to do it. I can empathise that it's not a huge amount of money that we're talking about when you put it across all the ratepayers, and that we heard from some ratepayers in Te Anau that were struggling to stay there, you know, like I can see that will be a benefit to them. I'm still totally undecided really because of the precedent thing, but also because that Great South review hopefully will give us a way forward. And so I'm sort of tending towards sticking with the status quo at this moment and being able to develop a complete package that tells us, enables us to tell the ratepayers what they'll actually be due for, if there's more funding required or if it's an out or whatever. Not that I don't necessarily want to spread it out or, yes.
Absolutely. Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, it's quite a sticky one, this, isn't it? Yes, based on the data from the ratepayers and the proportion, as I said before, between option 2 and option 4, and the sentiment around some form of funding, ratepayer funding, being required, but also bringing in option 5, which is, I think, effectively saying, well, you know, is it appropriate for council? How much of a strategic asset is this? And what is the overall plan for the future? Should private equity, in some respect, be introduced? In the fullness of time, I don't want to see option 1, status quo. I think something's got to move in some way, shape or form. And I think all of the hard work that the staff and Great South have done, and players in the community boards, which has been discussed earlier, would be remiss of us to look at option 1, status quo, as an option in the long term. I understand that we have been given the tools to move on that in the AMP. Finding it difficult to answer this question. My gut feeling at the very beginning was to look at option 2. If you were to tell me to make a decision right now, I'm going for option 2.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wilson, you're on the virtual table.
Virtual table, I'm happy to, based on all the conversations over the triennium, plus the consultation piece and the pieces at the community board level, and I guess the understanding that the strategic asset is in a pathway to be utilised as a strategic asset, and that the mandate is for it to be for the benefit of the whole district or the whole region. I'm happy to support landing on option 2.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Graney.
Thank you, Worship. I can probably give the short answer, which is option 2, but I think in justifying that, I think that we are in a position where we want to make this step change forward, and you know, we've always said from a Fjord and Community Board point of view that having this strategic asset in our area and having to fund it fully and completely has been a challenge for our community, and therefore, you know, for that reason, Council wants to see it as a strategic asset. We need to develop it as a strategic asset, and it needs to be funded accordingly.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Pride.
Thank you, Rob. On my own, I'm sort of inclined to stay with the status quo until the report comes out, but I'll be guided with what my board went with, which was option B, but with the proviso that we have a timeline and some limit to the funding. How far do we go there? When will we look at it? those need to be there, and they need to be there very firmly, that this should not be taken as a signal to just keep funding this endlessly. So for now, option B, thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Well, Fran started off very eloquently and suggested that there was a matter of principle here, and I agree. We've got an asset now, big question mark over whether it's strategic, given that nobody really uses it. But I have some sympathy for the ratepayers up there who are forced to fund it. But I'm just concerned that if we start funding it across the district, which is what it seems like you're leaning towards doing, on principle basis, you're asking the ratepayers to fund a loss-making entity. Now, of course, we hope that it can be turned around. There's this report coming from Great South, so hopefully that something can be done constructively with that airport, but until there's a clear plan, I don't believe the ratepayers should be funding this. Something needs to happen, but not subsidisation across the district. That's a backward step.
So then option one?
Option one. Awaiting the report.
Thank you. Councillor Rudden.
Thanks, Rob. Lots of discussion around here. I'm going to go back to the not having the report and acknowledging the challenge for Fiordland, and I believe that the seaport could be a strategic asset, but I wouldn't put it there right now. I'm going to talk about the precedent that we're setting when we look at some of our other the wharves in Stewart Island and some of our other assets. There is an opportunity here, though, that when I look at where we're sitting and what Great South has already presented, there's such an opportunity going forward. I look to what our ratepayers have said, and there's pretty much a split, and I'm going to go with option two.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fraser.
I'm going to go with option one. Really thinking just it's around, I'd like to see the full opportunity, the full where it lands, and could be very swayed in an annual plan process to look at changing that. That presented a fuller picture. I think the $3 for a ratepayer is quite fine, but that plan could come in and it could suddenly be more, and then there's the capital value change. So I just don't think that's enough to swing to option two. So I'm a one.
So Councillor Rudden, did you want to?
Can I just add to that? I would, at option two, I would like some sort of coincidental in there around tight reviews around the airport.
Councillor Menzies.
Like Councillor Keast, I've been swaying back and forth over the conversation, and I don't see it as possible for the Fiordland ratepayer to invest any further in whatever may come out from the Great South review, and I came in thinking really need that information. But that's going to tell us to go one way or the other, and I think we need to find that out. But obviously I think we need to make a decision today. I will go with option B, providing there's a really tight project management approach to this with timeframes in place, and almost thinking quarterly reporting back on achievement against those milestones. I appreciate there's been significant investment already by the Fiordland community, but also by us in requesting this report to come from Great South. So rather than stop that investment partway through, prepared to go through and listen, but there's only two other long-term options for whatever those recommendations are that come out. It's either continued investment or it's actually to then go out for consultation on whether we keep that. And we did make the decision, was that last triennium, that was strategic asset. The nature of the discussion around the table reflects again the complexity of this. But it's also we, I think, can differentiate what our decision here compared with what might be asked for in the future. In other sense, that the precedent effect, because I've already, say, invested in a report, looked ahead what the possibilities are, and prepared to give that a go, but also to be fully aware we may need to make a difficult decision in the very near future, because we don't have any information at this stage on what the work that's already been done, whether that's actually reduced some of the costings. Yes, option B.
Yes, Councillor. And I think I'll just share my view briefly. And I kind of agree with everyone around the table. We've had such good discussion on this today, and there's some really valid points raised, and I won't repeat what other people have said, but to me, and again, listening to our ratepayers, which is an important part of what we need to do through this process, it's that word accountability that a few of the councillors have referred to, and making sure that because it gets district funded, it doesn't mean that it's just easy, we're going to throw some money in there and do it. In terms of having that robust process, and I think Councillor Menzies just referred to that quarterly reporting coming back, so that council's keeping its eye on the ball with this. And like, I'd like to see this, and I've got confidence in the process that's being followed at the moment with this review, that it is going to have a good outcome. To Councillor Pye's point, I think it would be great to see it turn into an asset. We don't know right now. It's status quo. It could be referred to as a liability, but I think we need to have some confidence in the process, and with the accountability that's been asked for in this room, I would also support option 2. And looking at the numbers, it looks like option 2 has got across the line. That one. So I think we'll, in terms of the process, I'll just check with Fiona if procedurally it's okay. So we'll sit on that one now as that's the outcome, and then we'll tie it in at the end when we're moving it all, rather than trying to move different parts of the day at this time. Thank everybody for a very. This was always going to. This is probably the hardest. The smallest rating amount probably is going to have the hardest discussion, and all of you it's going to be a difficult discussion, but that was a really good one, so thank you everyone. And good time to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 10:00.
Yep, I decided no, I'm going to go with that.
I just end up reading I can't die in the cold. No, I do eat. We should have given them cake today. They were paid 79 45 cents to replace the bulk of coffee. We couldn't give them all coffee at lunch.
Where was that?
Not a perfect user.
Where was that? 45. 45 got with them.
Page 79. Feeling a bit lonely down there.
Sarah, are you there?
Nice, it is zen. I can stretch my elbows, stretch my legs without worrying.
Coffee wherever you like.
Precisely.
Right, everybody, we're back online. Thank you for coming back. We're now going to kick off with a piece of discussion that I think no one's really interested in at all. And,
not at all.
If anyone's like me, we've been counting axles on trucks over the last few weeks on the road. So yeah, what defines us as Southland District Council, I think, is roading. So I imagine we're going to have a good chat about this. And we've got Anthony coming in any time now, but I'll hand over to Anne and Nicole to kick off.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. We're on the paper related to this is actually on page 132 of the agenda. So I'm just going to do like a very short recap of what we were consulting on and the feedback that we got, and then we're going to move forward in terms of what staff have been thinking about how do we do what options we might have and how we move forward. So just to recap, we have an established funding policy principle where we allocate a larger share of our roading rate to heavy vehicle sectors, and that's for this exacerbated component, given the greater impact that a heavy vehicle has on a road compared to a car or a light vehicle. And then we allocate the rest of our rating rate based on general rating principles. So we have a fixed component of UTR, which is really about access, and we have the rest of it gets allocated according to property capital value. Just to put in your mind, the 5,000 k's of roads that we talked about before, 95% of those roads, or that length of road, is in the rural area, and 5% of that is in the urban area. So in our LTP, we were facing increased roading costs. So we had a rate increase of 26%, I think it's actually 27%, I got that wrong. And so our rates were going from 16.8 million to 21.3 million. And that's because the cost of roading had increased, and we're going to be talking about that later on today. So the challenge then is, how do we allocate those costs? So in our draft LTP, because of that cost increase, we were proposing two key changes to our the way we allocate roading rates. The first was to increase the proportion that we allocate to heavy vehicles. Okay? So, and the way that we do that is by charging a higher amount per tonne. So what I'm just showing there on that screen there is in 23-24, when we charged at $1.10 per tonne, we took 27% of our total roading rate that way. Okay? If we'd kept that the same in 24-25, that would have dropped the heavy vehicle allocation. If we'd stayed at $1.10, we would have dropped back to 24%. So we proposed to increase that to $1.35 in order to maintain that sort of general principle of heavy vehicles should pay a greater share. Okay? So that was predominantly the reason why we did that. We also, because of the roading cost increase, proposed to increase the UTR by $10. And again, if we hadn't done that, the proportion of rates coming from the UTR would have dropped from 8% to 6%. So what we proposed in the LTP was that it was going to give us 7% of our total rates from C. And what that meant for the rest of it that was coming from capital value was that last year it was 65% being allocated by capital value. If we hadn't made these changes, then 70% of it would have come from capital value. But with our changes, it's down to 64%, which is similar to what we had in the year. The other further adjustment that we were making is to non-commercial, indigenous and protected forestry. And so we were taking them out of a forestry category and rating them as part of the other category. Okay, so those were our key issues and what we were changing. And in terms of this graph here, all this is showing you is what the proposed share of costs were at that time. So if I grouped those sectors together into rural and urban, that little percentage down the bottom says that meant that rural type sectors were paying 72% of the roading rate and urban type sectors were paying 28%. And just keep in mind, in terms of the length of roads, how does that compare to that length of road split of 95/5? That's what's just another factor to keep in mind. Just one thing also to draw your attention to was that as part of the proposals, we updated the tonnage in the model, and we had forestry increasing their tonnage quite a lot. And you can see in the change side there at 61%, the forestry sector was facing a 61% increase in roading rates, which is why you heard a lot back from them in the submission process. Okay? So in terms of, sorry, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. In terms of the feedback that we got, so we heard back from 163 submitters and we asked them about whether they supported our proposed changes. And we got 64% of people said that they did support and 31 didn't. So when they were saying that they supported, everybody felt that the idea that heavy vehicles pay a higher amount is because of the damage that they cause, that's what they supported. They supported a proposal or a way of doing that made sure that those heavy vehicles paid a larger share. People mentioned user pays. There was also the mentioning about, really we need to be lobbying government for more of that RUC, which you've already talked a bit about today. And some people were happy with the changes but wanted the fixed UTR not to be changed. Of the people that did not support the changes, most of the common comments that we got were from the forestry sector in relation to the assumptions and the tonnage data that was used in the model, and saying that it was outdated or there was better information available. We had other people say that the UTR should increase and that the light vehicle sector and the residential sector wasn't paying enough. Other people saying we pay enough now. I think one individual said we should be charging processors and tourism light vehicles, not farmers. And other people were just concerned if we'd put too much onto the heavy vehicle sector, they're going to end up paying anyway through the goods and services that they buy because that cost has to be recovered from them. And again, the lobby, the government for the road user charge, a greater share of that came back. We actually had no specific comments about the $1 per tonne increase from $1.10 to $1.35, so nobody commented on that particular change. So those were the main themes that came out of the consultation. So in terms of what staff have done, we've looked at that feedback that we've got, and we've looked, well, how might some of this, if council opted to change what we were doing in the allocation of roading rates. So from a principal point of view, we think there is still support for charging exacerbators a greater share, and so there was no objection to the $1.35. So we don't think that there's any appetite. There was nothing to tell us that we needed to change the $1.35. We had feedback. We need to consider feedback in calculating the heavy allocation through the tonnage data. So if we just work through this list, so we had forestry sectors coming and talking to us about truck axles, and they're now moving more to 9 axles or 8 axles or 9 axles. And we think that's fair. Everybody's, like the Mayor said, everybody's been counting axles since then and noticing a lot more 9-axle trucks than there probably were in 2015 when this was originally developed. So we think that that's probably a fair comment and that we should look at that assumption. Overloading, I mean, we take the point, that was an assumption back then when they were 7 axles. Again, they can now carry more, so there's no incentive to overload. So we think that it's fair to remove that. Output tonnage, so there was comments from the forestry sector to say that the tonnes are based on estimation and assumptions. I've asked Anthony, he went away and looked at a forest levy piece of information, and that actually verifies or is close to the tonnes that we've got in there. It's not perfect, but it does say, look, we're not far off with the tonnage that we're using. We heard from people saying, the foresters saying, look, the woodlot harvest, so when we have a small woodlot under 40 hectares, that tonnage is going onto the pastoral sector on the basis that farms, non-dairy farms, have some forest somewhere. Okay? And we heard from the foresters saying that they felt that what was being harvested was a lot more than that. But we don't really know that, and so that's something that we need to check a bit more. And so until we know better information, we're saying, look, we should retain that for now. We don't know any better. And if we look at forests that are over 40 hectares, there's not that many of them. So we don't think it would be massively understated, but it's something that we should look into in the future. Trip length, so we also heard that this 10% discount for a dairy farm that we have in the model in terms of the length of travel that they have to, that the foresters didn't think that is relevant for dairy. They thought it should be the same for everybody in terms of the assumption about trip length. But we've retained that again because we think we should do some further work to check that and looking at land use across the district and where that lies. So dairy stock movements and wintering, we had some facts put to us around what Southland dairy wintering practices are. We had assumed a 10% wintering practice and we got told that it was more than that. We've looked at some other facts and information from Stats New Zealand, and we think that's probably fair, and that wintering was probably understated, and it should be around more like 50% rather than 10%, so we're proposing to incorporate that into the assumptions that we're using. Likewise for feed, so we had quite a lot of information provided about palm kernel and tonnages for palm kernel and things like that, and that wasn't in the model previously. We were basically based on wheat and barley. So Infometrics and Anthony, we've all gone away and had a look, and we think it's that we actually do need to up the feed for the farming and dairy sectors in relation to that. Fertiliser, same thing. The fertiliser figures were probably understated, and we've gone and looked at Stats New Zealand data as well, and we agree it was understated, but it has no effect because we apply a minimum tonnage for fertiliser use anyway, and the new data doesn't push us over that minimum tonnage amount. In terms of commercial, just to clarify, there was some confusion from the forestry sector around them thinking the numbers weren't right. The numbers that were in the Infometrics material included the weight of the vehicle, okay, which we don't include for any sector. We don't include the weight of the vehicle. So when we discount tourism numbers or guesstimates for the weight of the vehicle at 1.5 tonnes, we're under the minimum. Okay, so we still stay under the minimum, and the minimum still applies in that case. So those were the general, key things that we picked out, and we went and checked and verified, okay? And we're still not too sure about considering the level of the fixed charge due TR. So that was one of the other pieces of feedback that we came back from. So in terms of our specific suggestions is that we are making these key changes. So one is to drop that adjustment about truck type and overload for forestry trucks. Applying more tonnage to dairy and non-dairy sectors based on the new information and data that was provided that we have verified. And we're actually also proposing to actually remove the adjustment that we make for standard axles until we actually look at all the different truck types and what different types of axles are used on those vehicles. Okay, so that we're not penalising any one sector based on something we don't know about axle use. So we're calling that rebasing it not to include axle as an assumption until we confirm what different types of vehicles are using what types of axles. We're also proposing to retain the principle of using core output tonnages that are independently measured, and we've got some improvements to those data sources that we'll be using going forward, and continuing to use these other use factors for vehicle movements that we don't know. So step one, that's about stuff that's coming off a property, off a forest, off a farm. Step two is the other use factors, that's what's coming onto the farm or between farms. And then we'd do what we normally do, which is multiply the tonnage by the $1.35 to set the CV rate. We also think that it's useful to improve information and keep building the understanding with the sectors. And we're at the moment, and what we've looked at, we're proceeding to increase the fixed UTR to $90 as signalled, and proceed with the change to the forestry that we've talked about there. So I'm going to hand over to Anthony a little bit here. So he's just going to work through how does that work, because I know this model is really confusing for everyone and can be quite complicated or appear quite complicated. So I thought if he just talks about what do these changes that I should have flicked up here, what we're doing, predominantly in these bits that we're tweaking, it's changing the other use factors. So we take the tonnage and we multiply it by other use factors and we get a tonnage that we use. And so for forestry, we're going from down from 1.2 to 1. Dairy up from 1.1 to 1.8, and that's around that feed and the other wintering and all of that stuff. And then the farm is from 1.15 to 1.34. Okay? And I'm going to hand over to, because Anthony's done the bulk of the intellectual work on this, and he's used a terms-based methodology to have a robust system for making these adjustments. So.
Just before you hand over, is it worth reflecting that this component is only, I believe, 30% of the actual rate as well?
So that was on that first slide. So I think we're actually at 29%. The heavy vehicle allocation will be
4.5 million out of 21. Is that
so it was on the first slide. So if we go, second slide. So 4.5 million was what we collected last year, but with our rate increase at 6.2, so it'll make up 29% of total rates will be collected in this manner. Of the roading rate, sorry, not total rates. Okay, Anthony, hopefully you're there.
Take off mute, Anthony.
Turn my mic on.
Sorry, Anthony, can I just interrupt you for a sec? Did you have a question, Matt?
I just wanted clarity on that last slide. So there was that adding non-commercial protected indigenous forestry back into the general forestry category? Is that what's being suggested?
No, it's retaining it still in the other category. The issue with this is
other. Okay.
Yeah, another. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Sorry, Anthony. I'll hand back to you now.
So I thought it was easiest to start with forestry because it's relatively simple to do now. It's just step one, work out how many logs are coming off the forest. Step two, multiply by 1, so in other words, make no adjustment for any other truck movements. And step three, multiply it by $1.35, divide by the capital value. So in the green shaded area, you can see what it would be at present. Over the last 3 years, the Infometrics estimate was 763,000 tonnes of logs coming off the forests. Multiply by 1, and then multiply it by the 1.35. So the heavy vehicle component of the forestry rates would be just over $1 million. So I guess the key change there is accepting that there's a lot of evidence now that the forestry sector are using more efficient or these larger 9-axle trucks. We haven't got any widespread evidence of overloading. So taking that into account, that's where the 1 in the red comes from. And it has the added advantage of really simplifying it for the forestry sector. They can see how the calculation's done very transparently. And that's most of what their rates are. They only pay another couple of $100,000 more out of the general rate component for the forestry part, that is. So that's the key part of what they've been targeted on for this rate. Do you want to move it? So dairy gets, it's the same 3 steps, but it gets a little bit more complicated. So we'll just, the 3 steps are, in this case, how much milk's coming off the farms rather than logs. We're going to multiply it by 1.18. In other words, we're saying there's another 18% more tonnage going on and off dairy farms than just the milk. And then I multiply it by the $1.35, which was the same as the forestry sector. So the key thing here, I think the second to last column is the column that's probably worth looking at. So that's giving you a ratio of other tonnage to the milk going on and coming off the farms. So of course, for every 1 tonne of milk coming off, the one in the first cell there at the top, there's another 6% or 0.06 of a tonne, which would be going onto the farm as fertiliser on average, looking at industry figures. 5% lime, 1% fuel, 24% either coming onto the farm as feed or animals going off for wintering, and then another 6% for other stock movements such as culling or calves, those sort of things. Now, where did those numbers come from? It was using the approach used by Terns, where they've gone and looked at dairy industry statistics and seeing what was the averages across farm types. What I did do this time is I spent a lot more time calibrating what was happening in Southland to other data that was available. So hence, this is slightly higher than what it was a few years ago. If we add those up in the middle of the screen there's a 1.41. That 1.41 says there's 41% more tonnage going on and off dairy farms than there is milk. Now, it was agreed in this model that we would apportion the fertiliser and the lime to other sectors, to the commercial sector and the mining sectors. So if we strip out that was due to fertiliser and lime, we get 31% more, 1.31. Then you get down below that and say, well, the method here that we're trying to ultimately adjust it for these figures for how much, how far these tonnages being moved on local roads, what sort of damage are the trucks doing, and potentially there's also an adjustment for sort of the welfare of the community. Now, the welfare of the community hasn't been used in this model at all. It has been applied in Wairua, but it's not been used here. At this stage, we're just thinking about that distance adjustment. Now, the previous rationalisation for using what was a 15% adjustment was on the basis of other tonnage, but it was also about the truck usage, and it was at times also about the distance travelled. So there was various ways to justify that 15%. It is contentious. It's not, we haven't got strong proof to show that the dairy sector travels less than the other sectors, but it does seem to be a strong rationale to that. And so I think for conservatism, more than any other reason, it's probably better to retain the 0.9 or the 10% less travelled by dairy industry. So if you reduce the 1.31 by 10%, that's where the 1.18 as an adjustment factor comes from.
Can I just to make sure that everyone's clear on that Terns, does everyone know what Terns is and where that data comes from?
No.
Yeah, would you mind just explaining, Anthony, what Terns actually is?
Okay, Terns is an organisation based in Auckland. There's a fellow, an engineer, John DuPont, did some work for the Road Controlling Authority and the Forest Association in 2017. He went through and produced a report, which is public, which looked at the average movements on and off various property types, and that's the results we're relying on. So when it came to Southland, though, it did require some recalibration to say, well, Southland's different. There's probably more feed going off, more wintering occurring. So that required a little bit more adjustment down here or down in Southland.
Thank you.
So, sorry, I'll just go back, Nicole, please. The next, so we've got the outage, the dairy milk that's coming, the milk coming off the dairy farms. We've got this other movement of tonnage. We've got the distance factor. Then there's this issue of, do we adjust for the trucks that are being used? And this is this ESA, or the equivalent standard axle. What was coming back through the feedback was that not only the forestry sector, but probably most sectors have moved to the 9-axle trucks, or certainly using them a lot more. And so there's a lot more efficient movement of products being going around the district. Efficient in the sense of what the wear and tear on the road is. So I put in there what might be an estimate of the ESA adjustment that might occur at the present. I'm suggesting we don't use it. It's something to do more work on. But if, for instance, if you were to look at the dairy sector and adjust it for the relative types of trucks that are being used, we would scale up, particularly the fuel being moved around on farms, and particularly the other stock movements, say small trucks used to move culled cows around. And if you did that, you'd end up with a higher adjustment or a higher allocation of tonnage to the dairy sector. So at the bottom there it would be 1.29 instead of 1.18. So that's been put in there for information, but the recommendation is the ESA is put aside for now, and effectively more work being done if that's to be used in future. So this now brings those three major sectors together. It's a lot of information on one graph, but the dairy sector was just what we looked at in the previous slide. Those are the same numbers. The forestry sector we'd looked at in the slide before that, and these are the same numbers. So now we've added this non-dairy pastoral sector, which encompasses sheep and beef and a small amount of other outputs. So if we look at across those farms, we can see their outputs are the stock, the prime stock that goes off the farm is for meat. There's wool, and then there's these small lots, wood lots, so putting logs out. So they're a bit more varied as to what their output is. And we look at the other movements across the farms. There's a variety of them as well. And then we come down to, at the bottom there, if we go through the same sort of a process, we add them all up, we take off the lime and the fertiliser, we get this 1.34. In other words, 34% more products being moved on and off non-dairy farms relative to the meat, the wool, and the logs that were being moved off the farms. The column to the right of that, so if we added up the tonnage across the sectors, and this is where sort of integrating with what information's available. So we're moving out of, on the left-hand side was effectively a model working from the bottom up to now looking at top-down what's being measured in the economy in the district. The figures there in the shaded orange are what Infometrics are providing as the tonnage for those key products. The figures below that are what, once the model's applied, that's what we're estimating is probably being moved around in the district for those various categories, like fertiliser, 253,000 tonnes. If we don't do the ESA adjustment, we can just ignore all those grey shaded columns. The last few columns show you what sort of feedback and other information was available, and this is where that calibration process came in. So Stats New Zealand tell us there were 230,000 tonnes of fertiliser applied on farms, dairy and non-dairy farms across the district. The model we're using came up with 253. We had some feedback from the industry that said it was around about just under the 200. None of those figures are the same, but they're all in the same sort of ballpark, I'd suggest. The same happened with the lime. When it comes to the feed and or the wintering of animals, there are various measurements coming through from the industry and some available through Infometrics. They were coming up with, Infometrics come up with 300,000 tonnes of PKE, 300,000 tonnes due to wintering, plus this 200,000 to 300,000 of PKE, roughly 500,000 in total. Feedback from different submissions was it was 100,000 400,000 tonnes for wintering and 265 for feed, which is 400,000 tonnes. The model we're using at the moment, back to the left, is coming up with 505. Again, it's not perfect, not the same, but in order of magnitude, I'd suggest is very similar. So that was sort of to gain some assurance that the numbers we're using through the model are reasonably consistent with other measures that are available and what people are feeding back to through submissions. I think that's me, Nicole, is it?
So this is a graph that we've looked at recently in terms of, so what does this do to the allocation? So I know it's a hard graph to read, but the blue graph is what we put out in the consultation. So this one here, in terms of the shares. So that's what we said. Now the movements that we're making, they're being shown in the red. Okay, so this is the adjustments of using these new other use factors and dropping the ESA is the red column. And the orange column is if we weren't using any tonnage-related allocation, what that sector's share would be. So effectively what's happening is that based on what our consultation was, dairy will be paying slightly more, forestry will be paying slightly less, and farming non-dairy slightly more, and not much change in these other sectors. So that's all well and good, but if we want to see what does that mean for a particular property, okay, so this table here is breaking it down in terms of, first of all, for a $100,000 capital value property, what is the change? What for a median property, and then what is the total rate change? Because here in these first two columns, I'm just looking at what's the difference between what we consulted on and this revised suggestion after we've made these adjustments. So we can see in here, if we look at forestry, so out for consultation, 200, actually if I just look at the median property. So a median forestry property valued at $700,000, the net effect of this change is they would pay $760 less than what we consulted on, okay? Whereas with the increases in the tonnages for dairy, for a $6.3 million dairy farm, they'd pay $22.50 more, and a $2 million farm, they'd pay $27.50 more. Okay, so you might be expecting these amounts to vary by more than what they are, and the reason that they don't is because of the third step of the allocation model, which is the rest that we don't collect through the tonnage is allocated on capital value. And the sectors that have the most capital value pick up most of that, and that is the farms and the residential sector. Okay, so they'll pick up a portion. And you can see that in this graph, because most of the allocation with this orange is occurring because of capital value. So you can see higher capital value in farms, higher capital value in residential livestock. So that's where, if you don't collect it through the tonnage in the UTR, those sectors pay a large proportion of the residual. So in terms of, so that middle column is on a median type property, what actually their rate change would be. Okay, and we've thought about, well, is this a significant variation from what we consulted on? You know, are these big movements that we need to talk to that, and staff talk to the sector more. Staff are of the view that the shift that we're making isn't material in terms of, and we wouldn't think that it's significant that a 6.3 million dairy farm with rates of 6,440 at the moment would be paying an extra $22 because of these changes we're making to this model. But that's our view. I mean, you're welcome to have a different view on that. And so what does that mean now in terms of the total rate change? So this just shows you, so before we had forestry here at 61%, these changes that have been made have dropped that to 38%, and it's shared it out basically over dairy and farming and a little bit down to residential. So this is the key thing to look at in terms of what the impact is of what staff are proposing. It's really up to you to agree or disagree with any of the changes that make it, but we tried to put it through a methodology and make it clear. But the key thing to remember is that these shifts in tonnage, because the residual is allocated by CV, it gets shared out by a whole lot of properties, and you don't really see that shift massively.
I think it's also a reflection that we've listened to the industries that have come in and spoken to us. But of course, those decisions do have impacts on other areas. So,
So in terms of that, so we've got the three options that are on the paper, which was sticking with what we had when we did the consultation. Option 2, which is making these adjustments, and how does that flow out? And so that's primarily to those other use multipliers is where we're making that change. or you could propose an alternative option. And like when I've said this, we've assumed we're going to keep the $1.35 increase still going because of the roading cost increase, because that's primarily what the problem is. The cost of roading has gone up. And then, and also the $10 per UTR increase as well is what we're assuming we'll be doing. So, and all of these are decisions for you guys to make.
Could we go back a few slides?
Yes, sure. Tell me when to stop.
Further. Yes, this one. The next one, please. The one we just skipped.
Oh, sorry, this one here. Yep.
Yes. This one. The 0.45 under non-dairy in row 6, logs less than 40 hectares. Does that mean that are we considering that of the freight tasks, nearly half of them is moving logs on a non-dairy farm?
Then I'll let Anthony describe it. So, Anthony, the question was, with the 0.5 for logs,
Yes.
yeah.
So that, listening to me, that means, I mean, this is in my head, you're saying half of the freight of a sheep and beef farm, a non-dairy farm, it is moving logs.
Correct, that's what the data
That
is
is,
suggesting.
for
Yes.
me, that's a outlandish assumption completely. That's number one. The other question I do have based on the model, because the rest I have are based on our assumptions. That one is, where do we get that 230,000 minimum tonnage that we work towards? How did we land on that figure in the first place, that's the minimum tonnage we consider?
So I can answer that, or you can, Anthony. I think originally back when the model was done, there was some looking at tonnage information from the sector. Okay, so they looked out and saw what information they had, and they got a feel for it, but they knew that there were still gaps, so they based it on a figure with allowing for some gaps for data, and it was a number, and then it's gradually changed, and it is, I guess it's checked back against the Infometrics information. So you'll know, like we're collecting the information on the tourism and the guest nights, and we're collecting the information on the retail, and so we're using that to check. And then but it's still under the minimum tonnage. So we're still setting a minimum tonnage because we know it's not complete.
So any sector that is not going to meet that 230, it's not going to be charged a tonnage, basically.
They get 230, they get the minimum.
They get 230, except for mining, because we had that change in the mining sector, and they get 160 because the Ojai mine closed. Yeah.
Right.
But do you have
That's a very big red flag for me.
do you have a different view?
I mean, I just think it's not reality. You're saying half the output from a sheep and beef farm is freight jobs is moving logs.
There's a couple of things to remember. So we're basing this based on the assumption that the small wood lots are on these farms. So that is an assumption, and that is how much the small woodlots are in terms of the tonnage data that's been taken off. Okay, so you also heard from the forestry sector, and they came and said to you that the amount of logs from the woodlots was actually low at 20%, and they think it's actually more like 40%. So they're arguing it should be even higher still from that 0.45. So they're all assumptions. My key thing to say is Anthony, in terms of the impact that has on the overall rate for that non-dairy, even if it wasn't allocated here, it's going to get allocated through the capital value.
And okay, let Anthony answer.
Councillor Menzies?
There you go.
Can I make,
Yeah, go for it, Anthony.
I mean, just 2 points. One is what Nicole said then is it doesn't really matter a lot how much is allocated to the non-dairy farm sector. It becomes a little academic because of the way the whole capital value rating system works. The second point is of this non-dairy sector, we sort of think of it as sheep and beef farms. It's really an agglomeration of all these smaller farms, most of which are sheep and beef, but some of them could potentially just be just a small forest. But the point is, it's not a large commercial forest. It's just an amalgamation of all these smaller properties, which are not dairy farms and which are not commercial forests.
If I may respond, and I'm glad you mentioned that this exercise is purely academic, because that's another thing I've had at the back of my mind for a very long time. We're almost sort of dignifying this whole process, whereas when it comes to the crux of it, if 75% of Southland's asset base is farming. That's where the rates are coming from. And all of these, what happens is people are thinking that this is equitable and this is fair and this is being done by per use and all of that and user pays, whereas it's not that. It's simply your capital value. That's where the vast majority of rates are going from. So we are going through all of these and trying to understand all of these, and some of the assumptions got the foresters very worked up. Some like this, considering nearly half of the freight out of a non-dairy farm is logs, gets me worked up. But when we come to it, it's purely academic. We really have just one blunt tool, which is CV.
I think we need to accept it's not a perfect, and we're never going to get to a perfect model until we get the data recorded with the weight of the vehicle and the Ks being done, where it's being done, and it's going to be a long time.
I think what I asked Hartley a simple question, right, which was, tell me what roads have we had to rebuild because they've been wrecked in towns, because those are the light vehicles, and he said in 20 years we've never done it, right? So all of our efforts and time are spent out in the rural sector rebuilding and looking after and maintaining rural roads, and it's not the cars driving down them that are causing the damage, it's the heavy traffic. And so we are allocating, and that's why I step back and say, look, think about, we've got 72%, yes, the rural sector is paying 72% and the rest of it is coming from the urban sector. But think about the example that I've just provided. I've just anecdotal, but it's put it into reflection, because your judgment, this is not perfect, and it's your judgment about who should contribute the cost. And if it is CV, the CV sectors also happen to be in relation to the heavy vehicle users as well. So, and that's just how the model works. But even if you didn't have this model, you'd probably come to the same conclusion about the sectors.
And that's where I come to it. When we are going through all of the iterations of the model, why do we even go through them? The vast majority, one can pretty much do it, and some of the assumptions we are having to put in there are a bit out there. But if I may take the time to take your attention to page number 139, under fixed charge, it says, when the model was first introduced in 2015, the council decided the level of UTR should make up 10% of the amount required after the heavy vehicle allocation, and noted that this fixed component adjustment considered affordability, etc. This reflected the council and the overall impact of allocation of liability of revenue needs on the community. This reflected the council judgment at that time of these matters, including considering the benefit. And towards the fourth paragraph, the very last one, it says that increasing the UTR to the 30% legislative cap would see the UTR increased by $392 to $472. While there is scope to do that, a judgment of council is required as to whether a higher UTR is appropriate in terms of the overall allocation of rates when considering the funding principles and affordability. And this is where I come back to. We've changed the UTR from $80 to $90 now. It has been unchanged since 2018. So if I look at it, that's a 12% increase. If I split it over the last 6 years, it's barely changed. We should have scaled that up, which we haven't. On the other side, we are increasing the tonnage by, and I had done the calculations, over the next 3 years, 22.7% year one, 18.5% year two, and 16% over year three. So nowhere are these two in the same realm. Had we kept increasing the UTR as much as we were allowed to, we wouldn't have been faced with this. And I think this is what really actually provides us enough of ammo to go to center government and say this is not possible, what we are doing right now. Data I have for sheep and beef sector and dairies from last year. Last year, Dairy NZ said that the 2024-25 forecast payout is going to be sitting at $7.76 per kg milk solid, and the break-even price, and the forecast was $7.79. There's a 4-cent margin there. If I look at the sheep and beef, the media statistics from there, it says last year's farm profit is now forecast to decrease an estimate 54% as compared to 2022-23. And this expected 54% decrease follows a decrease of 29% on the previous year. A nil result is a great result for the folks that will be funding 70% of our roading rates. This is not affordable. And some of our own assumptions and the fact that we've not lifted the UTR over time have compounded the misery. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Can I make one comment in regards to the UTR? The UTR will affect principally the residential sector.
Yep.
If you look at that graph, you will see that the percentage share of the residential sector has increased over that period of time. So it might not have gone through the UTR, but it's gone through the CV value.
It would have gone up more.
It's gone up through the CV value.
It would have further gone up.
And then you come back to Nicole's points about the quantum of the roads that are actually changed within the urban sector versus the rural sector, and you go, actually, is there a disconnect that might be happening?
I've also laid out the affordability piece there, and as you know, governors, we are also supposed to look at the affordability. Someone that has a 4-cent margin there.
So I've just got a couple of other councillors waiting, so I might just
Through you, Your Worship, I was just going to comment that the comments that in here about the architectural liability and all of that, that was from when the model was put in 2015. So I'm just reflecting and hear what the council arrived at. Now you're entirely, fit to change that and reach a different conclusion.
Thank you. You've answered one of my questions already, was around there's an impact on the other sectors as a result of the change, and that we don't need to go out for further consultation because those other industries will have something to say as well. Appreciate the work that's been done to respond to the submissions that were made, because there was very valuable information coming through those submissions. And I think if there's any principle to pick up from that, it's about the using up-to-date data in order to and apply that to models, so we can go out and confidently say we're using recent information, despite the fact that we're saying there's a lag in some of that coming through of up to 2 years. And the other question I have is around, you talked about further work required, and appreciate that's going to take time. So do you expect that work to be done over the next year in conjunction with those industries? So next year we might be looking at a change, utilising the same model of the rates.
Typically, when we've done this in the past, we've only been through the exercise of updating the model every 3 years as part of the LTP cycle. And you can see, hopefully in the examples that we provided, that some shift in tonnage has a net little effect on the residual because of the CV allocation. But, I mean, it depends on if we're talking to all the sectors and verifying that, it just depends on how long that's going to take. Like, data takes a while, analysis of GIS takes a while to get that right, and we want to get it right. So I'm not entirely sure about a time frame, but
I think it's probably giving some assurance to the different industries that we're going to start this work now, not just prior to the next LTP, and that feedback's taken into account given the impact on those.
We did start these conversations in May last year, so we have been having a long conversation about this piece of work, and I'd imagine we'd start looking at the information and hear about what we need to tweak.
Yes, well, I see in some of one of the submissions were saying this is the first time that all the parties in the forestry have come together. So that's of great benefit, I think, to be able to sit down and have those discussions and look at that. I know we have a lot of council processes, which may mean it takes time, but I think it's important for the confidence of our ratepayers to get that done.
And I think that's something that we try to reflect through those resolutions that your council, you wanted to actually work with those parties to get better information on some of those inputs, and one of them would be definitely around the forestry tonnage to the excuse me, to the non-dairy pastoral sector and the share of it. I know it doesn't make a big difference, but sometimes it's just the principle of the matter, and we just want to check through that. But that'll be really great stuff to work with the forestry industry and obtain their stats around what logs they're taking off, where those are at, and potentially what sort of farm they're from. So I think we can definitely work on those sectors.
And noting that our overall issue is the far rate. That's where we need to seek the change.
Just the other balance to it.
To see that those various industries are behind us in that joint approach. Yeah.
Well, there's two overall issues, the far rate and the actual works program being accepted in terms of that misalignment as well. So, Councillor Wilson, you've been waiting a while,
I actually put my hand down because I'm not sure if my question's relevant at this stage of the game, but I think what all the conversations point to is like the model is what it is at the moment, and it's good to have the feedback and the consultation that's pointed out a few errors and the assumptions, but that you can just keep going down looking at every assumption as well. The concerning one that stuck out to me based on Jaspreet's point of those non-dairy farms having a lot of log tonnage allocated to it. I mean, there's so many examples around the district of the smaller farm operators that have wood lots that are using them milled on site, using that material on site, and I guess for them to be almost punished for their regenerative and their way of doing things in quite a sustainable way is a little bit hard to see that as fair. The other question that the model as a blunt instrument doesn't really look into, and CV doesn't reflect it in terms of affordability, is what is the actual affordability in terms of how are these sectors performing, and if we're just kind of talking about tonnage and damage and who causes damage, but it's also at what kind of at what kind of benefit to them, and that's where more of a central government that advocacy piece and ensuring that it's a fair payback through whatever central government funding is available, which is surely into the future and hopefully not the too distant future. We've got the abilities to get the data so correct and the assumptions a lot more widespread that we could be getting this data at farm gate or forest gate, or that everything gets reported at some point. So there should, with the technology into the future, be able to actually get a real solid model based on actual data and get a true user paid model that also reflects the affordability of these industries, and also the residential and other commercial users, and again supporting other conversations around taking a finer look at what is commercial, because again the same example of a hairdresser in Main Street is very different to a large supermarket in Main Street in terms of both the usage of the roads and then also, I guess, the profitability of the use of those roads. But I guess my point on this current part of the LTP, and in respect to all of the submissions that have come forward, it's really highlighted the need to work on these models, do better into the future, and it's not just tweaking this model, but looking for all opportunities to just get this stuff right.
That's all right, Nicole.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you. I'm still not as clear as mud, and I think we need to go and buy a lotto ticket tonight, the council, and look at 23 million. I'm going to go back. I am a non-dairy farmer, sheep and beef, and I agree with both Jaspreet and Matt around the assumptions around the logs coming off the farms. I'm going to go back to Jaspreet's comment around sheep and beef, no profit for this predicted coming forward. I'm going to look at the fertiliser that's talked about going on, or the assumptions that we've used around it. I'd be very surprised to see a lot of sheep and beef properties actually fertilising. I'm not happy with some of the data and assumptions that have been made by the model. I know that it's been tweaked. I really advocate for Councillor Wilson's around the technology, and let's get it right going forward. Affordability, we need to be looking at efficiencies, essentials, accountability. Yeah. No comment from me.
I'm just looking at, do you mind just going back to the recommendation? This one's not as straightforward to go around the room on because there's 4 recommendations here, but I think recommendation B is pretty straightforward. I don't think anyone's going to argue with getting in partnership with our stakeholders and advocating to central government. No one, I assume, has an objection to that. Margie?
I don't have an objection, but I've got a question. and it relates to page 80, which is all part of this conversation. It talks about 45 culverts planned to replace the bulk of them. What does that mean, the bulk of those culverts?
That's a different paper.
Oh, is it not part of the road?
No.
This is targeted roading.
Okay, so I'm in
The other one that's coming up shortly through.
Right, okay.
So, in terms of what we're looking at here, so B, I think we'll let everyone agrees with that, and C as well. So that takes out those two. So the two on there are whether we do option 2, whether we want to do further increases on the UTR.
I just wanted to comment on D. It's just, when we signalled this, we signalled that we needed to keep increasing because we weren't doing the whole cost increase in one go. And I think that's something that we'll revisit when we do the annual plan, because we'll have a better balance of what are the budget proposals in the annual plan and how does that relate and how much of this catch up do we need to still do. I think the dollar, like on reflection, I've learned a lot through this process, and I think the $1.35 gets you a long way to where you need to be. And so I would be potentially reticent at going too much more.
And also, we didn't get any feedback from people on the dollar per tonne piece, but it's really just that UTR piece, whether we wanted to council both rise.
And that's something that you can talk about when you talk about option 2, because it's linked into option 2.
Let me add something here with the consultation part. I doubt most people would be able to capture the nuances and average ratepayer of what that tonnage increase would translate into. I also think when you simply put a question, yes, should this sector pay more? Yeah, of course the answer is going to be yes, but the point remains how much more and till what point? At what point do you say, well, we've killed the goose that laid the golden egg here and there's no more that can be extracted? And that's where I struggle. I doubt most people would have captured the essence of what that would get into.
But I think if we look at it really simplistically, and I sat down the other day and I've been working with Nicole and Anne quite a lot over this, trying to get my head around it in its entirety, and I take my hat off to both of them for actually knowing a lot more than I do about it all. But when you break it down simplistically and you say that 95% of our roads are used for that rural sector, and you can actually just break it down to a flow chart, and then it comes down to, does it actually feel right? And it's not a black and white analytical way to kind of look at it, but when we look at those numbers up there, does it actually reflect what we kind of see? And I've found myself, as I've been driving all over the district, not only counting axles, but looking at the types of trucks that I'm seeing on the road, looking at behind a 20-tonne digger on a trailer the other day with 4 axles. It was straddling both the centre line and the other side, and I was watching it go over the edge, over the edge, over the edge, and then found myself thinking, well, what activity was that digger working on? Was it working on dairy farm? Was it working on sheep and beef? Was it working on forestry? It could have been any of them. And you can get right down into the details of trying to get to that perfection, but it ultimately comes down to the decision we've got to make now, and does it feel right, as unacademic as that kind of sounds, but that's where we've actually got to land today. And just to comment about the nature of the financial viability of those sectors, if the payout's down and if the sheep and beef are down, it's not really our space to be. I mean, you're not going to suddenly charge them a whole lot more for roading if the sector's doing well. And I think we've got to be careful that we're just focusing on what we've got to do to the roads, irrespective, as harsh as it sounds, irrespective of what's happening in those industries, because we can't really base it on that, noting that it's that affordability piece that comes into it. But that's where the central government advocacy comes in terms of getting that far rate up, which actually benefits everyone.
Rob, can I just make a comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
Because I raised that. I think what I was referring to more so is that it's where the issue of CV as an indication of affordability isn't necessarily fair, because you could have a low CV piece of land that's highly profitable, and then a high CV piece of land that in the current environment isn't. So it was more reflective that CV, whether it's residential, commercial, primary or not, it's that raising that issue that CV is not a true indication of affordability.
Yeah, it's a blunt indication.
This thing is, if you have written in the LTP and the deliberation document that says we have to look at affordability, and that's what I was referring to. And some of those assumptions there are ones we have adopted as council, and the impact of those ongoing. I mean, if you are increasing your tonnage by goes to 25%. Why is UTR being only changed by $10, that too after a span of 6 years? So all of those questions come into the same thing.
Right, so
We focus, because I think D generally is just something we're going to talk about when we get to the annual plan. So I think the issues that we're asking you to do is these three options.
So I'll go around the table again, just with those three options, and I'll reverse the order this time.
Option 2.
And I'll just get my pen.
I like to read numbers.
Nothing else you wanted to add to that?
No.
Councillor Fraser?
I'm still stuck between option 1 and 2.
If you had a gun to your head and said make a call.
If I had a gun to my head, I'd say option 1. I have huge concerns with that. My concerns is that we're going to have another group of farmers sitting at the end of this table telling us that they've got an extra 30 kilometres to drive to get to the meeting because the road's down or, their access is restricted. So that's my concern, is that it's rural people's lives that are going to be affected if a road's not up to standard. So that's my concern.
Through you, Mr Chair, though, that's a different issue. That's probably the next paper. That's about the total amount of funding, not about the way we're allocating the rate.
Sorry, I was looking at my wrong one here. Come back to me in a couple of minutes.
I'll come back to you in a minute. Councillor Rodencourt? I can't come back to everyone in a couple of minutes.
So just to clarify, there's three things. There's the dollar per tonne charge, there's the UTR charge, and there's the other use factors. These are the three things. There's three components to it that we're asking you to confirm or choose. Propose an alternative.
You landing in any direction?
Not yet.
Councillor Byers?
I think I'm not comfortable with any of them. I think it's the next paper where I think will make a big difference, but I haven't got my hopes up that you're going to look at what I think needs to happen. But option 2 is what I'd run with. I'm a bit uncomfortable about the non-dairy impact, but you have to go with something, so option 2.
I can't see myself going with either of these, Rob. I've looked at this, and I think somewhere there should have been an option of looking about internal efficiencies, what Councillor Byers was speaking about before lunch. There is nothing more strategic infrastructure core than roading, and here we are at this. If I had to just do, off the top of my head, what can we cut? Where else can we look at it? We have got a $1 million, of which we'll go be doing a whole lot of modelling about from various communities, their spatial planning. We spent about $500,000 of repair money to add on to the co-funding from the government for the Matariki pose. There's 1.3 million nearly, what is 1.23, something that goes to Great South, again for modelling and future data analysis. That's 2.8 million, that's 4% of your budget found, 4% of your rate increase found. I struggle. I am not happy with either of these. I'll pass. Tom?
Through you, Your Worship, I was going to ask, if someone, if you've mentioned quite a lot about the UTR, so if you were proposing where you felt that should move, if that's something that as a councillor you think that's too low.
It will have to be a next paper and something that comes from, government for the power rate and some such thing, because it's as no different from unable to being afford water. If we can't afford water and roading, what else are we doing as a council?
So are you essentially the equivalent of
No.
abstaining, basically? Yeah. Cool. I'll go to Councillor Wilson just because I'm looking at a virtual table here.
Is this with a gun to my head? I'm kind of split between option 1 and 2. I feel like 2, based on the consultation and the information brought forward by the community, is a fair representation, and kind of really, applaud the fact that in quick time the modelling's been updated to reflect that feedback. I guess the issue is still whether that, because that was feedback in one consultation piece based on option 1, whether and option one's what was consulted on, what other missing pieces of information would be supplied if option two was put out for consultation. And just due to the process, which is prescribed, I don't, and no discredit to those who have shown up to raise their piece and advocate for their industries, I think it then just leaves the opportunity for then the next piece of conversation of a counter piece of feedback. And I've seen it in other pieces of consultation in council where we've taken feedback on board, but then considered that feedback for future decisions, not current ones. And I think that leaves my gut feeling to lie with option one, with a promise that the feedback from this process really gets brought forward into annual plan time and future LTP, knowing that really the whole model is just not the right instrument for getting this data, assumptions and outcome correct. So I think taking the feedback on board of the need to do better and do this right should be the outcome of that feedback. However, I think I'm going to lie with option one remaining at the stage of the LTP, and again without discrediting any of that feedback that's come in.
Sorry, just to confirm, because you said option two to start with, were you comfortable with option two on that?
I'm comfortable with actually option one, due to just due to the reactionary outcome of shifting to option two. You could where do you stop the consultation process to then allow for other industries to also feedback? Now that they're assuming option two is the way forward, we may end up with another option. So I'm sitting on option one, with really exploring option two into the annual plan. Going forward, more work to do. I don't think that kind of level of change can be put into this at this point of the LTP.
Thank you. Councillor Graney?
Thank you, Worship. I think there's a massive challenge here. I certainly feel that we should acknowledge the input from the submitters, and also commend the staff for having put so much time and effort between last week and this week into actually looking at the recalculations. I also agree with Councillor Wilson in the sense that, if we had consulted on option two first, what might the outcome of that be? And would that have drawn out any additional information or any additional data that we should have brought into consideration? I think the piece I'm probably most uncomfortable with is we don't know what we don't know. Particularly from this governance, sitting around a governance table rather than one that's operational. My gut feel also is that the multiplier for non-dairy in option two does seem high still. Whilst I don't know what an alternative option would be, I am comfortable with the increase in the heavy tonnage charge and also the UTR. I think the piece I'm still not 100% comfortable with is the multipliers. There's part of me now erring towards an option three where, and I don't know, the reason that I guess that leaves me sitting on the fence a little bit, because I'm not sure that the multipliers do totally reflect our situation in Southland. And I guess that's where I'm at the moment.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor O'Brien, you've got some time to think.
Yeah. I think if you go back to the very beginning of the day and you look at our figures around our base, how much GDP our region produces from the farming sector, pastoral sector, forestry sector in particular, and then you look at the level of risk associated with those industries, and you look at it on a multidisciplinary level around legislation which can affect those businesses, whether it be through human resource issues, whether it be through banks, interest rates, finance in general, long-term planning, the massive pressures that those industries are under, especially nationwide, but we're at so much risk in this region, and we're really heavily exposed. Now, if our farmers and our foresters and our people who work on this land are under so much pressure that they cannot run their businesses efficiently, then there won't be too much of a problem depending on the class of vehicle on the road with regards to rural people coming into the residential areas and spending money on their businesses. Fertiliser, that's the first thing to go. Fencing, that's the first thing to go. You know, I've just come back from a month in Northland on a dairy farm, and if New Zealanders at large understood the risks and the pressures, financial, all of the ongoing issues, if they really understood where their milk came from, or where their meat came from, or their forestry came from, I think the tune would be a little bit different in the long term. I don't know what the variance is between the level of risk associated with CVs, capital values, and the level of debt borrowing with the banks are between those two industries, but I can tell you it's a hell of a lot more than anyone involved in the housing industry, commercial or residential in our urban areas. I don't want to see people in this region paying more than what they currently are, so I'm going to go with option one.
Cheers, Tom. Lucky second.
The risk of having nothing intelligent to say. I think I'm very surprised at how non-dairying has leapt up so much by what we assume to be adding in a few, what feels like, when you look at who's on the road, minor traffic. It would be the tonnage of logs that don't come from commercial forestry. And presumably there's some of the stuff around the fertiliser and the grazing or the feed that comes in there. So I'm very surprised at how high that is.
Sorry, I was just going to clarify. In option 1 and option 2, the woodlot is exactly the same. There's no material change that's occurring because of the woodlot change, because it was the same under both options. I thought I should clarify that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that
woodlot never changed.
No, it didn't change.
It didn't come out of that.
No, it didn't change. It's still the same.
So that change there is purely on the.
It's the feed, it's the wintering, it's those changes.
So the wintering is
the other stock move. It was 10%. The assumption was 10% of dairy farms are wintering. Oh, sorry, that's the. Anthony, can you clarify what the non-dairy movements are? Sorry.
The non-dairy, the movements off the dairy farm would be the, what are they? Sorry, I have to get the table in front of me. The key point, though, is to go back and say, actually, it doesn't really matter whether we allocate a non-dairy factor of 1.1 or 1.34. It makes very little difference to the whole rates that are paid to that sector. So I can understand it looks like a big number in terms of, it is a big change in the number. It has very little effect on the rates. And I think it's useful just to think about when you're thinking about option 1 versus option 2. Option 1 includes a 20% extra cost to the dairy sector, to the forestry sector, which is hard to justify today. The changes in option 2 that are made to the dairy sector are very small, and even though the number is changing in the non-dairy sector to 1.34, its impact on the rates is very, very small.
Which was what I was going to lead on and say. Sorry. Looking at the rate, the exacerbated rate, I suppose is what we call it, the 1.334, and basically it shifts it from forestry at 1.2 to 1 point and onto the non-dairy, which overall doesn't feel quite right to me, but as a cost to the ratepayer, because of the numbers of ratepayers in each sector, it doesn't feel as painful as what it would be for the forestry sector. So I'll go with two.
Thank you, Julie. Councillor Ravenclaw.
I'm still uncomfortable. And I know you're talking about what you're saying is a small amount, but every dollar counts. At this moment, until we get to the point of voting, I'm sitting on the fence until I go through more.
That's on the third.
Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves the mayor. And in absence of option 4, which is Southland gets back all of the road user charges that are generated that we can use for our funding, which is actually my preferred option, but unfortunately we don't have control over that yet. I'm inclined to sit with option. Sorry?
Did Darren vote in the end?
He did.
Yeah.
We're voting, it's just a discussion.
I'm inclined to sit on option 2. So looking at even counting Councillor Graney on the fence, option 2 has, I don't think there's any winners and losers in this, so I'll use the word one, but it's not the right word. So that takes us to, this is quite a intensive on our heads today. I can feel the brain's going into overload on this. So the next piece to look at is either a cup of tea or we carry on moving on, but in interest of time, we'll probably carry on a little bit longer. Yep. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Sorry, did you have your hand up, Anthony?
I was just going to suggest a modification. I mean, I'm trying to read the room from a long way apart, but I think that option 2, it could be easily changed to the other use factors of 1 for forestry, in other words, as option 2 at the present, and otherwise to retain the 1.15 for the dairy sector and the non-dairy sector, in other words, the status quo. So that's a relatively conservative approach, but it does correct the forestry issue. And the second change would be, again, reading around the room, I suspect there's an appetite to raise the UTR, which is at $90 in that proposal. Pick a number, whether it's 100 or 110, you might find you can get more resolution around the room with those 2 modifications to 2. Does that make sense, or do you want me to explain that more?
It does and it doesn't. I'm concerned about the implications of playing with those numbers without discussion. The UTR, I think that's one that we could potentially look at. I mean, another $10 on that. But that does have an impact on low-income house as well. So there's whichever lever we pull, there's consequences in either direction.
Yep.
I wonder if we just leave it with where we kind of landed on option 2, given that we didn't get too much pushback on those things when we went around the room. But, and I don't seem to be getting too much pushback from that statement.
Statement, sorry.
That we leave it where we were sitting in terms of option 2. But yeah, thanks for that input.
The recommendation, Anthony. Did you hear what Anthony said?
I did.
Cool. So yeah, thanks for that, Anthony, and I appreciate your input today as well. Okay, so we'll move on to we won't move on to roading because we're still on roading.
I was say, you want to continue with roading?
Continue with roading, yeah.
We're just going to sort it out.
It's on page. What page is your question on, Maggie?
My question, no, I'm way back on
That's on the early page, isn't it?
page 78, 79.
Yeah, so around 78.
78 is yep. Sorry about this, just to get ourselves organised. Presentation should be about to come up, I believe.
Keep talking.
Sorry. So just in terms of, let's just jump on to the roading one then. So as you're aware, this is one of the vast, we've got a vast network, 1,990 kilometres of roading. We've got 841 bridges and, like Councillor indicated, 13,000 ageing culverts that also coming towards the end of their life as well. Just to, in terms of the question that was asked around culverts, I'll answer that while the presentation is actually coming up. We have 45 culverts which are over greater than the 600 diameter, which we would class as our highest risk that are coming towards the end of their life. All of those are incorporated into option 1 and obviously option 2 for repair and replacement. So the highest risk ones are in there in terms of that comment about, I can't remember exactly how it was worded.
Replace the bulk of them.
So we're definitely dealing with both option 1 and 2. We'll be dealing with the ones that are the highest risk regardless. So the bulk of them being what we would be able to achieve. So we don't have a specific number without us digging through and actually seeing.
I thought potentially you were like, maybe some of the culverts were going to go, is how I read it.
Yeah, I think
there, and then what was going to go in their place was that's your network, isn't it?
I think what we're indicating is the ones that are of the highest risk will definitely get dealt with. So we'll prioritise those ones over the smaller diameter ones. So that may mean that there are repairs because of a slumping in a road that need to be gone back, but slumping has happened for those small diameter ones. So there's a higher risk that may happen more often. That would be the only problem. So let me just got the slideshow up, and now I'm not good at. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we just talked about a little bit about this. Obviously, we're the second greatest network in New Zealand, only second to Auckland, who obviously have a vastly larger number of residents and ratepayers that can actually pay for the network. So when you think about it like that, it's quite interesting. There is obviously, we have this every year, or every long-term plan for sure, that difficulty that has been presented between the levels of service that we know that our residents, our ratepayers and our community want versus actually what we can actually we can afford and the cost of doing so. We also have in the process, you'll see some uncertainty around the NZTA funding. We are reliant on their portion of co-funding. Just to give you a bit of background. In terms of issues we have, and we've talked a little bit about this, so I won't labour on it too much, hopefully. The seal layers on the roads are starting to become unstable and resulting in excessive bitumen build-up. Once you get to 7 layers, there is a concern that obviously need to rehab the road. And the roads do become unstable. So definitely an issue that we are conscious of, and the need to obviously keep maintaining this as much as possible. There's a high number of sealed roads coming to the end of their economic life as well, and you will have seen a graph, and I'll show it to you again on a subsequent slide that will deal with that. A 5% increase in maintenance costs annually has been hitting us, but the bigger one is the 20% average increase in the cost of sealed road rehabilitation. It's quite significant, and when you think about that, there's an extra 143,000 per kilometre to seal abs, which is coming to 715,000 per kilometre now. So it's quite a significant jump.
So that 20% increase is from when? Because there was
more like a
7% since 2020 or 20.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Correct.
So the 20% is in the last year?
Yeah, it's a year to 18 months or so.
So that's just indicative of the period of time, and we won't go there. But if it carries on at that rate,
it is getting very unaffordable, and we understand that, and needless to say, what's happening in this space. What else have I got on here?
One thing to note on that is historically a kilometre rate has been very low at a national level, so we're still on the lower side of average at a national level, even at those current rates.
I think people just understanding what it costs, because we were looking at 435,000, 3 years ago. Well, now it's
716. So you're absolutely right. It is the price of doing this, and like Roy says, we're actually down in Southland doing a really good job in terms of the dollars with our contractors and so on. So from an average through New Zealand, so we're on the lower side, not the higher side. So we're obviously got some efficiencies or some benefits in there, probably because our sourcing of our gravel and so on.
Into that is the length of life of that rehab, which is decreasing as well over time, or is it staying steady? Because I thought it was less than what the Waka Kotahi length of life.
No, Waka Kotahi guidelines are 30 years, which so we're obviously aiming to achieve a lot higher than that, and we historically have been. But it's hard to ascertain because we haven't gone through a complete life cycle. So the roads that we have rehabilitated, are they the new average, or are they the ones that have prematurely failed for whatever reason? Until we've gone through a complete cycle to get a true average, then it's anybody's best guess, but we're sitting well above the average, or the NZTA guidelines are 30 years.
That's it. Thank you.
So the second to last bullet point on there, increasing the heavy vehicle traffic has accelerated the deterioration of our roads as well. But in saying that, if you want to have a GDP high, in our sector is doing that, that's crazily a good thing, if that makes sense, because it means that we're trucking out product to go to improve New Zealand's economy. The last bullet point, any changes to the availability of subsidy from NZTA, Waka Kotahi, actually impacts on the size of the roading program that we're able to deliver, because if we don't get their portion, it makes it more difficult for us to then be able to fund any increase above that program that they're willing to fund.
Increase it.
Yeah, they could increase it. We also have the potential to obtain RIF funding, which is obviously come out, Regional Infrastructure Fund money that's come out for economic benefit, infrastructure that benefits the economy. So we are obviously pitching in for stuff in that space for grant money in that space as well. So whether we get it is still to be seen.
Can I ask a question about that, Brian? So how much money is available out there?
So it's 1.2 billion over 3 years.
But it's not for usual
it's not
stuff.
for
It's
every-
not for BAU. It's for
No.
something new,
Correct.
isn't it?
Correct.
This is
Make any assumptions in terms of that now, like that's,
There's, there's a lot to do in that space, but I want to just click onto the next one now. You will have seen the slide before, so it's not completely new to you. But essentially, if we don't maintain our level at a reasonable level of funding for our roads, we know we've got a big issue coming in 2034 to 2044. And that jump, where it jumps up significantly, it's roughly 10 years up. That bow wave of roading rehabs, and this is just on rehab, so this is only one aspect of the roading program. But what you can see there is if we don't keep at the green line, so there's a green dotted line on there, which is sitting at approximately 10 million. At the end of the 10-year period of the LTP we're currently in, it will jump up to approximately 25, so that's a $15 million jump. If you look at the red line, that is about 7 million, and if that jumps up to about 27 million, so that makes a 20 million jump. So I guess the point of that is to show that if we don't keep it at a reasonably high level of doing our rehabs, then the program gets worse into the future, and much, much worse. We've got a bad jump coming anyway, but if we're not careful, it gets even worse. I guess that's what that slide is really trying to illustrate. Hopefully that makes sense, and you can see what's going on into the future, because just looking at the 10 years, you could miss the fact that you could have a significant compounding issue. $15 million jump up in one part of the roading program is scary enough, and I would hate it to be 20 million jump up. So just a little bit further background, we know there's an affordability issue for ratepayers. We also know that the debt levels, we don't want to push those over what we can fund through debt levels as well. Ideally, not having to deal with debt if we could avoid it. In this case, we went out with three options. The three options were reduce the level of service on roading, but maintain the bridges budget at the current level of service, which is to replace the 134 bridges over the 10-year LTP. That was the option that we had as council had as the preferred option. Option 2 was to retain the present level of service on our roads, and option 3 was a further reduction in levels of service. So just quickly, what we also have done, because, in fact, I'm going to come back to this slide, I think. Might click through that. I'm going to go through the submitters' feedback first. So the submitters chose option 1. These are essentially those that chose the medium for the roads and the high for the bridges, the workshops that we had previously. So that was a $147 million program over the first 3 years of the long-term plan. So issues that they saw is affordability, concern about costs to ratepayers. Maintaining bridges will maintain a level of accessibility for our communities, while some roads can afford to be cut back, perhaps reduce a little bit of service on those ones. Avoiding taking on extra debt if possible, ensure there is greater scrutiny over contractors. This comment came up previously. I just want to just recap on that. So when roads are initially constructed or pavements rehabilitated, i.e. renewals happen, the first coat that occurs, the first coat of seal, is placed which has a life expectancy of a maximum of 2 to 3 years, and typically the second coat is then come and put on, but quite often that happens within 1 to 2 years later. So that's possibly what some people have been seeing in the community and misunderstand why that's happening. That second coat is really important in terms of the waterproofing of the site. And once that's happened, that second coat typically will last for 12 to 16 years. So it has a much longer lifespan, the second coat. But from then on, the third and fourth and fifth coats all slowly diminish in the length of time that they are able to be maintained on the road until it gets to the seventh layer, and post that, typically at the seventh layer you would rehab the road again, so you would rip it back up and rehab it. So unfortunately some of our community would potentially think that that may be a contractor issue or a poor job. That's actually part of the process, particularly if it's the rehab, we've pulled it right back to the beginning and gone again. If there was the other issue where it might be the fifth pavement that's been, or the fifth layer that's gone on, and there's been an issue, then that would be the contractor we've got the contractor liability, so we can get it redone at no cost. Option 2 and the submitters for option 2 have come back with this, remembering this is the $174 million program. So ensuring roads are safe and of good quality. The levels of service currently are inadequate and further reduction should be avoided due to the impact on safety. Our roading network is essential in ensuring our rural communities are connected to vital services, and so freight and people can move effectively through the district. Roads should be maintained effectively and efficiently so council can be proactive rather than reactive to problems when they have developed. Maintaining the level of service now will be more affordable than deferring work to a later date when costs have risen further, and roading is key infrastructure as part of our council core business. Those going for submitters going for option 3, the comments that were made, so this is a $111 million program, so this was, this is significantly lower, so this was taking low on roads and low on bridges potentially, but affordability was the main reason behind their preference. A smaller number suggested they would be comfortable with sealed roads being reverted to gravel as well. So in terms of a summary of where the submitters have got to, so 189 submitters, 16 didn't have a specific preference. Of those that had a preference, it's clear that the preference was actually for option 2, which is they would like the current levels of service maintained. That's at that much higher level than what we have currently put into our long-term plan numbers. So just to be clear on that, the numbers that we put in, we put in option 1, which was the 147 million versus 174 million, which is option 2. So I think that graph there pretty much shows option 2. We'll talk to this one.
So what we made you aware of earlier in June is that NZTA have come back with what they call their indicative indication for our funding bid. They have only in that letter come back to us in the 3 lines that have got the grey on it. So they've talked to us about they've informed us around the local pothole, road operations and roading improvements. We will not hear anything about footpaths. We don't really do any cycling at all, but footpaths, the low-cost, low-risk safety and road safety promotion until we hear the final notification, which will be late August, early September. Last time we saw it, first week in September. So you can see on there, our long-term plan includes and supports to our bid with NZTA. For those three classes, we put in, we requested $139.5 million with the program. They've come back with an indicative allocation at present of $124 million. That's a $15 million difference. We have seen some conflicting information. There was an email came out through the NLTP bulletin, they called it, where they did indicate that this was the minimum funding that council would receive in these activities. That's not specifically worded in the letter that we received. The letter is.
The conversation I had with them when I asked to try and get a gauge of whether it would go up was it shouldn't go down any further. That's not what I was asking. I was asking how much it was going to go up by. It's not cool.
Yeah. So there's about approximately 8 million that hasn't been assessed at the moment of what we did bid for in the, and let's say that's option 1 bid. And we can already see that there's 15 million shy on the.
So just to remind, I guess just to reinforce, that's $15 million worth of program. NZTA would have funded, if NZTA come through with 55%, that's the equivalent of 8.3 million.
So hypothetically, if we go with option 2 and we all approve that and we say that this is what we want to do, we find ourselves in 3 months' time in a position where we've approved $174 million of the budget and we've only got 124.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to then go back and consult because there's a $50 million difference and we can't fund that at standard rates? So where do we actually end up?
Yes, so what I will do is I'm going to click onto the next one, and let's just and then I'll flick back to the other one because I think so these are potentially given the difference that NZTA letter has made, and remembering that's only just come in recently while we've been out consulting, which is not really that helpful, but anyway, it is what it is. So option 1, we've got potentially 2 options. So we've got an option A and an option B now. So the option A is what we essentially you would still do the 147 million, and you would be looking to have NZTA and RIF funding, but we'd still rate for the 147 million because we're still planning on trying to deliver that program. Option B is to reduce the level of service on the roading, but maintain the bridge budget, but with council to fund the portion of unsubsidised work. So at the moment you see that there's the 8 million, potentially that may be, could end up being unsubsidised, and anything of the other 8 million that hasn't been assessed yet, that might also be unsubsidised. So a reasonable cost there.
Previous discussion in the previous session, I can't see anyone.
So I'll jump back to a different one to show you a dollar impact as well. But if we go to option 2, so once again, you could retain the present level of service on our roads with funding from NZTA. We don't believe is actually going to happen given where they are now. Even if we got the full amount of the 8 million that was added in, it only brings us up to 132 million. That's if they gave us all of that. What it hasn't been assessed, that's 132 million versus option 2 is 174. So it's quite a jump, and I can't imagine that Waka Kotahi will be able to do that. So I think that option 2A is not a viable option. Option 2B, again, a question if that's now actually an option that's available to us. Once again, it's to retain the present level of service on our roads, but with the other portion being unsubsidised portion being funded by rates, essentially.
I think with the estimate, if we went for option 2, assuming they funded 55%, that would mean a 19% increase in rates.
I'll go back to the, oops, wrong way. Oh, backwards? Yes, it does. Okay, that's quite good. Quite handy. Oops, where have I gone? How far back do I need to go? Have I gone too far? Sorry, this one, here we go. So on this slide, we have the rate increase and the rate impact if we were to, yeah. So needless to say, I know that option 2 is the preferred option of our submitters, but we've also been hearing that there's an affordability issue, and so a 32% increase in rates if NZTA didn't come to the party, I don't believe is palatable. So
if NZTA did come to the party, what's the rate increase?
So if NZTA funded us with the $174 million at 55%, that was part of the option 2 consultation document, the rate increase would be 19.36%.
Yes.
19.36. So we're then saying if we have to fund the difference from what they've given us as indicative funding right through to that top end, we would be looking at the better part of 32.
So, yeah, putting the facts on the table. And obviously the third option was down at that 7.11% is the, which is in the consultation document, but was definitely not a preferred option. So option 2 is the preferred. We went out as a council with option 1 as we could see the affordability issue there anyway. So given that was the case, I'm not sure that 1B is an option either. However, we need to put that on the table.
And I think this paints a story for us in terms of our people have spoken and they said that they want us to maintain the roads at the current level of service. So not only can we not afford to do that, they are, Waka Kotahi are already signalling that they can't afford to do that, which makes this next piece of this advocacy a real challenge, but a real necessity as well. And this, I think this paints part of that story. And having those numbers there and that graph of this is how many people are saying they want us to, and they need us to maintain that level of service, it forms part of this important picture that we need to go forward.
Well, that's not what I heard though, Rob. I didn't hear everyone saying they wanted us to maintain the level of service. But the farming group...
The percentage is...
The farming group, last of the day, they're saying you've got to prioritise. We want good roads, but we want you to prioritise because we can't afford these rate increases. Now, like you say, you've got conflicting messages from the submission process. Oh, we want to have nice, shiny roads. Well, of course we do, but we can't afford it.
There are only 32 people submitted in person, and this is the overall 189. So what we got from there was possibly not the complete picture, along with these ones.
They can't afford it.
They can't afford it.
Sorry, Francis.
Yeah, so just the pie graph up there, the oranges is so this is the percentage of people who submitted and chose an option 1, 2 or 3 by vast majority chose option 2.
Well, the airport, they chose option 1, but we didn't do that. So
it's still a political decision, and I'm comfortable for it to be a political decision. I'm just putting the facts on the table that as I see them, or as we see them. And in this case, there is a 57% of them supporting option 2. Is it affordable? Good question. Is it affordable? That's what they would like in terms of levels of service. I think that other slide does go through and tells you the dollars, though. I'm too far again, I think, haven't I?
Go back up.
One of the things that I think is important on this slide just to recognise is that about a third less rehabs are going to happen under option 1. So, that's a third of the roads when they get to the 7th layer that we actually can't we're going to try and stretch them to 8 and 9, and I don't know what, or how we manage that. But essentially, doing a third now is going to have an impact in 10 years. You know, that impact is going to definitely hit us in 10 years, but it will start hitting us over the next wee while as well. So I think that's probably gives you the information. I think I was pretty much finished on my slides and pretty close to over to you. And I'm not sure which slide you'd rather me stay on.
Probably just the options one.
Sorry.
Can I ask a question around, I don't know what page this was on, but divesting low volume roads, as in we're adjacently and is occupied by a sole owner as a project council is currently undertaking, and we had a projection of removing tar seal off that property and bring it back to gravel at a previous workshop.
Yep.
So these roads, are you currently undertaking that now to remove them from our...
To take them back to gravel?
Take them back to, selling them back to, giving them back to the farmer or the property where they are? Because this...
No, so we're going through a desktop exercise of determining where there is effectively maintained legal roads that are servicing beyond the last house, which is effectively against council's current extended network policy, because there are examples of that. So it's not a project that we're implementing any physical change at this point in time. It's something that we're building scenarios of if we make these changes, what could be the cost savings, and once we've completed that exercise, it'll be something we report back to council on.
And was there a bridge exercise? Was there something done around here's a bridge and then there's an alternative bridge within 3, 4, 5 kilometres? Was that exercise?
Yeah, that exercise has been carried out, and now we're merging the two pieces of the puzzle together, as well as if theoretically we divested some roads, what other assets are associated with that sections of road. But again, it's purely a desktop hypothetical.
That would be option 3, would it? That would have to come into play under option 3, I would imagine. That sort of...
Well, the bridge matrix would come under all of the options because we've currently got that in play, and it's prioritising. Sorry, Julie, for using the word prioritising tool in terms of how it's prioritised.
That's the sort of thing.
And I mean, yeah, I guess that.
So, through you, Your Worship, and we had it on page 16 of the consultation document, renewed or rehabilitated road surfaces under their preferred option was approximately 27 kilometres. Under option 2, keeping the level of service needed to be at 40, option 3 is 21. So that's where the difference comes. Probably even more noticeable in kilometres resurfaced. Option 1, 375 kilometres is what we're hoping for. Option 2 would be 480. Under option 3, that's 240. It's almost half of it's literally only half of what the network would need to stay in its current state.
Noting as well that Wakakatahi's own standards that they've put out for 2% of the road rehabilitation on the state highways, if we followed that, what was it, 40 k's a year or something, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. So we can't even keep up with their own standard with this that they're setting.
But I wonder if you hypothetically chose option 3, you go to Wakakatahi, we can't afford more than this. You really do need to be funding us.
But if we're choosing option 3, councillor, then we're setting that level of work to be a lot less, and that's going to have consequences.
The road network will disappear over time. Hypothetically, it's going to go backwards, isn't it?
Through you, Worship, there's a couple of things that probably worth noting, which included in here is if we do go through a process of, at the moment, I guess, as staff, we would be recommending option 1A. The reason for that is that we don't believe option 2 is viable with NZTA indications so far. The amount of difference, though, you'll see in there, if we didn't get it through NZTA or RIF funding, then we'd need to adjust or potentially adjust the program in this option, adjust the work program down further than option 2 is actually gone out to our community, option 1 has gone out to our community saying. So the numbers that Susan has read out would actually go, option 1 would be more on everything, and we'd be prioritising everything further. The other piece that's important is that if we don't collect the rate, if we just went with what NZTA were suggesting right now, there's also a risk that in the past, we know, like last year, last long-term plan, they came back and they did actually have some additional funds to give out. But if we didn't have the rating component next to it, then we couldn't afford to do it either. So it's a little bit of a interesting situation to be in, I guess. So that's... and you might, I don't know if anybody else, Anne or anybody else wanted to add to the issues that we had through that process, but...
So I was going to say one other issue that we do have in relation to this is, of course, this document has to be audited. And so we've literally in the last couple of days started a conversation with the auditor about this is the letter we've received from NZTA, and all subjective to what the decision around the table is today, what could that possibly mean on our audit process on the way through. So there is uncertainty around best required numbers and position, and I'm just going to see if I can find, I've written down the exact wording. Looking to see whether our decisions are, whether there's a high degree of uncertainty and how unreasonable our decision process is. So there is the possibility of emphasis of matter on that opinion, which we already had on our consultation document, you might remember, around the doability or deliverability of the work programme in total.
Although my blunt answer to that is we're making these decisions for the ratepayer, not the auditor. So, I mean, that's where my priority is. But yeah, I get what you're saying as well. Yeah. Did you have a question, Councillor Ravenclaw?
Thanks, Rod. I had one question around the bridging and culvert network again. I was with Jim Farmer last night, and his comment was that one of the bridges that went up here in the last 5 years of the program would have, a culvert would have been fine. So the cost of a bridge to a culvert, who makes those decisions? He thought it was around resource consenting and waterways with Environment Southland. Would he be being on with that, or?
So, through you, Your Worship, certainly resource consenting is one consideration, but equally, I don't know the specifics of the bridge that you're talking about, but as short length, single span bridges are typically coming in cheaper than large diameter culverts at the moment. Yeah. So we'll do a catchment calc to determine the volume that's required, but typically these small length single span bridges that we've been effectively procuring through packaging them together are coming in at very sharp rates, and compared to what we were putting historically box culverts in, for example, the small bridges are coming in more economically effective.
I think 13,000 culverts. Future then.
Don't go there.
Cool. Well, it's just in the interest of time, I might actually start looking going around the table, and I always go last, I'll break it up and I'll go first this time. Well, to me, option 1, and I agree with the staff recommendation, and I think it gives us the ability to look at both annual plan adjustments as well. Like if we go in at option 2, it's almost impossible to do, and the auditor will probably laugh at us. Option 1 makes sense, noting also the affordability aspect of option 2 as well, because that's actually going to push the rates up to a number we're already hearing from our ratepayers, that affordability, and especially around that roading piece in terms of the rural sector. And I think that buys both the sector and a previous comment that I've made around productivity gains and the done sector-wide, and to hopefully decrease the cost of actually doing the work as well, because that cost has gone up so much in the last 3 years. It'd be nice to see that at least level off and hopefully start going down, which means we can get more done with the same amount of money, but also allow that application piece to really get some teeth at government as well. So, I can't see any of those Bs being supported, but I'll leave them on my piece of paper just in case. But I'm in support of option 1A. And I will go to my right.
I think that we have the potential to limit ourselves too much, because if we don't plan for it, we can't put it back. It's difficult to put it back in there that we've found over the years. So,
Fran, could you go back to, sorry, the graph, because I think that's the most compelling, the line graph that showed the,
Gotcha. That pie graph, that one?
sorry, not the pie, but
The other one.
The red one.
one that showed 100 years or so. Yeah, that one.
Scary graph.
Yeah, the scary one. That's the one we need to look at.
Good for 2093.
Yeah, I think if you sit and ruminate on that for a while.
Do you have tissues around the table?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that for me is the most compelling bit of data. Suggests that option 1 is the way to go at the moment.
Cool. Councillor Graney.
Yeah, I would agree. I think I can't see anything other than option 1 being where we need to land. What concerns me is that, you know, if we went anywhere close to option 2, we would still end up with things like the Riverside School Road issue that we had, and other such issues where, you know, we have to find some money from somewhere, and we just don't have it. It's just not available. So I think you know, parallel to this, it is that increasing discussion with government as to, you know, that those compelling reasons as to why we really need to retain that present level of service, but we just don't have the money to be able to do it, unfortunately. And I can't see that, although there was some comment in the consultation around reallocation of funds between, you know, not just within this roading area, but reallocation of money and crossing it from water to roading, etc. I just can't see that we have the ability to really make that work right now.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I think it's, with all of the ongoing discussions that we've had over the last 18 months or so, the reality on the affordability and option 1A is really where it lies for me. But noting the clear mandate out there that people don't want to see a drop in service just raises the importance that whatever money is there, whether it's rates revenue or Waka Kotahi funding or whatever else can come back in for the roading, that it's being managed properly. And I think the comment on accountability on our contracts is definitely a piece of feedback we need to take on board. So option 1A for me, and also with a clear desire and long-term planning that we look at how we can get the best bang for buck, and part of that opportunity of accountability, knowing that material cost is one of the biggest costs contributing to the cost of roading in this LTP and ongoing, is possibly that we look at roading contracts and material contracts separately. That's just a suggestion for the long-term plan, which we obviously need to keep referring to. But in the meantime, the reality is 1A, and do a good job of it.
That's by Broad.
There doesn't seem to be any other viable option for all of the reasons cited by councillors before me. One thing I will note, which is also echoed by many submitters, is to have a closer look at our contracts, both sides, you know, the materials as well as the actual implementation, that there seems to be this impression out there that ratepayers are being taken for a ride, and that whichever way we can clarify that, investigate that more ourselves, that must be done. That's a very clear mandate we have from our ratepayers. If I may ask a couple of questions at this point. Well, you mentioned the desktop exercise right now, seeing where we can stop, but with this article that came yesterday from the Riverton lady, Mrs. Boniface, saying that Palmerston Street, there is no, did anyone else see that on stuff?
Yeah, that was in our
So
last.
is that already happening? Maybe there's no economies left there, maybe we are already doing that, not doing
That was from our last long-term plan, so she
Never been
submitted to
sealed.
us in terms
Yet
of
again?
wanting her road sealed, so it wasn't one that's been reverted back, it was one that,
That was never done?
it was never done.
Never done in the beginning, because it was, again, that article came last night, and I was like, there's probably some history there, I don't know. And could we please spell out, because I don't have it clear in my head, what would the reduced level of service look like, so we can communicate it further? What does it actually translate it to? How many Ks of roads, say year 1, year 2, year 3? What are we going to see there?
So that under option 3.
Under the same option, because if we reduce levels of service there, what does it look like?
Oh, sorry, so you meant.
Yeah. It's on page, oh my gosh, what page is it? 16?
Page 16 of the
Page
consultation
16 on this
document.
side, 16 on the consultation document, and also we've got on, what page is it on?
Thanks, Ron. I'll have a look, and I'll let this continue and get back to you. I still have a question.
80, page 80 perhaps as well.
Yeah, page 80. So definitely 1A. Thank you.
We are just in breach of our 2 hours, but I suspect we'll be about another 5 minutes before we have a break. So I'll just, in essence of standing orders, I'll move that we go for an extra 5 or 10 minutes before we have a break. Seconded by Councillor Menzies. All in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Cool. Thanks, Jaspreet. Councillor Byers.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, we've had that analogy, the Jet Cliff analogy. Talked about the rates doubling in 10 years, and even at that option 3, that's a doubling in the road rate in 10 years. And the rate affordability, we've already got that issue. It's here now, and yet we keep spending. We're going to double in 10 years from an already unaffordable level. I would like to see option 3, which will force a change in approach on how we're doing the roads. Like, if you can get some more funding from the government, great, that changes everything. But I believe we need to be mindful of the costs that we're putting on the ratepayers, and so something has to change. So I would support option 3.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Radenthorpe.
Thanks, Rob. I support option 1A, and I'm not happy about it. I don't want to go backwards in this district. It's going to affect their farmers, their ratepayers. We look at our federal farmers, they represent 985 of the ratepayers of the district. I'm looking at lots of productivity. The road cone thing has been talked about over the last weeks. The affordability around our roading network, the efficiencies and accountability that could happen. I would like to see a consideration around this whole thing of bringing the roading services back in-house, and it's managed here. It used to be a number of years ago, and it was efficient, and we sold it. And I do agree with Councillor Wilson about decoupling our contracts. We've got to look to the future, and I'm looking 50 years down the track here, and I think we won't be worrying about roads. They're all going to be hovering around above them, hopefully. I won't be here, but...
You'll be hovering a little higher. I'll just begrudgingly 1.
Yeah, 1A for all the reasons already identified.
Way to get to our adjournment for the afternoon tea to rest our brains for 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the team for that. And obviously,
You have on the hub the presentation, but just to speed things up, I'm going to assume that you've read you've got the opportunity to read some of the background. You know the issues about
Page 103, sorry.
Yep, sorry. You've got the information on the hub for the presentation as well. So it is around the co-mingling. We've got three options that we went out and consulted on. So introducing a new 240 litre glass recycling bin monthly collection service, sorry. Option 3 is almost the same except for it's a fortnightly collection service for those. And then number 2 is the status quo option.
So the background that I might just chuck in, and I told you to peter out. In terms of how it's operated at the moment through WasteNet and the intricacies around other councils going out on their long-term plan consultation and ICC result was to stay with the status quo, and the way that the contract's currently done, it used to be held by WasteNet. At the moment, it's held by ICC, and we're almost subcontracting through that. So there's actually a wider WasteNet discussion to happen in terms of this as well. So just a bit of broader context there, and then I'll let you carry on.
Absolutely, that's okay. So those are the three options. We'll jump quickly into the submitters' comments. So option 1, so introducing the 240 litre glass bin, the new blue bin, on a monthly rotation. In this situation, we don't have the, sorry, I'll just go through the submitters' comments. So reduce cross-contamination and encourages council to be forward-thinking in its environmental positive practice, such as limiting the waste, and it's a more affordable than option 3, because option 3 obviously has an extra truck run that occurs. So submitters, option 2 submitters, so this is for the status quo recycling, believes the current system is working well. It would create extra financial pressure, don't expect to fill the bin regularly enough to be value for money, and revisit in 2027 when legislation changes, would support separate collection then. There was also introduction of the 240 glass recycling bin on a fortnightly basis. So reduces cross-contamination, encourages council to be forward-thinking in its environmental positivity. So in terms of the glass recycling percentages, the highest one was for option 2, which is the status quo. So 49%, nearly half of the people that became a submitter at all, including those without a preference, approximately 50%. So this one for me, we had gone out with the preferred option. However, during that time, we also found out that ICC have gone with the status quo as well, so they are keeping the yellow bin and not implementing the blue bin. If we wanted to be consistent with our neighbours, then it would make sense that we actually kept the status quo at this time. I know we originally went out with option 1, but our submitters have also said and preferred option 2, so the recommendation that we are putting forward is the option 2 for the status quo.
And because we are meeting government legislation now by taking glass out of curbside collection, so we're actually effectively doing what they want us to do. We're just not doing it singly.
A lot of the feedback that I got around the streets, and it's been reflected in WasteNet as well, was other options in terms of glass bags and that sort of thing, and doing it differently. A lot of people were saying that it takes them a long time to fill a bin with glass. Some people they could fill it in a week, but the majority was sort of saying that there's going to be a truck picking up a relatively empty bin. So yeah, there's I think broader discussion to have regionally through WasteNet around this part of it. So I know we are kind of rushing through the afternoon, but I also want to make sure we give everything due coverage as well. So has everyone got any questions for the team in terms of this before we sort of go for Menzies?
Just to clarify, in terms of the rate increase, was the preferred option factored into our rates, or if we go with the status quo?
The preferred option that we went out with, which was the extra blue bin, we were planning to purchase the bins during the first year of the long-term plan and start the collection service in the second, and the rates impact would start in the second year because we'd be repaying the loan. So there was a $7 difference between the status quo and our preferred option that we consulted on. So there will be no impact to the rates in year one.
No, thank you. I thought it was year two because we had that information just the day.
There was a bit of an idiosyncrasy in this for me in terms of two councils consulting on the same issue, and if we'd both got very different results that we'd actually landed on, where that would have actually have left WasteNet. But yeah, I mean, it's just a food for thought. Councillor Ruttencourt?
It's just a question, and I can't remember what page it's on, and it was around that if we were to go with the glass collection service, it was around an education around recyclables. If this was to go forward, under the whole big picture of rubbish in Southland, would that education go further and stop the rubbish on our roadsides, the tipping, and educate everything at once rather than just around how we recycle?
It's everything.
That's everything.
It's everything through the ties we've got with WasteNet and the providers of education. It's trying to cover everything.
And that's the importance, that regional aspect of it, because people are littering everywhere in Southland, and there's no point in three councils doing the education piece individually when we can actually share that. So that's a good example of a shared service for a shared message going out. Cool. There's no further questions for the team. We've got our preferred option 1 being consulted on, with option 2 being preferred by the submitters, which was status quo.
Yep. And recommended by staff as well now.
I'll go around the table and I'll start in the middle this time, and Councillor Ruttencourt, I'll start with you.
On status quo.
Status quo.
Option 2. Status quo.
Oh, sorry, no, I've got my virtual table. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Out of sight, out of mind.
There's lots of potential with the shared service of WasteNet, but for SDC right now, status quo.
Councillor Graney?
Yeah, I'm the same, status quo. I just would like to add, though, that I think we do need to still continue to consider health and safety with the with WasteNet, given what is ending up there.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien?
I mean, holistically speaking, I think it's a bit of a shame that we can't, do the right thing, in inverted commas, with recycling our glass and keeping that separate from our rubbish. I'd like to see if there are any other councils around New Zealand or further afield who have some other form of solution around this. I wonder whether or not at some stage we could actually look at engaging a contractor in the private sector to look at maybe coming up with solutions around this. There could be potential for that.
We do that with our partners now, Wastecoat.
Well, that's one.
Yeah.
That's one. It's an ongoing theme today, really. But
we are taking glass out of the system.
I appreciate that.
And we are separating it. At the moment, it's getting separated out of the general recyclables. It's not separate.
Treated at source.
Yeah, but we're still doing it.
Sure.
And we have a bit of contamination, but compared to a lot of councils around the country, we're doing very well.
And one of the options that came through ICC's piece was actually putting glass in the bag in the recycling bin, which can actually lessen that contamination factor. So there could be some innovative yet simple solutions in terms of what we're doing, and all of that can be addressed through WasteNet as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, when we go to if we go to the market again in 2027, that's when the industry will come and tell us when we'll get innovation hopefully through the bidders, with different MRFs, different processes.
So is that an option one for you,
It
Councillor?
is, yeah, that's option one. Thanks.
Councillor East?
Status quo.
Status quo.
It's option 2, isn't it?
Status quo is
I beg
option
your pardon.
Sorry, yeah, option two, I mean, sorry, yeah.
Can I
Apologies.
pull back on that?
Status quo, yep.
Status quo, option 2, please.
Status quo. Status quo for me.
And option 2, and I think there's opportunity in the meantime to educate the public around doing the right thing by taking it to a bottle bank somewhere that's simply
Too easy. Well, looks like we've had a shared opinion with our who?
The recycling centres around Southland district. We've got a list of them that.
Certainly have.
At some stage I'd be really interested to.
Yep.
Try those. Thank you.
What's the figures? What have we got?
12, 13, 12, 13, can't remember.
Because it came up a lot of times because it was more.
Yep, we're going to make sure that they're aware of them as well. So, yep.
Actually, just to what you just said, Margie, and what you've said, Fran, I can just think of an example where maybe the location of, a oil bank that I'm thinking of in particular, it could be readdressed because I just don't think people know it's there.
Trying to get locations is challenging because nobody wants them next door to them. We tried desperately to get one recently and we thought we had it across the line till the very last minute. We've got one area that they want to continually change, but it's weird as council-owned land where it could be easy, but if it's right beside a railway line or you think it would be easy, but I'm telling you it is not. And it's probably why they're where they are now, because at the time it was probably the location with less influence on the community and maybe it's a piece of land we owned.
Right, I'm sorry,
and linking in with our community boards who have the ability to influence the public on where they are as well.
Right, moving right along to the second biggest component of this long-term plan and the biggest piece of probably the two trinomials combined. So the ingredient of the cake. Someone didn't want to talk about 3 waters.
So this is page 65.
65.
Going backwards in the agenda.
Just really quickly, obviously there's increasing regulations significantly driving up costs, change in the government and 3 waters staying with council has been important, so we've ended up putting back in the 10-year plan. Just quickly, obviously this is probably the biggest impact on our debt levels and our affordability for ratepayers, as Anne showed earlier this morning. So there's also a little bit of a ability to deliver, given the number of things that that need to be done, and definitely a desire to stay compliant. We have 2 options that we went out and consulted on, which was do the work but slow it down, or carry out the work as it falls due. Doing the work but slowing it down means getting extensions to consents like resource consents for that before we upgrade the plant, say for a 5-year period. So that instead of 30 years, it's a 35-year consent. Ends up with an additional 5 years. So I'm just going to quickly jump. Thanks, Jeff. I'm just quickly going to jump into the submitter feedback on that. If you're comfortable with me jumping ahead quickly. Option 1 being, sorry, I should have put the heading on the front, which was the do the work but slow it down. Acknowledge the economic climate and keeps the work program affordable. Agility to re-evaluate the work program if further legislation and compliance changes from central government, which I think is very relevant, is considered the fiscally responsible thing to do. Funding is spread across generations so the burden does not fall only on the existing ratepayer base. So selecting option 2, so do the work as it falls due. This option may avoid unnecessary work and escalating costs. The importance of council's water assets require that their upkeep should be prioritised, not compromised. Future generations should not have to pay for present problems, and deferring investment may lead to similar problems as faced by the roading and bridges. Also, interesting points. There were a number of submitters that had no preference but gave quite interesting feedback as well. So requesting that council identify alternative funding mechanisms for water infrastructure, and that council should continue to lobby central government to remove or amend the statutory requirements for water. Just jumping quickly into what our submitters actually said. So 180 submitters. And what you can see here is the support, the highest support is for option 1, which is slowing it down, slowing down the work. Doing the right thing, but slowing it down in terms of the speed at which the consenting would actually happen. So getting those environment Southland consents to extend the life of the plant before we upgraded it. And working with our program will also disperse the amount of debt that occurs. So a key reason to slow down, I think there's a couple of things in amongst there. In terms of affordability is definitely one of the key reasons why you'd want to slow down the work. The other one is that with the changing legislation, we've got an ability to see what actually does come out in that space. May not be, we don't know what it will be, but at least we will be adapting to it only once rather than necessarily twice. And then the last slide. So council, I guess as staff would be suggesting that we go with the suggesting, which is option 1, to slow down the work, smooth it out in terms of workload.
And when we last presented, we showed all of the rateable differences and the like, with slowing it down, and that's around a bit of one of the reasons we're slowing down is legislation, but the other thing that we had on last time was the whether we as a council and the industry could actually deliver that big program in the time frame. I doubt very much they could.
And some of the proposed solutions by the government of my analogy of putting everything in water isn't going to fix that problem. And whilst we're open to working with neighbouring councils and everything else, and that's not off the table yet, there isn't a silver bullet sitting out there in front of us right now that would allow us to carry on our industry and some of those different outcomes. So we do need to have some time to explore ways of getting away from that $300 million bottom of the cliff in 10 years' time.
And I guess one of the things that is important, it's not the water, potable water that is, the issue here. It's just really the wastewater, managing the wastewater, and upgrading those plants as they fall due or fall outside their resource consent. So from that perspective, we're not, from a health and safety perspective or something, potable water is, we're doing really well in that space. So that's not our issue. It's the wastewater, as we've said before. So I'll leave it there and hopefully.
Councillor Byers, I thought you could first cable for
Oh, well, the submitter that suggested amending statutory requirements, is there some technology that's available now that can lift the black water up to a standard that's okay, or it's conceivably okay to put into treat to water?
As in the
wastewater. Been a change in.
When we go to the consulting industry and the people that design these things, we'd like to think that they're bringing us the best that they've got around the world and in New Zealand. Jeff and I are not wastewater plant designers, so we have to rely on the industry out there to tell us
a good feel for what's right for our population. So a lot of it's around population. You can clean it, you can go and brush your teeth tomorrow. But with 300 people living in Ohio, you're not going to. Won't afford more.
Oh, no, I was just going to concur. Like the technology is in New Zealand, I think, at the moment where we could recycle water to that extent, but it comes with a very great expense and a high maintenance and ongoing operational cost. Yeah.
I think to look at what other councils are up to, and I think it's in I think it's Cambridge have just got a consent discharge to the Waikato. So
took them 25 years too.
Yeah, so there's that gives us the visibility that there is potentially an option to do that kind of work, which to me emphasises the fact to just slow things down a little bit and explore what can and can't be done in terms of that kind of stuff, because that's quite a game changer, I think, in terms of something that's happened not right now, but recently. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, cheers. I just have one question around the concept of slowing down. Are there any additional costs that could be foreseen in the process of slowing down? So in terms of if bridging resource consents to extend out the period before needing to upgrade certain things or change approaches to certain wastewater networks, if they're being challenged, is there a risk that slowing down is going to actually end up costing a lot of money in terms of additional legal consultation, environment court, all of those kinds of additional costs? Is there any perceived costs that, and what could that look like?
So correct, through you, Your Worship. There definitely, the resource consent process isn't, it is a process. Now, you make a decision before you went down. If it got to a point where you were heading off to the Environment Court or something, then you would probably look at a different tact. You might want, so this is subject to us getting those extensions of time without it, being overly, inefficient. It has to be efficient or cost effective for us. So it's definitely a balancing act, and it's a process we're working with, our communities and Mana Whenua and Environment Southland and others to make sure that we are on the right path when we're asking for that extension. So we were successful in getting the extension for the Winton wastewater treatment plant for 5 years. We've other ones we're looking at. Sometimes you might need to do a little bit of a step right, in the first year just to get us this extension for 5 years. But which is
what we're doing with Balfour.
Absolutely. So we are doing those things, and it would come to a point if you were going to end up going down a rabbit hole, you would want to quickly back out of that and potentially deliver it as it falls due. So, those are the things that would be constantly being agile around and working within the framework of what's in front of us, rather than trying to guess today which ones will or won't. I think we've been successful in the past, and we'd hope to still be successful. But if we weren't, or it was looking like we weren't going to be, we would obviously come back and make sure that this table was aware of that risk, I guess.
And what about in regards to stormwater discharges? It's kind of been like the third water that hasn't had the same level of regulatory guidance and things in all of this process as drinking water and wastewater, but knowing that there's some townships that stormwater is within the next decade due, in that conversation around water quality and protecting the waterways. What does slowing down the work for that kind of service look like, or is there any idea of what kind of projects in terms of stormwater would be slowed down?
Through you, Your Worship, we haven't touched stormwater projects at all in the consideration of slowing down. So between option 1 and option 2, stormwater remains the same.
And we've still got our projects coming up in Lumsden, Edendale, Wyndham, continuation with work in Riverton, Te Anau. So there's nothing dramatically changed in stormwater from the previous LTP.
It's actually slowing down the
wastewaters.
Yeah.
I think the key reflection in this, from my take, and I'll get corrected if I'm wrong, is we're not actually slowing down the level of service per se. We're slowing down the consenting side of that wastewater. So we're not going to adversely impact our ratepayers in terms of what they're currently getting for any of the three water services.
We still want to do the right thing. It's just that we're doing it in a little bit slower than maybe we'd hope to be.
I think just to relate it to the earlier discussions around development contributions and things, I guess it's that acknowledgement that stormwater is one of those services that it may not have the same kind of timeline impacts as those other two, but it is also a piece of work that would be more dependent on any growth that does happen in the district. So the speed of which some of that work or improvements needs to be made would also be relative to development and growth, and knowing that certainly up in the northern areas, and Te Anau and Riverton have experienced it, Winton's experienced it, but I guess knowing that there's still going to be the funding mechanisms and resource consent obligations met for whatever work falls, I guess based outside of resource consent timelines, but more reactive to any development going on in the region or in the district.
That's what we've done. Done a lot of work on LIDAR, so we know where our problems are.
And aligning that with the regional council is going to be key. Cheers.
Noting we've got the same ratepayers, and it would be a pretty sad day if ES were taking us to court. So the ratepayers taking itself to court. So
could I just coming back to Councillor Wilson's sort of sensible question about the risks and uncertainty in slowing it down but still doing the right thing. I'd just like to point out that actually there's massive amount of uncertainty around the whole area. The second bill is on its way back to the House, I believe, from the Select Committee. They're saying that there will be another amendment in about December. So the legislative framework underpinning this, what's in, what's out, what the requirements on councils, binding requirements in the future, the whole thing is uncertain. So the wisdom of saying, look, we're still going to have a crack at this, but we'll just slow it down a bit if we can. We won't rush ahead. I think is the prudent one, given that uncertainty.
I think we've got that story to tell as well in terms of where we sit at year 10 if we carry on, and that focus around financial sustainability, the two words that I keep hearing, and that they haven't actually defined yet. And I think that's defined in our LTP in year 10, where it's not financially sustainable for our ratepayers. So, yeah, that will inform that discussion going forward.
Through you, Your Worship. I've just got a question. I'm just curious about the submitters who didn't agree with option 1 or 2, but wanted to look at alternative ways of funding this $300 million cost over the next 10 years. Did we have any feedback on real world examples of alternative forms of funding? Did you guys get any?
Through you, Your Worship. One of the suggestions was water metering. And that is certainly something that we will be looking at in the medium future as part of all of the scenarios we have to investigate over the next 12 to 18 months.
I think in terms of that as well, if you look at what the government was suggesting with CCOs and that off-balance sheet and that private-public partnership, all of those involve someone clipping the ticket. We've got access to debt, which is actually cheaper. Like if we were to put in a private-public partnership, that's someone wanting to make money out of it, and it'll be probably more expensive than the debt that we get. So it's not going to help that affordability piece. And for some councils that are at the debt limit, that might be a viable option. But for us, it's, we're kind of stuck between
It's not entirely attractive, is it, when you've got 18 of those things, very low rate. I'd be probably loath to sign a 30-year lease agreement with the council if I was private.
Councillor Fraser?
Just wondering, is there any examples of anybody doing metered wastewater, or is it just drinking water?
What they normally do is they do the water, and then what they do is from the water they assume a portion has gone to wastewater, so through your water usage it becomes your wastewater meter. So you still get done for both. Yeah. And you'll see that that's actually in the recommendation, the water, investigating the water meter cost is on page 71, if you want to look, is put down as one of the actions for us as staff to go away and have a look at over the, obviously while we're doing the local water done well, those types of things, what makes it affordable will probably be part of that equation. So we'll go away and do that over.
I think like everything, like you're saying, this is an evolving piece of work that's going to continue to evolve. It's not going to be we make a decision today and then that locks in. So it's going to be, and we've had so much discussion to date. And I think it's probably a good time to start moving around the table. So I'll start on the other side and I'll look at Councillor O'Brien and I'll give you the first go.
Shot. Yeah. Option 1, slowing down the work, please.
And we'll move to Councillor Greenie if you're there.
Yep, I'm here. Option 1, slowing down, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm happy with the option to slow down, carry on.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. Councillor Baker-Wright.
Likewise, slowing down and also, cognizant of the fact that the deliverability of the entire program was also not 100%. So, yeah.
Councillor Byers.
Yep, slow down.
Thank you. Councillor Ruddenclaw, do we have any advances on slowing down?
No, I don't say slow down, but bearing in mind that every time we extend, we look at the Winton price tag, we push that out, what's it going to cost going forward? So that's one of my concerns around it as well. It's unaffordable. It's like gold-plated toilets for Winton. We might as well put gold in there. Sorry. I'm interested about Rob's example about the Waikato, because some of these regulations around air, wastewater are going to break New Zealand. They're breaking it now, and it's going to break our communities. So very unaffordable situation. But yes, slow it down.
Councillor Snap.
Agree. Just noting that with the maintenance provision in there, the rates in the first year are slightly higher than they would be with option 2. Yeah.
I will just Councillor Fraser and say Snap, then hand over to her right.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, and I would, while you're in Wellington, you can be championing the alternatives. Somebody, it shouldn't be up to us to experiment them. That's out there and what's working.
So that concludes the waters. Thank you again for all the work that you guys are continually doing in that tumultuous time, up and down, backwards and forwards.
Thanks, Jeff Grant.
So, hit our standing orders again, our time frame of 6 hours for the day. I would have been surprised if we'd come in under. I was aiming to be done by 3 o'clock, but I think I was being a bit adventurous. So I will move from the chair that we carry on going to get this meeting resolved. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
All those in favour, please say aye. Anybody against? That is carried.
Every 2 hours.
Every 2 hours. Lose it.
Welcome back to the table.
So we're at page 166 of the agenda. And so this is just about the other rating changes that council was looking at making. And there's 4 of them. So the first one was in terms of TNR rural water supply. So that was just removing a certain type of rate type, a 7.7 charge. And so we got 1 person in opposition with no reason for and 4 in support. And so the options in the paper are for council to make no changes and don't make this change. So do it as in terms of what we did in the plan last year, or to make the change. And based on the feedback that we got, staff would recommend that we make the change. Yeah.
Are there any questions for the team from that one? Or anything you wanted to add there, Sarah, from being in Tiana?
No, thank you. I'm happy to go with the way our submitters have voted and with the recommendation.
Is there anyone that doesn't agree with the staff recommendation on topic 1? Oh, that seems to be pretty straightforward.
Okay, so the second item was a CASA half charge, and so this was where we have a half charge for the people that are in the electricity network area on Stewart Island, and at the moment vacant sections pay the half charge, and if you've got something built on your section you pay the full charge. The Stewart Island Community Board wanted to remove that half charge and charge everybody a full charge on the basis that we've put the infrastructure in, and so the cost to council and for CASA network has been the same, irrespective of whether it's built on or not. And they have had a copy of the feedback, and I think the chairman spoke to council and said that they still would like to proceed with the half charge removal. So the options in the paper, proceeding with what they wanted, which is option 2, or keeping it the same as what we did for the prior years, which is retaining the half charge. There is, I think one of the councillors made one comment that this is slightly different than what we do for the other waters, for like what we do for waters, which is water supply and wastewater. So in those circumstances, the vacant section pays a half charge. We don't have a recommendation. I mean, the board's made a clear recommendation to you about the half charge, so we just leave it in your hands, really.
Thanks, I've got Councillor Mendes and Councillor Ruddingpool.
Thank you. Quite happy to support the recommendation of the community board. There was one submitter who was indicating that couldn't join to the network. Is that correct?
I think that submitter was talking about they were behind several properties, and so they would have to get the permission of the owners, the easement, to get that.
So there's no easement in place?
Probably not, no. Not in their case, not if they've got a pre-existing easement. The easement might cover other things like sewage, but it might not cover electricity supply.
My question is, are there any other towns like this in Southland District? What happens in Winton on an empty section? How are they charged?
So it doesn't. So in relation to this, Stewart Island's the only one with an electricity supply. So this is in relation to electricity only. Yeah.
So I think there seems to be an overall support for the community board's recommendation.
Okay, so the third item is boundary changes related to halls. So this was in relation to Fort Rose Hall. So that hall had closed, and as part of the routine processes we use, we look at whether we join that rating area into a neighbouring hall rating area on the basis that everybody can access halls, and a principle that council sort of established as part of the last long-term plan around everybody should be contributing to a hall. So we had 11 people opposed to that, 9 people who supported that change, and 4 who said that people should be able to choose which area they want to. We can't do that. We have to define an area, so we can't have people opting in or out. So we need to define an area. So in the report, there's the change to make the change as per the consultation document, which is the boundary change. So that would see the majority of ratepayers go to Tokanui and a small number of ratepayers go to Waimahaka. We have an option there to hold, given that a number of people said their community of interest was more with Waimahaka, with Tokanui, and some of that might have been in relation to the amount of the rate that we're going to be charged or not, or based on the community interest. And then the third one is to do an alternative where we further split the area, and there's some boundary maps in the document. The board has again been asked for a comment, and they actually haven't been able to provide a recommendation to staff on what their preferred option would be, so it's really with council.
Does the councillor have any comment in terms of this one? You might.
Given that we can't facilitate people choosing, like we have to sort of follow the roads and use blocks and things, my counter proposal is that we actually rate the Fort Rose boundary at the Waimahaka Hall rate, because that would be the minimum that they would be charged, and then split the rate of the as a manual process, so that Tokanui gets some and Waimahaka gets some. And I would think maybe 70-30 or something like that. For numbers, as a numbers game. But rather than end, because I believe there's a lot more work that we need to do around as a council, because I always thought that everybody paid apparently we don't. And so we need to figure out how we're going to do that and how we're going to make this more efficient for halls. So going forward. So yeah, there's a lot of work involved in hall boundaries, defining them and maintaining them and changing them when we need to. And so yeah, I think that as a temporary measure, because they don't, yeah, there's always some people that are never sociable enough to go to a community event, or they prefer one or the other. And so none of those road options or mesh block options that we came out with a fair option that satisfied the opinions held by our ratepayers. So yeah, that's my thought.
As much as I don't like adding bureaucracy to a process, but do we need to reconsult if we were to do something like that, or is that achievable in terms of?
So I guess my point would be, like, there's 2 points I'd make. It's a small amount of money, and the way that it would be done is if you chose to do that, we would re-establish the Fort Rose Hall rate. We would collect the amount of money through that. It would go as a grant to the board, and they would distribute it between the two halls. However, the issue is we've called it a Fort Rose Hall rate, and there is no longer a Fort Rose Hall. So you could get into semantics about whether we're rating it for the purpose for which it was collected, but given that it's for halls, you could make some argument regarding that. The second thing would be that really is it, given that we've got some work to do in the area, should we do the hold option and take the time to do that work and not put in a stopgap measure until we've done that work and then introduce a revised, refresh approach? And that could, I mean, the things on the table is the way we rate entirely across the district and all of the hall boundaries. You know, that's the bigger piece of work that needs to be done. So if I was to choose an option between what the council is suggesting and the administration and that, I would pick the hold option and not do the rate and do the work to have a clearer picture going forward. But that's, yeah.
My response to that is there's 69 ratepayers that then have quite a large jump in their rates, and we know that they don't like that, you know, like going forward. So potentially, so by collecting some, I think they were still collecting $10 on it last year.
Sorry, what was that?
$10 on it last year.
They collected, yeah, $11.50 including GST, yeah.
I think the option of collecting it anyway and then allowing the community board to kind of determine which halls it grants to gives that kind of flexibility for that local input. If that's not too much work, I would support that approach. It's kind of along the lines of what you were saying.
Yeah.
Is that relatively easy to implement and doesn't trigger any need to reconsult?
I don't think so. I think you'd the recommendation is that we set at the Wamahaka Hall rate amount. Is the councillor's recommendation. So as long as you're clear about that, I don't. It's the worst of the two options for the people that are going to pay for Tokanui, which is more. So.
Is everyone kind of comfortable with that approach? Is that like lots of nodding? Oh, did you get that written down?
I'll give you a resolution wording for that. Okay, so the fourth one is Otahuti Hall, and same situation. We were splitting that between Waianawa and Wrightsbush. You heard from the ex-Otahuti Hall representative, and so we had 11 submissions, 8 were opposed to it and 3 were in support, and the main reason for the opposition was really around decisions were made at the time that they wouldn't be paying a neighbouring hall rate, they'd close their hall. Yeah, so again, this is a matter of, this is our routine practice to do this, and it's really up to councils. The options are go with the changes in the document or hold any pending discussions until there's further review.
What I picked up out of that discussion was that community decided to close its hall because they weren't using it anymore, and it doesn't appear that they're going to use a hall at all. And if we were to then go and charge a rate, I almost wonder whether they'd say, well, if we're going to pay a rate, we might as well just keep our hall that we weren't using in the first place, because we've made a conscious decision to almost save money because we had this hall that we weren't using. So my view is that we don't charge them the hall rate this year and have a look at that wider scope. I don't know what everyone else kind of thinks. Councillor Menzies?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support that. It's kind of, this is a community being proactive around their hall, And then what happens? Do they keep going further out and further out and further out to pay rates while the halls close around them? So I'd support putting it on hold while it looks done.
Yes, we heard from Jan, who came along and submitted. She also came to the community board. They tried once, made it run for 3 years, and COVID came along. Some of the biggest hirers then went to other areas. They also were very generous to pretty much divvy up the 150,000 or in proceeds to local organizations, and they have a very clear decision not getting involved. So I think
Very old Otahuhu residents who submitted to that as well.
I think the consultation has been quite comprehensive. We have a clear steer there from the community.
It looks like there's no one disagreeing with that approach. Cool. So next up, thanks, Nicole. This is the staff.
So the
This is on page
206.
right towards the end, 206.
So this is a report where staff have looked to bring through amendments that we found in the last few months, locked down our numbers of into consultation. Pretty much they fall into a few broad categories. One is just simply we received further information since we drafted the information for consultation, and if we don't bring it through this process, we'd be likely bringing back an unbudgeted expenditure report to you. In some instances, it's the addition and removal of projects or loan repayments as a result of the forecasting you saw earlier this year, and some changes to projects by the community board while reviewing project scopes that they've done recently in the last couple of months, and also just to improve the financial statements. So the option we've included on page 215 is to accept to have the LTP prepared with these amendments in it. The actual resolutions are by issue by or amendment by amendment, so you have a choice on each one. And beyond that, have you got any? I'll hand it over to the Mayor for any questions in relation to this.
Cool. Yeah, Councillor Menzies.
Thank you. I think I had a question in relation to the loan that was proposed for the hub at a town that was for a specific project, and it's now indicated that it will go towards library refurbishment, but we haven't had any information to us that I'm aware of on library refurbishment. I just wondering if it should come as a separate paper related time, given the purpose is quite different.
Through the chair, so the general approach that we're taking is rather than the closure of area offices and library buildings and the rebuilding of community hubs, is to invest in the existing area-based facilities. So the need for that hub funding is no longer required. The library manager proposed repurposing it so it could be invested in library-based improvements, and that was a fairly recent change. So you are correct, there isn't a lot of detail available at this point. It would be invested in things like heating, upgrades for buildings such as Wyndham, Tautau. It may be available to go. The only hub potentially that we are looking at is the Wyndham Museum, with the possibility of a combined council service centre and library, but there's still a lot of work to be done for that particular option to be framed up further. So I guess I would say I don't have all the detail to answer the question because I haven't got my staff member here. That's probably as much as I could give you for now.
So would that detail come to council at the time of that work being done in terms of that?
We weren't proposing to, but if council would like us to, we can bring you back more detail to scope that up exactly on how it would be spent.
That'd be good.
And given this is a loan and what's maintenance and what's actually that.
That's right, so we have to be careful that it's not maintenance, for example.
Yes.
Right. Just another matter that was raised was the provision of Freedom Camping ambassadors. Is that included in the budget?
Adrian want to comment on that one? The Freedom Camping Ambassadors?
No, we don't. Last year was when the problem started because nobody applied for tourism infrastructure funding. This year, the government hasn't indicated that there's going to be any tourism infrastructure funding. But before we apply for funding for Freedom Camping Ambassadors, we're reviewing everything we do on compliance relating to Freedom Camping and everything else, because there are other ways in which we can deal with Freedom Camping as an issue. My new team leader is 3 weeks into a review of that, and the Freedom Camping issues, particularly around Fortrose, Carril Bay, Coolock Bay and all that, is one of the things he's specifically looking at. So rather than just put money into the budget for something we might not need, I'd prefer to come back to council at a later date and say, we've looked at it, this is where we are, and if we do need funding, I'd go for unbudgeted expenditure and see if you agree to it. The Freedom Camping is a very complex issue, and I could bore you to death all day on it. But I'd sooner have a look at it and get it right rather than just putting money in a budget we don't need.
As long as we can keep it an effective service if it's needed.
Well,
you know, like of dealing with it all, because it's a flashpoint really.
for you, Mr. Chair, I don't know how effective the service has ever been. But I guarantee to you we'll give you the best service we can with what we've got. And if we need to upgrade what we've got, then I'll ask council for us to upgrade it. So it's, again, rather than just running into throwing money at a problem, it's best to find out what the problem actually is and how we can deal with it effectively.
So there is quite a long list in there. I'm just noting that one of them has got moved, playground equipment. That should be okay. Playground equipment.
We're just sorting that one out.
So what we, just looking at what Fiona's just provided, there should be one in there for the Oropoki Playground Equipment Renewal P10. So this is Amendment 9. Amendment 9.5. There should be an Oropoki Playground Equipment Renewal P10785, and this project is to be removed along with the reserve funding for it. And there should be a resolution for the Tautau concept plan for the new playground, which was the it's just disappeared on us. The park, which should be coming out of the Tautau General Reserve. Now, unfortunately, in our resolutions we put out in the report, we've combined the two together. So the move Tautau concept, so the move a Tautau playground equipment renewal Beth Park 016 from 25, 26, 20, 22, 24 for 10,600 using the Tautau General Reserve is okay, but there does need to be another one in there to remove the Oropoki Playground renewal.
Never give it to the boss to do the resolution.
Is there anything else we want to discuss just while they're looking at that, Councillor?
In relation to the District Heritage Grant adjustment, there's some questions around the District Heritage Grant in itself and the principles behind that. And we haven't got an amount of what that means either. Will there be a consideration in the work that's going to be done around how those grants are paid out? Because we've got no idea what that means financially.
Yep.
Table's getting very full.
It is. In terms of the district heritage rate, at the moment there's 69, just over 69,000 forecast for the 24-25 year. It was 75,000 the 23-24 year, and there's a wee bit of reserves that went back into that for that year. It's non-contestable at the moment. It was changed in 2021, but there's no provision for people from new museums or starting up to apply, so we are suggesting to go back to a contestable fund. But there's inflation adjusted to that fund or bill.
We haven't seen any paper on that come through as yet. So are you suggesting it today that we are changing that from non-contestable to contestable, because that's not in here?
It was put in the staff comments. It was There was an error with the spreadsheet and it wasn't saved, but it was, we captured it and screenshotted it, so it's gone back to Robin. There was a couple of comments that weren't in there, but it was, the recommendation from staff was to make that consistent, because we had concerns that it wasn't, and someone starting up. But given that it was in and it was out, it might be better that we brought a separate report back on that for you.
Please.
So
It's also about the sufficiency of the funding as well, and what that might mean is an increase in inflation at the bill rates, which could be.
So through you, Your Worship, all this particular amendment is done is what we, the application we do our budgets in, we have the ability to load a number in, a base number in all the years, and we put a tick on to say inflate it over years 2 to 10. What's happened in this instance is it's been noted that we hadn't had that inflationary tick on. So you're talking in the vicinity of about $1,400. And so there's no impact on rates in 24, 25 at this point. Not saying whether your number is sufficient in the first instance, but this is adding inflation back on to years 2 and onwards in line with the other grants that we hand out.
Which lines up with the feedback that we got from that submitter from the museum in terms of the inflation.
Yeah, that's when I picked up on it.
But it is over to council as to whether you wish to do that or not as part of the submission.
Any other questions on that list? Looks like the team are still kind of working out. So if we look at, sorry.
Shall we go and change it from 20%? Don't you? No, you carry on. I'll just go and see if I can contact the people.
So I'll just move on to the name changes just while they're sorting. Or is there something else you want to put on to? I haven't got the. I'm just looking at the resolution in front of me. Although Fiona might have just
Not quite.
So the name changes of Wallace-Town equipment renewal and installation of skate bike track to Wallace-Town recreational project. And the Wallace-Town Community Centre tree removal to Wallace-Town Western Boundary tree removal. Have you got any concerns with those name changes?
It's been requested.
Been requested, all kind of makes sense. No one. And then we've got the fees and charges for the Edendale, Wyndham Hall and the Tokanui Hall for 24-25 as outlined in the table, and Councillor Keith.
I think it was just minor changes.
Yeah.
Seems to have gone back to what we were.
What the board resolved at their direction setting meeting back in October didn't flow through, and there was a question at the last board meeting, and it got me curious. So I went looking and found that what was resolved didn't flow through to the right place, so that's why that's here.
So we're just tidying up a few little ingredients to our cake just to get it tasting extra nice. And if we are ready.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
We've got a computer.
Back from the poll.
I wonder if it's actually worth, we can have a quick 5-minute break because I think we've covered everything and then staff can catch up. So we can stretch our brains and stretch our legs, and we are just about at the tail end to put the cake in the oven.
It's got to be a book.
Actually, I think it's still officially available. Cold in. She's hot.
Bring it with me, sorry.
See when cars arrive.
The recommendations are on page 8 of our agenda. So if everyone wants to just have a look at the recommendations there on page 8 while we wait for Councillor Byers, and we'll kick off very soon. Sorry, not page 8.
No,
I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, 56.
50, yeah.
Get to the right page. So how I'm going to do this, I'm going to have the recommendations all as one, mover and a seconder, and then we'll just put them individually in terms of going through them. So we'll move and second the whole lot in one piece.
One separately.
Rob?
Yeah?
I was interested in proposing another resolution to tack on to the end of this based on some of the discussions that's come out of this.
Yeah.
So I was going to suggest a new O that requests information on the process and timeline involved in achieving separation or decoupling of maintenance / project works cost and material cost in future roading program contract procurement, considering LTP discussions and feedback.
Can you email that through to Fiona?
Yep.
So did you want to comment?
I completely understand the request. I'm just not sure if it needs to be in the LTP deliberations or whether it should come back through a normal council meeting. It's quite a large piece of work. No problem with getting it underway. I just suggest that it's going to slow down the rest of the meeting.
I just wanted to register it as a official resolution from this conversation, because it has come up a few times, but there's never been an official resolution. It's not saying it needs to be done in timeline with the LTP, but it's actually just, it's kind of, I guess I'm making the motion that we as a council officially make that request that at some point in the future we receive the information on what that looks like. Otherwise it's just been an idea that's just been floated in quite a few different conversations, but since it came up today and it has come up in the LTP process and feedback, then it's worth making a resolution on. So I've put it through in the chat. I'm not sure if anyone is happy to second that.
Seconder for what we've got before. Rather, because Mr. Mayor might not be agreeable to.
So do it.
I'd say go down the amendment process and look at chief executive view of it's noted, not from this process.
So we've got everyone back now. So we've got our recommendation there on page 56 to 60. So it's 4 pages of recommendations, noting the long day that we've had. And like I said before, we're going to look at getting a mover and a seconder for the entire recommendations. And we have Councillor Wilson wanted to put a substantive one in for that, so we'll handle that one separately. So is there someone, sorry, is there someone in a position to move A through to, where are we, N? Councillor Keith, seconded by Councillor Menzies. And I'm going to treat these separately, so I'll put them into chunks of A through to D, which are your kind of standard motions. Is there someone in a position to, sorry, yeah, so I'll put A through to D, sorry.
A to D, yeah.
All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Okay, so E, so that agrees to agrees in relation to issue 1 of the LTP 34 consultation document, Water Services Management, the Council carry out the renewals of wastewater treatment plants and treated water supplies on a smooth basis where Council tries to extend the consents out for a longer time, depending on obtaining extensions to the plant's consents, continues to advocate the central government on behalf of the district, and confirms the staff actions for the water services activity summarised in attachment A of the officer's report. So that's in line with what we kind of agreed on earlier on. I'll put resolution E. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. That is carried. Which takes us through to F. So that's in relation to the level of service roading. The council reduced the levels of service for roading, but maintain the bridges budget as per consultation, with adjustment of the share of funding. Oh, sorry, no, ignore it. Adjustment if the share of funding from NZTA or the RIF is not available. So, which is what we agreed on. So I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried, which takes us through to G. So this is in relation to the glass recycling. So we're recommending that we continue with the present rubbish and recycling service. We revisit the introduction of a separate glass collection bin as part of the future annual plan or long-term plan process based on the outcome of central government legislation and combined partnership with neighbouring councils seeking a regionally consistent approach. We continue to work with shared service partners through WasteNet to identify other options to continue improvement of recycling efficiencies and cost effectiveness. And we confirm the staff actions which have been identified and pulled up from the submitter summary table in attachment C of the officer's report for glass recycling. Lines up with what we've heard before. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 That's carried. H.
On the screen.
H is up on the screen behind me, so this is in relation to the airport. So this is not the status quo, which is option 2, and I can't stretch my neck that far, but are people happy with what's up behind
And
me?
agrees to update the revenue and financing policy to reflect the low general rate band for airport funding.
Thanks, Fiona. I'll put H2. Is that 2 and 3? Or is it just 2?
No, it's got
Just
two,
H,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just want to add, we spoke about the fact that there should be some concrete timelines here to be revisited on the profitability and other things.
Yeah, we could add in there, I guess, if that we have
Some of us, yeah, said that with the proviso, yeah, quarterly report or something.
So with that addition, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
Aye.
So that's Councillor Pye and Councillor Fraser.
Okay, do you want your dissenting votes recorded?
Okay, you good for that? So that takes us up to I. So this is the targeted roading rate differential. So we're increasing the heavy vehicle charge per tonne to $1.35 from $1.10 and the UTR to $90 from $80, excluding GST, as consulted on, and recalculate the other use multipliers in line with staff recommendations in relation to the feedback received, which is dairy at 1.18, forestry at 1, non-dairy 1.34 for 24-25. In partnership with the submitters and stakeholders, continue to look for ways to lobby central government for a greater share of the road user charges and petrol excise tax collected from Southland. And we continue to work with the relevant parties to refine data and assumptions in the model. And we review, no, we don't have that one, do we? So that one hasn't come through. I don't think we didn't need IV, did we? If I've read that right. From behind me anyway.
Excluding GST.
I'd crossed that out during the time. I think Nicole mentioned that we potentially didn't need that. Do you have any thoughts around the table on?
Can we go? So you've got I, then you've got 1, 2 and 3.
So we'll go I1. All those in favour, please say aye.
Nay.
No.
I'll just do it.
Dissenting votes recorded?
Please.
Please.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
I2. All those in favour, I'll put the motion, sorry, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? I3, continue to work with the relevant parties.
Aye.
Anyone against? That's carried. And then I4. Did we need that one, Nicole?
No, it'll just happen. Yeah.
Cool. So we
Right,
can,
so
we
that's
can
out.
scratch that. Okay, that takes us, so I is Carried. That takes us through to J. So this is the targeted rates. So removing the Te Anau Rural Water 7.7 rate and allocate the units to which is applied to the Te Anau Rural Water full and half charges.
If I may interrupt here, since we are not in I1, should it not be spelled out that it's going to be increased by 25 cents each of the next 3 years? Or no?
Oh, we're not confirming that, so we'll revisit that for the annual plan.
Annual plan.
Yeah, about the next steps. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the rate charge, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? It's carried. J2, in relation to CSA, so we're scratching the first half of that. And we're saying that we agree to remove the half charge on all vacant land within the network area, replacing with a full charge on vacant land. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
J3, this is the Fort Rose Hall rating one that,
So there's just sorry, an extra consequence of the that change was just because we set the total rate revenue for each of the halls, and each of the halls have set their rate revenues. Because we're removing some units out of them, then the rate for those will go up for the remaining units. So for Waimahaka, we had proposed in the plan with the change, the rate would have reduced from would have gone to $68 from $67 from $68. When we're not adding that rating unit in, it'll stay at $68 in order to recover $6,936. And in Tokanui, with the extra rating units, it was decreasing to $108, but now that we're not doing that, it'll go back to $160 to collect a total rate revenue of $21,760. So that's just as a consequence of not putting those rating units into those hall rating areas on the assumption that the revenue still needs to remain the same. And yeah, so I've sent those changes, I think, to Rena, hopefully. I can't read that.
oh, it's up there.
I know I'm not very good at reading.
Oh,
I need new things.
yeah, what you emailed me is up there.
I've got a second amendment to that, so there's another email I've sent.
For the second hall.
I only just sent it now.
So just while I won't.
No, the others we should off, doesn't it?
Okay, so that bit that you gave me, Nicole, is the first bit, and then there's the next bit that says notes so that as a result of the reinstatement of the Fort Rose Hall boundaries and the removal of the additional rating units from the Waimahaka Bill, the Waimahaka Hall rate increased from 57.
That's the stuff, yeah.
Tokanui,
That's all that behind me, I believe. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That's carried. So in relation to the reallocation of the Otahuhu Hall rating area to the Waipaki area, so we've got the second bullet point there. So the first one, the scratch agrees to hold a decision pending further discussions at council and with the community, resulting in no hall rate this year for those hall boundary area. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Okay, so this is for the general feedback on the wider decision. Feedback from submitters and how themes will impact on the wider decision making. Request the staff assess the comments from submitters representing specific infrastructure requests as part of their activity management of council, and request staff to review and implement where appropriate consultation process improvement comments from submitters for the next long-term plan consultation. I'm happy to move that. No, I've already moved it. I'm half asleep, sorry. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
That is carried. L, agrees to the following financial changes proposed in the staff amendment paper and the attachment H of the officer's report. Has everyone read through those with a fine-tooth comb in the interest of time and me not listing them all out? And we have highlighted in blue behind me, hopefully, the amendments that were made before. So if everyone is comfortable with that, I will put an L. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
So the
Sorry?
library committee is still on
Yeah, that was going to come back to the council. We agree to the following name changes. Was town equipment, I've mentioned those before, in the interest of time I won't repeat them. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. N, agreeing to adjust the fees and charges for the Edendale Wyndham Hall and the Tokanui Hall for 24-25 as outlined in that table. I'll put that motion as well. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? That is carried. And now we have Councillor Wilson's substantive. No? Do that. Amendment, sorry.
Needs a seconder for it though.
Yep, so Councillor Wilson has proposed that amendment O. Is there someone with permission to second that?
Yep.
Councillor Ruddenclaw. It's up there behind me. So is there any discussion on Councillor Wilson's amendment?
I'd just like to highlight that it's been something that's come up in a lot of long-term plan workshops and long-term plan discussions out there with the community. It's come up around the council table. I think the feedback regarding accountability on the way we take the road funding and turn it into the roading program, especially when talking about level of service, this is a good opportunity to ensure that as a council we're making a request to at least look into what can we do in the future to achieve good, clear, accountable outcomes in the way that we deal with the roading program.
Cool. That's great. Thank you, Councillor. So with that in mind, I will put the new amendment O. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. And noting that Councillor Menzies is needing to get out the door, I would just like to close a very robust, good discussion. It was actually a great meeting to put the cake into the oven. And I'll just close with a closing karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa, pounamu te moana, hei hurahi, ma tātou I te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou I a tātou. May peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day, and show respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. Thanks, Christine. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks again to the team. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you so much.
Meeting closed. I think it's our longest meeting.